I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, and I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Sorry. My mouth is full. I was trying to get some food in. I didn't have time to eat yesterday, so I was trying to get some food in before we get started today because we have another busy day. Good morning. Good morning. We have a lot going on. I wanted to start a little bit early. I announced it yesterday. I don't know if I changed the time on the stream, though. Maybe I didn't. If not, then people will join us when they join us. But I don't think I did change it on the stream, did I? I said it last night when we were finishing up that I was gonna start a little bit early, but because we have stuff to get through today. We have the trial that started, that we were watching. They are going to start closing arguments today for Brammer. So we have yesterday to catch up on both the I was going to say offense and defense. Y'all, I'm telling you, football season, I do this all the time. I'll call lunch halftime. I'll call the gallery, the stands. I'll call, it'll be defense and offense instead of defense and prosecution. Football season, I have football terms in my head nonstop. Yes, I took my medicine, but I just now took it. So you got about 20 minutes of unmedicated Brandi. That's okay. We have a busy day today, though. So yesterday we had both the prosecution and the defense rested in the Brammer trial. So we expect to have closing arguments today, and then we will be in verdict watch, which is actually kind of crazy because this is now, this will be our, how many verdicts? Did we get our other verdict Friday? Everything runs together. I know we got Caitlyn Armstrong yesterday, which we're going to watch in just a second. Part of the reason I wanted to start early. No, look, y'all have to keep me, I've gotten, okay, y'all got to give me some credit though. Y'all remind me, when I don't take it, but I've been pretty good. The last, week and a half, I've been pretty good about remembering to take my medicines, haven't I? I think I've done pretty good. I don't think I've missed it since, I don't think y'all have had to remind me where I was like, oh crap, I forgot, for almost 2 weeks now. I feel like that deserves to be celebrated. It's almost 2 weeks of me remembering to take my medication. Can't tell it right now, but it'll kick in a little bit, and then I'll be like normal Brandi. But thank y'all for looking out for me. I appreciate y'all. So let's talk about yesterday. Let me take another bite, because then y'all will be like, did you eat? Did you eat? I'm eating zucchini and spinach chicken for breakfast, but whatever. So, yesterday was the longest day, one of the longest days. We had, of course, Caitlyn Armstrong closings, and then we went straight into Tim Ferritter sentencing, and then we had the Murdoch trial or Murdoch stream scheduled, and so we ended up leaving the Ferreter trial so we could do that. Totally worth it, because how often do you get Mark Tinsley and Liz Farrell, on the same panel, sitting here talking, giving us some inside scoop? So that was amazing. So we did. I know that we had, like, Cajun was in here keeping people updated on what was happening, and I didn't go back and watch it because I ended up, after the Murdoch stuff, I was supposed to go have supper with my kid, and he canceled on me for a girl. That age, I guess. Whatever. I got canceled dinner plans because for a girl, I'm bitter about that. That's the first time my kids ever canceled plans with me to go have dinner with a girl. Psh, floozy. Just joking. I'm just joking. I'm sure she's a lovely girl. But, anywho, since I didn't have dinner plans all of a sudden, I had just gotten a notification on my phone that there was a police standoff in Ohio. So I went live to that. I got the notification on my phone from the scanner app that I use, and I looked on the internet, and it had just started about, like, the first call had just been like 30, 45 minutes before that. I think 45 minutes before that. And I looked and nobody was covering it. So I was like, my kid canceled. Why not? We'll see what's going on, see what's happening. When we started, it was, there was 1 confirmed death and 2 injured. And then as we're watching, it ended up being, there were 3 confirmed deaths and 1 person, there were 4 people shot, 3 passed away. 1 is in stable condition in the hospital. And then they had it was in a trailer park in Ohio, and they had the SWAT team come in and the bomb unit come in, and everybody and their mama came in, and they were having to, the trailers were really close together. I pulled it up on the map, like we were like using Google Maps and like walking through the trailer park and stuff, figuring out, like they would give the numbers on the scanner, and like we'd listen to, the numbers and then look at what trailer it was and stuff. So as they're evacuating, it was interesting to listen to their whole process on how to, get everybody to safety. They ended up, they had said on the scanner that there was a compromised window. So they ended up, anyway, he after they evacuated everybody else and they finally got to the trailer, they had him surrounded and stuff, and he ended up dying from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. So that was kind of crazy, and we were just about to log off from that, and then Lauren Farmer was like, there's a police chase, let's watch it. And the stuff we had just watched was pretty heavy, so I was like, whatever, we'll watch it. And we watched it, and it was so interesting. It was so interesting. Because it was a female who it was a truck, actually. She stole a truck, and we're watching, and she's like going through. She did use her blinker to swap lanes at one point, so we gave her props on that. And we sat there and like we were talking about, like, okay, well, where's she on the way to? Well, it had to be Walmart, like we were talking about all the different places she was on the way to. And then we were like, okay, well, what is she listening to? I said like she was either listening to Spice Girls or that song by Hanson, Bop. So then we had like everybody was talking about what she's listening to and stuff. We had so much fun, and then the chase ended because she got out. They stopped, and she pulled up. She's like has to stop at a red light. She pulls up and behind an LAPD car, and didn't even know it. And then she, like, you could tell, like, as soon as she realized she's pulling up on a police car, she was like, let me stop back here. The police car ahead had no clue. So the light turns green, and he just keeps on trucking. When she finally does stop, she gets out, and the windows were really tinted, so you couldn't see who else was in there. She gets out on the driver's side, and then another, I think it was a woman. There was a ponytail. But that doesn't necessarily mean it was a woman. It was hard to tell. So, it's dark and we're watching from like the, helicopter cameras and stuff. But but there was a ponytail, so I think it was, who knows. So the driver gets out and takes off running. Then you see somebody get out of the passenger side, and then they get the dog out. There's a dog. So they, like, these two people and the dog take off running, and they end up on the sidewalk, like, kind of like walking, you know, like just casually walking the dog. And then police, you know, find them. There's a tractor trailer that's you know what? Let's just watch it. Let's just watch the very end. I'm having so much, I'm trying to explain to you what, we'll just watch it. Because it was so interesting, but also really funny. The end. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'll just watch the end. Salty, thank you so much. Funds for congratulations. Yes! I wanted some chicken nuggets so bad yesterday. I'll get some today. Funds for congratulatory Chick-fil-A nuggets for remembering your medication for 2 whole weeks. Leftover change for Pelican Treats. Thank you so much. Thank you, Salty. I appreciate it. Celebrating, remembering my stuff. It's very exciting stuff here. Very exciting stuff here, guys. Very exciting. Oh, wait, this isn't the right one. Hold on. Very exciting stuff here. So funny. Here we go. This is the one. This is the one. And before you know it, it was like, oh, wait, nope, that's not the one. Dang, why am I having so many problems? That was the standoff that we were watching. Where is the chase? Here it is. Maybe.
To, again, drive very aggressively and flirt with some of these other drivers, especially as she encounters those brake lights here. So
here's the funny part. Here's the funny part. As they're going through all of this, they get out of the car. Hold on, let me get to where they actually get out of the car. And they just kind of start walking. So you can see, like, and we've been watching, you know, like them going back and forth and stuff. But you can see they're getting out, and there's a dog. They get the dog, and then they take off. So, random. All right, then they get over here, and then, like, the police have not caught up to them yet. So they're just hanging out, walking the dog, like nothing. So police finally catch up to him. Look, they take her down. Hold on. So they chase her, and she takes off running. Don't know where the dog's at this point. She takes off running. You can see them like following her down the sidewalk. They tackle her right in front of the bus, and the people that are in this truck, look at the people that are in the truck right here. He gets his phone out like, oh, I'm going to record this. I guarantee that's on Snapchat or Facebook Live or something. So they just take her down. They got her. So then we're like, okay, so where's the dog? Because obviously that's our main concern. You know, like what happened to the dog? That's the main concern. So the dog, we're like, okay, there's the dog. Oh, thank God the dog's okay. The dog's with the police. Nope, the dog's with the other suspect, just hanging out. She's calling an Uber, calling her lawyer. I don't know who she's calling. Just chilling with the dog, looking around like, so now what? So what's she do? She just walks, starts walking. She's like, I'm just gonna dip out. I'll see y'all later. She is walking and walking and walking. She goes to McDonald's. They've got the other suspect over here. So this girl, she ends up with the dog going to McDonald's. She's taking a stroll. Look, the McDonald's workers are like, wait a minute, is that you can see them like looking at each other and stuff. Look, that dog wanted a pup cup. Police are over here. They're like, wait a minute. Is that, what, is that our, wait. Everything's like a cluster mess of confusion. So she's going to just take off walking. She's like, all right, you know what? They're not coming in. Ice cream machine's broken. You'll get a pup cup later. Dog has to poop, so she has to stop, and then they get her. So they end up, she ties the dog to the post over there, and the dog's like, all right, I'm just gonna sit here and take a nap. Dog sits down, good pup. I don't think the dog ever got a pup cup, which is, you know, frustrating, but the dog was okay, which is our main concern. Both suspects were apprehended, and who's a good boy? But so that's how our night ended. It was wild. It was so much fun though. We had a lot of fun streaming that. We were just about to go to bed and then they were like, oh, we'll turn this on. So we did. And I'm so glad we did, because it was a lot of fun. But that was our night. She's gonna take off to Walmart or to McDonald's. She's going to get her some McNuggets. So funny. So we had like the longest day ever yesterday, but it was awesome. It was a good day. Dog had to poop. Look, when nature calls, you know, so funny. All right. So we have a lot to get through today. We have, like I said, closings will be starting in the Brammer trial today. So we need to catch up from yesterday, which there was a lot of breaks and stuff to yesterday. So I think that we can catch up pretty quick, actually, and then listen to closings. Let's do a poll real quick. I've got to eat the rest. Make me eat the rest of this in a minute. I get to talking and then I can't. Let's do a poll on what you want to do right now. I started a little bit early so that we could fit a little bit more in here. We do have the Murdoch hearing at 10. I think it's 10 Eastern, which would be in about 30 minutes. Actually, that answers my question, because let's not even bother doing a poll, because I've only got 30 minutes until that starts. So let's do this. Let's watch, because we didn't get to watch the sentencing together. Let's watch, or the verdict, rather. They have the sentencing phase today for Caitlyn Armstrong. Let's see. Lucy, I hear you. What are you doing? I hear you. Hi, big girl. So this is the Caitlyn Armstrong. Hey, you're a good girl. Hey. Look, when I said, for those of y'all who were on with us last night, I said something about, oh, you can't see it. Medicine will kick in soon. I said something about, I said the DOG word, and Lucy was like, barking and stuff. It was really funny. I kept having to tell her, not you. We're not talking about you. All right, so this is only going to be about 7 minutes. This is the verdict from yesterday. Okay, well, it will be when it focuses.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, speaking through your foreperson, have you reached a verdict in this case? If you would pass that verdict to the bailiff, please.
It didn't take them long at all, did it? Anytime it doesn't take long, it generally goes in whatever way public
The
opinion.
defendant will please rise. In cause number D1DC 22301-129, the State of Texas versus Caitlyn Armstrong, verdict of the jury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Caitlyn Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder as alleged in the indictment, signed by the presiding juror on today's date, 2:14 p.m. You may be seated. Does either side desire to have the jury polled at this time?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will ask each of you individually, and you can just answer yes or no, whether this verdict that your jury has rendered represents your individual verdict in the case as well. The alternates do not need to speak as to that right now. First juror. Go ahead.
I don't think any of us are surprised by this.
Thank you.
That judge is really pretty.
So we receive your verdict, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Logistically, we're just going to have to make a couple of changes before we start the next phase of the trial, which is, I told you earlier, we have a bifurcated trial system and the punishment phase is separate than the guilt innocence. We're ready to begin. We just need to maneuver a couple of things around. I'm going to go ahead.
See if do they show her again? No. Nope, that was it. Now they are, sorry, I'm gonna eat my one more bite of chicken and zucchini and spinach because if I don't, I'll get to talking again and forget. Lucy wants this so bad. She can't have the zucchini because it's got onions in it. I'll give you some spinach and chicken in a minute. So that was that part that we missed. The sentencing stuff, the sentencing phase does happen today. And actually, I didn't think they were going to stream that, but apparently they are. So we'll check in on that some today too. I am so glad, actually. Oops, cancel. Cancel, my bad, didn't mean to do that. I'm actually really glad that I didn't watch I heard how ridiculous the sentencing was as far as like them just arguing over everything and talking about everything and all the back and forth and all that. They annoy me. That whole thing annoys me. Where is temper? I gotta check. I believe I get to go home today. I have to double check and make sure that they finished. But that is the plan. I believe I get to go home today. I'm skipping ahead.
Certainly putting a child in a section 921. Not lost on the court that the defendant was struggling himself as to how to deal with the discipline of the child. I don't think that the evidence that was submitted gets what they want.
How much of this
So
is...
address it and from the context of where I'm coming from with respect to a little bit of pushback on your argument.
So the dependency court, that's 22 DP62.
So, and maybe that's all he knew. I don't know that that's the case or not, but having been a Marine, I know how Marines operate and I know how disciplined the environment can be. And I will say that as horrible as the the conduct was the defendant's
heard that
response
part.
in
We watched
dealing
most of it.
with his son in terms of the room. If you look at the photos, there clearly were times that this family was a better functioning family. They had good times. It wasn't all horrible. It wasn't all the most deplorable of circumstances. And I get it.
I'm not playing the whole thing. We watched most of it yesterday. I'm only playing the part where he actually sentences him because that's the part that.
Why don't you approach on that one point, because I don't want to
I don't feel
inadvertently
like
disclose something that's privileged.
listening
Just
to
to a
him
judgment, or do you want to have a
argue
payment
over
plan or
everything
what?
again. The daughter's letter was really sad.
That'll be fine. A condition of probation. 10 years is a condition of probation. Fine. Reduced to a judgment, or do you want to have a payment plan or what? Clarify something, we can do that. Yeah, yeah, go ahead while she's looking up the court. To the downward departure?
To think that it's not a permissive mental.
You never know how an appellate court is going to react, so I fully expected the state to object to the downward departure.
That the court recommend that when Mr. Ferreter is eligible, that he remain.
So,
Are we able to set a date today, or is that?
no, I'm going to need to see the motion and see how much time is in, or do you? Make a difference to the state in terms of the probation being as to count one only? Counts. Run concurrent. That's another thing I note. I could have had it run consecutive. That 5 years would have 5 years. But that'll be the DOC portion of the sentence with respect to each of the charges. And the probationary aspect of my sentence will be applicable to count one alone. All right, anything else that I need to address?
Just the credit.
Yeah, let's talk about credit.
So is he getting credit? See, this is the part that I missed. Is he getting credit for the time served? He didn't serve long though, right?
All right, so before we recess, give me the credit so that's the last thing I need to address this afternoon.
Oh, he is. What was he, like a month or two? It wasn't long though, right? 37 days, there you go.
That's all right. Something he can do, he can do the parenting through a third party just so long as he completes it and it's acceptable to probation. So that'll be the probationary term. As far as the anger management, probation may only have 12 hours, but I want 40 hours. So
Codefendant.
to the extent that he has to go to a third party to get the remaining 28 hours, he would need to do that. And that would again be through a third party provider that is subject to the approval of probation. Does that answer your question? Well, he's not being released today.
Oh, he's been beaten up multiple times while in jail.
Yeah,
I did hear him say that
because
he
he's going to be on
was a
CC2.
target.
And let me explain what CC2 means, Mr. Ferreter. Once your custodial part of the sentence is completed, you'll be on what's called CC2. And the most apt description of that is that's akin to house arrest. And so the first 2 years of your probation, and that's the maximum that I can do for a CC2, you'll be on house arrest. You typically can't leave unless you have approval of probation, but there are times where if for employment purposes that you may be able to leave the house for employment and that kind of stuff. Someone in your circumstances, I would think, would much prefer a CC2 type of sentence than having 2 additional years in prison. So that's why I elected to do it the way I did with CC2, to give you some ability to transition and deal with your circumstances. But in any event, you'll be subject to what's really just house arrest. And again, that doesn't mean that you can't work, but it will require approval of probation. And probably the entry of another court order once you find specific employment as to where you can go and what the circumstances are. Okay? All right, did we get the...
37 days.
All right, so with respect to the 5
37
years
days.
of the DOC sentence that's been imposed by the court, that's with credit for time served of 37 days. That concludes the court's business this afternoon. Anything else I need to address, Ms. Coakley? Ms. Murad? No, okay, all right, court is in recess, and I'll wait up here on the bench for the orders.
So, ew. Hug him.
What are...
That attorney.
Ms. Murad, you will need to give the clerk the Exhibit 1.
That attorney is that's a strange. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. All right, so those are the two things that we just didn't get to hear the rest of yesterday, or I didn't. I know that while we were doing the Murdoch stream, we had oh gosh, Cajun was, oh look, hey look, he's showing that chase, that same chase, the one I told y'all was so crazy.
I just see junk in the back. I don't see a pooch.
Yeah, northbound 605 here, just north of the
Hold on, I'm gonna...
sheriff. The sheriff's helicopter has taken over this pursuit. They are, again, in tracking mode. That is the night sun that you see right there. And even on the 605 freeway, you still see only moderate traffic. It's not nearly as heavy as it was 5 to 10 miles west of here, closer to downtown. The further away we get from downtown, the more it seems to be moving. Northbound 605, I would say she's about maxing out at 50 miles per hour. Again, heavily tinted wind.
So fun. All right, let's see. All right, this is what we got going on today. We have I'm glad RA is feeling better. He was sick yesterday, y'all. Let's see. I'm trying to see where... Oh Lord, there's 14th Judicial Circuit of Florida. My circuit right now is live with first appearances. Let me find. All right, we got about 20 minutes until the Murdoch hearing starts. And we've got, she's going to town on that spinach and zucchini and chicken. I was trying to, oh yes, this is what I've been waiting on. Okay. So I have a friend who is at the hearing, and she just texted me. She said they're not allowed to take their phones in, so she can't send updates. Dang. I told her we're going to stream it, so we'll at least see that, but make note of what's done off camera that we don't know. I was hoping she'd be in there live to give us like the behind the scenes, you know, updates. But whatever. All right, so we've got a few minutes until that starts. I've got why is my computer taking so long to download this part? Leave, dead in a ditch, dead in a ditch. And we've got the sentencing stuff scheduled. So I'm going to keep those tabs open so that we can watch them. But we've got about 15 minutes and this is why. This is why. God, medicine will kick in soon, y'all, I promise. All right, let's see. Hide chat replay. Move this over here. This over here. All right, now we should be good. All right, so this is from yesterday. We'll watch this for a few minutes until the stuff gets started. Let's see, because we've got some of, RA is talking to me. Oops. Tell him sorry. I'll catch up on replay. I missed it. What did he say? Do I need to make a note? Let's start at 1.25. Some of this stuff I know we're going to get through pretty soon. Oh, he's asking what I'm covering today. I'll go in his chat while we're watching this.
Say something to him. Good morning, Mr. Brown. New day, new oath. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
This is Justin Brammer again? Back on the stand.
Justin, you stated earlier on record that you were the son of the defendant.
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Do you store tools for the defendant?
Well, they're my tools because he gave them to me, but yeah.
Okay, and what type of tools are those?
Hand tools, air tools, big toolbox, air compressor, jack, just normal tools.
And how long have you stored those tools?
Over a year.
And have you ever sold any of those tools?
No, sir.
Never sold any tools during the 2 weeks that Eileen was missing?
No.
You ever gave your father any cash?
No, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay, so that was a very quick witness. But remember that, yeah, this is from yesterday. We're catching up on yesterday, the stuff we missed. That was very quick. But remember, he said that the reason he deposited that money was because he had the tools that were sold on Facebook Marketplace. He was saying it wasn't the money that was taken from Eileen's safe. It was from Facebook.
Nothing but the truth.
I do.
Marketplace.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilbur?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your name? Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My name is Kelly Cruz, Kruse.
And how are you currently employed?
I am an associate state medical examiner at the Iowa office of the state medical examiner.
And how long have you been employed with the state medical examiner's office?
I've been in the office since July 2018.
Dr. Cruz, I want to talk to you just briefly about your education and experience. Where did you receive your, well, I'll just, after high school, if you could just tell the jury about your education.
Sure. After high school, I attended Tulane University. There I earned a Bachelor's of Science in Anthropology. I then attended St. George's University. There I first earned a Master of Public Health degree, and then I attended their medical school. I graduated from medical school in 2013. Then I attended an anatomic and clinical pathology residency program that was located in New Jersey, and then I did a forensic pathology fellowship program at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of Maryland, located in Baltimore.
Okay.
She's a trial mama.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mark States Exhibit 14B. Is that an accurate copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
Offer 14B, Your Honor?
Any objection on 14B?
No, Your Honor.
14B is received.
Doctor, I heard you say you received a fellowship in forensic pathology.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathology is a subset of pathology. Pathology is a branch of medicine that predominantly looks at disease processes and how they affect the human body. Forensic pathology takes that a step further. There we look at disease processes and also injuries, and not only how they affect the human body, but how they can cause someone to die.
Okay. And are you board certified?
Yes.
Do you have sort of a standard operating procedure for how autopsies are generally conducted?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain to the jury what that process is?
Each autopsy generally has two main components. There's the external examination and the internal examination. The external examination starts with looking at the outside of the body and everything that comes with it. There we document medical therapy, clothing, anything else like personal effects that may come with the body. We then remove that clothing and medical therapy and then look at the body itself. As part of that examination, I document any defining characteristics. So I'll document hair color, eye color, someone has tattoos or scars, then any evidence of injury on the outside of the body. Once that external examination is complete, then the internal examination commences with a Y-shaped incision on the front of the chest and abdomen, and then each organ is taken out one by one. They are subsequently weighed and then examined for any evidence of injury or natural disease. The brain is also removed as well. As part of that internal examination, specimens are also collected. So vitreous fluid from the eyes, blood, urine if it's available. They're also collected and then tested for toxicology when appropriate. Once all of those organs have been examined, those specimens have been collected, then that's really the end of the autopsy. Those organs are returned to the body and the body is sewn up and sent to the funeral home.
Okay. And I assume that you're also looking for evidence of injury in the internal examination?
Yes.
Okay. And would you do anything with microscopic slides?
Most of what we do in the forensic setting is looking grossly with the eyes. When appropriate, we will look under the microscope at organs as well. That's something I did in the autopsy that we'll talk about, and it's something I'll do whenever I feel appropriate.
And then do you sometimes send specimens off for additional testing at different locations?
Yes.
And was that done in the case of Ilene Gowan?
Yes, blood was sent off to a toxicology laboratory in Pennsylvania.
Okay, and what's the purpose of a toxicology lab analysis?
Toxicology is routinely ordered on the vast majority of our cases. It's looking to see any sort of blood or any sort of alcohol or drugs that are in a person's blood or whatever specimen that we send to see if potentially it contributed to a person's death.
Okay, and then I assume in some cases, I'm seeing like in baby deaths, you might have to send organs off to even further specialists to examine, like maybe a brain pathologist, something along those lines.
Yes.
Is that done?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing like that done in this case?
No.
Okay. All right, then once you have completed your autopsy and received back any, external tests that you requested, what's your job then as a forensic pathologist?
So after the autopsy examination, I write my autopsy report, and then I'll wait for that additional testing results, the toxicology, if I ask someone else to look at a different organ. Once I have back the information of everything that I've ordered, all of the testing results, then I can come to a conclusion as to cause and manner of death. Once I've done that, I'll sign the death certificate and I'll finalize my report.
Great. So could you explain cause of death to the jury?
Cause of death is a specific entity, like a disease or an injury, that starts a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone dying.
Okay. And then manner of death.
Manner of death describes the circumstances that surround a person's death. In contrast to cause of death, where really you can think of any sort of disease or injury, manner of death, we only have 5 options.
And what are those 5 options?
The 5 options include natural, so death due purely to natural disease, suicide, so death at the hands of oneself. There's
We know all this stuff already. What other trial is she in? I had something in my eyeball and I had to go get it. So if y'all said this already, I apologize. She's been in, I've seen her before. What other trials was she in?
State of Iowa, since working for the state medical examiner's office.
Within the office for the state of Iowa, I performed over 1,300 autopsies.
And then during your training, how many autopsies would you have performed?
So total, counting my training, and then I also do some consultation work, I performed over 1,800 autopsies.
Now I want to sort of drill down into the Iowa autopsies that you've conducted. Approximately how many of those 1,300 would have been due to natural causes?
In terms of, and I know we had talked about it, I can't remember the exact number. In terms of my work at the state, the majority are usually due to accidental causes, like injuries, and then natural causes as well. As part of my consultation work, I do hospital autopsies. Those are all due to natural disease, and I've done a few hundred of those.
Okay. And then how many, roughly, would you say are suicides?
Suicides also comprise a significant number of the cases that I do. We're going into the hundreds.
Okay. And then I think when we spoke, you had indicated, and obviously that was maybe a couple weeks ago, that you believed you'd had 84 homicides, 84 autopsies that you had conducted where you concluded manner of death was homicide.
Was homicide, correct, and even more so within my fellowship training. I completed almost 100.
Okay, and I believe you said that was in Maryland?
Yes, we served the entire state of Maryland, and our office was located in Baltimore.
So you had a lot of homicides that you dealt with in Baltimore?
Yes.
Right. Okay, so probably a couple hundred
yes.
overall. Right. And then how many undetermined autopsy manner of death do you think you've dealt with?
Far less. I don't know if I could give an accurate number, to less than 100. In general, it's the manner that should be chosen the least by all pathologists according to accrediting guidelines. Really, it's in rare circumstances.
Fair to say you don't want to say undetermined. You're hoping to have a manner of death like that you can classify, right? Homicide, suicide, natural causes, or accident.
Correct.
Okay. Now, as far as your couple hundred homicide autopsies that you performed, how many of those would have been gunshots?
The vast majority were gunshot wounds.
And it's fairly standard because the vast majority of homicides are due to gunshots here in America. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then how about stabbings?
In terms of stab wounds, probably the second most, I would say, common one that we see. I even did one yesterday.
Okay. And then blunt force?
Blunt force injury, probably next in line. I've done a good number of them. I couldn't say exactly how many, but definitely less than the gunshot wounds.
Sure. And then asphyxiation?
Asphyxiation in general in the entire country, from what I understand, is one of the least common ways for someone to die, at least in the setting of a homicide. I've done at least 5 to 10.
Okay. And then are there other, I'm sort of just trying to go back in my brain. What other, I suppose you have a poisoning?
Correct.
Anything else?
Those are the main in terms of homicides.
Okay.
You can have other options when you're dealing with children and babies and things like that.
Sure. And then I would assume, like in the context of an accident where when someone dies in a motor vehicle collision due to alcohol use, like in OWI context, would that be classified as accident or would that be classified as homicide?
Someone is intoxicated and they have a crash with another person. If there isn't any indication that...
Okay, hold on. We're going to pause this. This is yesterday's stuff, of course. So we're live in Beaufort. Ugh. Hold on, sorry. Matney texting me. Hold on. Oh, I need to tell her too. You said that her book is, I need to tell her that too. Hold on. Sorry. Come on. Why am I having problems here? Okay. She said she doesn't think that's true. The New York Times bestseller thing. I told her that's okay. She'll be there in no time. Okay, sorry. Trying to get stuff situated. We have seriously doubt Becky will be in attendance. I'd be trying to trip them in the hallway if I was her. Psh. Good morning. Ugh. I like Creighton Waters. So Judge Newman right now is scheduled to handle the financial stuff. So yesterday, a lot of breaking Murdoch news yesterday. So it was a good day for us to have, oh, that got yellow. It was a good day for us to have our Murdoch hearing, or Murdoch stream. So here's kind of what's going on with that. The motions that were filed by Poot and Jim there were separate motions. There was one to a writ of prohibition. They were wanting to prevent Judge Newman from hearing any of the stuff on the murder trial. So like to not be the one to make the decision on the, you know, whether there's another trial or whatever, any of the jury tampering nonsense and all that. They wanted him recused from everything. They also asked to delay this trial, the Satterfield financial crimes trial. So the Supreme Court said no and no. However, even though the Supreme Court was like, no, Judge Newman has said that he is requesting for another judge to take over or to see future hearings and take over for the murder case stuff. So he is still scheduled to handle the financial crimes and to do the, hearing for this, the trial that's starting on the 27th and all of that. He's still supposed to be on that. So what defense did is they turn around and basically ask again. They ask for him to be, they asked the Supreme Court for them to take Judge Newman off of the financial crime stuff too. So they filed that yesterday, which they will more than likely say no again. For good reason. But, so that's where they're at. It's just, it's a nonstop, you know, let's see what loopholes we can try to find. Let's see who, you know, let's see if we can, you know, file this and this and this and then fluff it up with a bunch of nonsense and, you know, make it sound like something that it's not. And let's, you know, instead of focusing on our guilty ass client, let's focus on innocent people and throw them under the bus to maybe create a smokescreen so that we can find a loophole to get our guilty ass client, you know, a better situation. That's what they do. And look, I'm gonna go and tell y'all right now, I sat in front of this computer for 12 hours yesterday on a live, trying to cover all the stuff, trying to show everything that everybody wants to see, trying to, you know, like make sure that y'all are getting to see the, you know, the stuff that you're interested in, the stuff that I'm interested in, the stuff that we all want to know. And, you know, I like to the point where like I didn't get to eat, I didn't get to take a break. It was just back to back to back. And, you know, I wake up this morning and I look at my YouTube and like all of the comments on all of the different streams and everything that I did were all great, except for, and most of the ones on the Murdoch thing were too. But guess, shocker, the only stream from all of those yesterday that had any trolls, shocker, Murdoch. So let me tell you right now, listen up, trolls. I don't give a shit. You don't like my stream? Go watch it somewhere else. I don't have to pretend to like Murdoch. I got my start hating him. I didn't get my start because I hated him, but I am grandfathered in. I don't have to pretend like I think he might be innocent. I don't. I don't have to pretend like I like his attorneys. I don't. They're assholes. They play dirty. They're not, there's plenty of defense attorneys that I like. Those two aren't two of them. I have no respect for them. I have respect for the role of defense attorney, yes. That is not what they do. What they do is slime. I have no respect for slime. I don't care what you comment. I don't care what you say. I don't care if you unsubscribe. I don't care if you unfollow. I am not going to change or water down my opinions because it might offend somebody who is going to be an asshole troll anyway. Troll on, little trolls. I don't care. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Murdoch brings out the worst in people. You know what? And the people who are like jumping around all on these little internet streets, you know, all in these little different neighborhoods, trolling other people for their opinions. Like, do you think that he gives a shit about you? Do you think that he cares that you support him? No. No, he would steal money from you in a heartbeat. So think about that next time you're trying to stand up for a lying, cheating, thief, murderer. Trolls, bye. Jenny C, member for 2 months. Yes, girl, these trolls need to go play somewhere else. I mean, I'm telling you, Murdoch and Melly bring out those are the two that bring out the trolls. And I don't get it. I don't get it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So stupid. Did you see? Happy anniversary. It's our anniversary. One of the comments, and I deleted the stupid ones because if you're stupid, you don't get to have a comment on my channel. Bye. One of the ones I deleted was that I'm never going to make it in this business if I don't. How is it worded? Something like I'm never going to make it anywhere in this if I don't learn to not show my emotions or something like that. I'm like, psh. I'm not trying to make it in a business. I'm hanging out and having fun and this is what we do. And yeah, I've loved that it's gone great and we've, our little family has grown. I'm not trying to be a famous, YouTuber. And even if I was, what fun would that be if I'm not myself? What fun would it be having more people watch you if you have to not be yourself? It's stupid. Stupid. It's my TED Talk. Ridiculous. Thank you, Sue. You go, girl. Totally agree with you. I followed you from the start and will continue. And that's another thing. From the start, when I started, do you know how I started? By saying Alex Murdaugh is guilty. That's how I started. So why would it make sense for me now to be well, you know what? My entire platform is based on, and started from this one thing, but let me change it up now. Why would that even make sense? Why would that make sense? You know why they hate me? This is fun. You know why they hate me? Because before my chart went viral, all of the law tubers that were pro Murdoch and all of the, all of the those neighborhoods, those internet neighborhoods that we don't go into, all of those pro Murdoch people, the only thing they had going for them was the timeline. And they were he didn't have time. That's the only thing that really created doubt. And I've seen clips and stuff of the law tubers who were there's no way, and based on evidence, and I'm an attorney, so I know everything, and there's no way it could have happened. And then here I am, I have no credentials, I have no law degree, I had nothing but medical leave, free time, and ADD medication, and I sat there and I mapped it out, and I showed that it could be done, and that took away their biggest argument, and I'm just a nobody. I was a nobody who had never tweeted before, and that's why they hate me, and that's why I love that they hate me, because screw them, right? Screw them. Spicy Brandi on a Friday. it's frustrating waking up after working so hard all day long and waking up and having BS. And I've kind of gotten over holding my tongue. Stand up for myself more. Chloe's mom says, my stance is if he's guilty or not. It is all about Becky Hill and the juror tampering for me. If she did this in the Murdoch case, how many more times has she done it? But see, that's the thing, Chloe's mom. That's the whole thing, is that she didn't do it. I don't believe she did it. Her credibility is way higher than Jim and Pooch's credibility. And if you get a chance to watch the stream from yesterday where I had Mark Tinsley and Liz Farrell on too, like they even talked about this, like, you know, all of this, if you read the state's response too, like the state's response to it is, okay, like, you know, there was no jury tampering, like we've looked into it. There's, you know, the reason that nobody would sign the affidavits is because, you know, these things, like they're twisting things, is not what happened. The things that were said about like watching body language and stuff, and like all like the things that were said in the hearsay affidavit, or the hearsay affidavit, which doesn't count, and the affidavit from a juror who wasn't actually a juror, she was dismissed, that, you know, none of those things had any effect on the trial. And the ones who did, like the other jurors are saying, like, no, these were things that were said in, you know, like closing arguments or throughout the trial by other people or whatever, but she didn't tamper with anything. And the fact that they have gone on this smear campaign against her to make people believe that she has is just another example of why they're slime balls, and I have no respect for them. JC says, I love your emotions and opinions. That's why I follow your channel and watch your streams. It gets boring real fast when others try to stay in the middle and show no emotion. The only time I try to stay in the middle is if I really don't have enough information to have an opinion yet. If there's one that I've had, you know, enough information given to where I feel like, you know, I can have an opinion. Like, look at the Melly trial. How many times all through that trial, until we got towards the end when all the information started coming out and I spent all those hours mapping everything out, that whole time I kept saying, well, we don't know, you know, like we need to hear what the defense says. We need to hear this and this and this. And then as we're getting more information, as the trial's going, I'm like, all right, well, it's looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty bad, but let's hear what they have to say. Let's wait and hear the defense out. And then the defense gets up and puts on a guy who literally lied. And then they showed like clips afterwards of, you know, like, okay, so you're saying there's no key? Well, here's this clip of you talking about a key, and you said that, you know, so it was like, and I was their one witness. So it was kind of like, okay, well, all right, now I've got enough to make my decision. So I try to like stay, you know, open until I've seen enough to give me an opinion. But then when I have an opinion, I'm not gonna not have an opinion. But that's the thing. I would rather have, you know, 10 people in here watching me and, you know, hanging out with me and talking to me and going through all this with me. I'd rather have 10 of you in here and me be myself than to have 10,000 of you and me have to water myself down. Because what fun would that be? Why would I do that? If I wanted to have to water myself down for work, I would, you know, go do something where I have to be professional. I ain't professional. I have gotten better at standing up for myself. I have. Because when I don't, people tend to start to walk all over me. Chunk of Bacon says, Brady, you created an awesome community with the best mods and chat on the interwebs. We do have the best mods in the chat. Yes. I love our group. Love, love, love our group. Okay, and read the documents, not the headlines. Yes. Which is that's the whole reason I started watching full trials, because I remember like getting pieces of it, and I'm like, man, like that's, I can't remember what trial it was that I first watched mostly start to finish. I can't remember. But I remember like seeing like bits and pieces of it or whatever. And then my friend Carla in Charleston, she was the one who told me, she was like, she's a paralegal up there in an attorney's office. And she was like, oh, you can watch the whole thing on YouTube. And I was like, I don't know how to work YouTube. So I would watch it, but I didn't have like a channel or anything. And then that's what I was doing with the Murdoch one. And then, and I never watched, like I never looked at like the chats or anything like that. I would just watch it on there. The first time I ever actually even got involved in a chat was Recovery Addict. That was the first time I'd ever watched anything or talked like, or even did anything. Because I would just watch it on my TV. I'd put YouTube on my TV and just watch the trial. And now look at me. Thommy Boy sentencing. Let me check my text because I think still no update if they moved it up or not. The state has until December 11th to respond to his ridiculous 700-page nonsense. And then they have a hearing on January 4th. It's my favorite channel ever. I live here. You live here. Yes, yes, yes. Not all LawTube, and the attorneys that I talk to disagree. I mean, and the attorneys that I talked to went through the documents too. It's not all of LawTube, and that's the thing, is like everybody's going to have different opinions, and that's fine. But when you have all these other jurors saying no, and Becky saying no, and the ones who are saying it are all, have something to gain from it. Credibility comes, plays a big important part in that to me. Good morning. If anything happened, big or small, it's interference. Anyone else would get a new trial. But the thing is, big or small, it's not about big or small. It's about if it follows the legal standards for being considered interference. And that was the thing, is that, it doesn't seem like it does. It's just more smoke and mirrors from Jim and Poot to me. This is the hearing for Murdoch for. I know that they're going to talk about the jury stuff. You know, they're wanting to move the location of the trial. Which is fun because, you know, they're like, oh, we can't get a fair trial. You know, the jury knows too much about it, but yet they're on the courthouse steps after everything, trying to get cameras. Oh, there he is. Mm. Mm. JP says, I've heard, oh, I just want to punch him. I've heard lawyer guests on other YouTube channels say they watched the chats from channels like this one to gauge public opinion. It usually follows logically what juries are thinking. This is 100% true, and actually I've had two that I know of, two trials that I know of where there was, in the Travis Rudolph trial, his kids, I mean, they're like the attorney's kid, they're not like kids, they're grown kids, they're like in their 30s. They both watched the trial on my channel and heard everything we were saying. They didn't participate in the chat. We never knew that they were here until afterwards when Mark Scheiner told me. But the defense attorneys, Mark Scheiner and Heidi Perlet, their grown kids were watching on our channel during that trial. And then of course during Murdoch, like my stuff got sent to Creighton Waters and got entered into evidence and stuff. Like that, they get involved in all this. Oh, I didn't realize my pin message was still wrong. Watching. Financial crimes. Hearing.
This court is in session. The Honorable Judge Clifton Newman presiding.
Good morning.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
I love him.
All right, we're on the record. State v. Alex Murdaugh. Welcome everyone here to Beaufort County.
Beaufort.
There are some matters I believe that that the court will need to take up with counsel. It'll take some time. Don't know exactly how long. So we're going to immediately recess and come back on the record at that time. Anything from the state or the defense?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. So the court will be in recess for a period of time.
We just got here. We just got here. Hello, those of y'all joining us. Hello, hello. Hello, welcome, welcome. They're going in recess. Hi, R.A. R.A. says, I used to love recess. Me too. I wish I could still have recess and then nap time. Like, remember like the little blue nap mats? I didn't appreciate those enough when I was a kid. Ugh, these guys. These guys. These guys. Bug Dugger gifted membership. Thank you, Bug Dugger. It went to Dawn. Welcome, Dawn. You look good in green. You look better in green than Alec looks in orange. You had nap. Adam says you had nap mats. Yes, we had nap mats. Remember, like the little blue nap mats? Like, I think that those, I didn't appreciate them enough when I was a kid. Now I'm like, man, I wish I could take my little blue nap mat and take a nap after lunch every day. Where are my gnomes? They are at home, behaving. I'm at my brother's house still. I had, they're doing the floors in my condo building, and I had to be out for 2 weeks because they're doing like the hallways and stuff. So I think I had to double check with my building, but I think I get to go home today. And my gnomies have missed me. I've been gone for like almost 2 weeks. It's been awful. That orange outfit makes his skin look orange as well. So this, I'll pull while they're going back to, they had nap mats, but Alex stole them. Oh, God bless Judy Sechinger. She gave me years worth of comedy gold for that. Did you see the meme I made? Daylight savings time. Everybody's complaining about, the sun setting at 4:30. So I was like, it's only 4:30. Where did the sun go? And then I put Jeannie Sechinger on there, like, Alex stole it. Alex. This guy. And he's very tall, too. And that's a very bright orange. So he kind of looks like a big old highlighter. Big old orange highlighter. So this hearing is for, actually, let me pull up the documents while we're waiting on them to do whatever it is they're doing. The Dawn, member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. He's concentrating. Alrighty, let's see. Murdoch. All right, this is the one. I'll put it over here. Not that you'll be able to read a whole lot of it while we're looking at him, because it's going to be too small, but kind of give you an idea. So this is the one from yesterday, Supreme Court of South Carolina. November 1st, he petitioned the court this is the one that I mentioned earlier before we actually came out, the writ of prohibition, seeking an order to prohibit Judge Newman from adjudicating petitioner's motion for a new trial that is currently pending in the Court of General Sessions. So this is where he asked to have Judge Newman not be the one who was the judge to go over whether he gets a new murder trial or not. Nancy, member for 4 months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. So, we got a whole bunch of anniversaries. Hold on. Am I missing stuff reading? I tend to miss stuff when I read. Let me move this so we can watch them talking. Weirdos. Hello. Oh, did I? I was so close. I had, yay, that's exciting. We hit 13. I knew it was close this morning. I think I was like 40 something away. this morning, so that's cool. Yay! Look at us growing. Our little family's just a growing. That's awesome. I've almost gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. So generous, thank you. Welcome to our new members. Kevin is a member for 1 whole month. Glad to be here. You are always so happy and you have a great smile. Thank you, Kevin. You have a great smile too. All smiles are great, right? Yes. Kevin, you have a great smile too. Thank you. Happy 1 month anniversary. Dean Sparks, hello. I have a kilo of the best chorizo in Mexico. Oh, look, chorizo is my absolute favorite. Chorizo and eggs with avocado in the morning. It's, other than cheese grits, absolute favorite breakfast. Absolute favorite breakfast. Didn't Judge Newman resign from this case? Not from the financials. He resigned from, or he requested a new judge see over the murder stuff for them trying to get a new trial for that. And he did not recuse himself from this. And then Jim and Poot turned around and filed another motion yesterday afternoon, basically copy and paste what they had already asked before when it got denied, and asked for him to be removed from the financial stuff as well. So, Donna J, member for 3 whole months. Happy to be a part of such a wonderful group. We are happy to have you here. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Tracy just celebrated 43rd wedding anniversary. Like 43 years. Like to the same person. Oh. It's a whole lot of years. That's a whole lot of the same person. That's a whole lot of sharing the remote. Kudos to you, Tracy. Kudos to you. Marriage is just, it's not my thing. My thing is more Lucy, my dog. She's the only one who I could see every single day and not get tired of. Except for y'all. Yes, this is for financial crimes. This is for, so this is a hearing. They are supposed to be going over they're saying that they're having issues with the juror. They sent out these juror questionnaires, and out of the 167 that they sent out, 147 of them came back with people that had answered questions like knowing about, Murdoch or whatever, which is not surprising. I mean, of course, everybody in there is going to, like, most people are going to have heard about him. But also, if the way that Jim and Poot have kind of gone kind of aggressively towards these jurors, would you want to be a juror in the Murdoch trial, knowing what the other jurors have had to go through now? After Murdoch, we have a lot of stuff happening today, y'all. We have closing arguments in our Brammer trial, where we are searching justice for Ilene. Closing arguments in that are today, and the sentencing phase in Caitlyn Armstrong is today as well. That's going on right now. I don't know. We watched the closings on that yesterday, and then we watched the verdict, of course, this morning. But so we have a lot of other stuff going on today too. Welcome to the new folks. It is good to see y'all. Bite me, what is this recess about? I'm not sure. He said that they have to go off the record for a moment and then they're going to come back. So I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. Let me see if... it just says housekeeping matters. I was going to see if they knew anything from inside. It just says housekeeping matters. So hopefully it won't be too long. Always delaying stuff, these folks. Always delaying stuff. Debbie is a new member. Welcome, Debbie. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Welcome. Welcome to the family. You live here now. This is where you live. This is where we are all the time. Heidi. Hi, everyone new here. Came over from RA. Hello, we love RA. We love him. I was spying on him earlier. Did y'all see me? Look, when I go to pull up feeds sometimes, because RA is, he's, of course, a good friend, and he's, my favorite YouTuber. So he pops up on my stuff all the time. So when I was trying to pull up some of the feeds for this, he pops up, and so I'll spy on him sometimes. We'll be like, hey, there's RA. Let's go say hi. But, like, not in a creepy way. Oh, she can have her phone in there. My friend who's in the courtroom right now is texting. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. Murder stuff. Well, that's like Caitlyn Armstrong, her attorney yesterday said in the closings, she didn't look murdery. We were like, she didn't look murdery. Happy Annie, thank you for the super chat. Do you think that they are hammering out a deal? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what deal they would be able to, I don't know. They've been talking about doing it for a while. It just never has happened. I don't understand, and I said this yesterday when we did, I had the live with Mark Tinsley and Liz Farrell. I said this yesterday. We were talking about this. I don't know how, there's evidence against him. He's already admitted it on record. So why are we having this trial? Make it make sense. KH, my 53rd anniversary is next Tuesday. Gosh. That's so many, that's amazing. That's a huge achievement. I did not make it that long. I did not. I just don't think marriage is for everybody, and I am one of those everybody's. I never liked group projects in school either. That should have been my sign. Should have been my sign. Let's see. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. I wouldn't want to be on the jury in this. Well, they wouldn't let me either, because look, they'd see my stuff and they'd be like, she's out there. We had audio for a moment. We have audio? Welcome, welcome. Tracy says I wouldn't get married again. Yeah, I'm just not cut out for it. Mandy and Liz are not in the courtroom. Actually, Mandy was just texting me. But one of my other friends is in there. No, Mandy texted me this morning. She said that they were unable to get anybody in there for today, so. Oh, let's see. It's not spying if you're always invited. See? I like that. Ah, there she. Hey, Jams. I was just looking to see if you were messaging me. Text me back or nothing. James is our inside scoop today. James is in the courtroom right now. Only Brandi would compare marriage to a group project. Yeah, because like, on a group project, it's like you get annoyed because you end up having to do everything yourself anyway so that it's done right. That's how marriage feels to me. It's just not for everybody, and that's okay. It doesn't have to be. I gave it a go, and I'm so much happier when I'm not. No one is back in yet, but Jim had a hot mic for a minute. He couldn't turn off when he was trying to talk to Alex. Ugh. Jim. Hot mic moment. Oh, we love a good hot mic moment over here. Love a good hot mic moment. Oh, is Beth in there? Mandy had said, she texted me a little while ago and said she couldn't get anybody in there. Let's see. Welcome, welcome, late arrivals. I think I'm almost caught up on chat now. Alyssa, if you happen to accidentally trip anyone on Team Murdoch for me, I wouldn't be upset. Just make sure you do it on camera. Becky this is a different courthouse. This is Beaufort. Hello, Nissa, hello. Yeah, he needs to, I know he was not feeling great. Poor Ore. I don't ignore you. I responded to you. I'm behind on chat. But I didn't see, I didn't know Beth was there. Mandy texted me this morning and said she didn't have anybody go in there, so she was asking me about stuff. Yeah, they're closing already on Brammer. So they did, we were watching we can listen to the medical examiner if y'all want to while we're waiting on this. Or I can go over those other Murdoch documents while we're waiting on this. I don't think that they should be in recess here for a long time. Let's look at the other Murdoch stuff real quick. Let's see here. Downloads. What else we got here? Oops, too big. Oh, that's the indictment for Donna. Not that. Not that. Different murder. BRB, let me check. What did I save it to? See, this is the problem when I save things randomly. And then I can't remember where I saved them. Defendant's motion, not that. Let me just pull it from solicitors. Government website again. We'll just pull it up again. Let's see. We are waiting on them. They said they're doing housekeeper stuff. Not housekeeper, housekeeping. Two different things. Okay. Alrighty, let's see. I don't want to be a one-man band. That scared me. That's not. Oh, no wonder. Hit the wrong button. I'm going to pull up the second. I don't want to be a one-man band. Oh, where? All right, let's see. Steps down. Is this the one? Murdaugh's legal team has demanded that he be granted a new murder trial and called for the removal of Judge Newman. Why can't I find my documents that I saved yesterday? Here we go. Okay, I'll just pull it up from my Twitter because I can't find it on the other stuff. Okay. So this is the one that came out after the other one was denied. And Judge Newman requested that a new judge take over for the stuff coming up, for the hearing coming up for the murder trial. So those were denied, of course, but even though they were denied, Judge Newman did, recuse himself from the hearing to try to get the new murder trial. So right after that, there's another motion to recuse. So this is from yesterday afternoon. Defendant Murdoch hereby request that the Honorable Clifton Newman be recused from presiding over any further proceedings in this case. Defendant previously requested Judge Newman recuse himself from presiding over the new trial motion in the Colleton County murder trial based upon allegations of misconduct by the clerk of court with the jury. After not receiving any response, defendant petitioned the South Carolina Supreme Court for a writ of prohibition seeking an order prohibiting Judge Newman from presiding over the new trial or over the new trial motion. The reason for the recusal request is that Judge Newman has personal knowledge about the clerk of court's conduct, which will undoubtedly be disputed at an evidentiary hearing on the motion for a new trial. Further, Judge Newman has expressed his personal belief that the defendant murdered his wife and son on NBC's The Today Show in an interview with anchor Craig Melvin. This interview and another interview given at Cleveland State University violated the Code of Judicial Conduct, according to Dr. Gregory B. Adams, one of the state's preeminent experts on legal ethics. I disagree, but okay. Dr. Adams' affidavit is attached here too as Exhibit A. According to Dr. Adams, the Code of Judicial Conduct requires that Judge Newman be disqualified from presiding over Defendant Murdoch's motion for a new trial. Judge Newman should likewise be disqualified from presiding over the trial of this case or any other proceeding involving Defendant Murdoch for the reasons expressed by Dr. Adams. Defendant therefore requests that Judge Newman voluntarily recuse himself from presiding over any further proceedings in this case or others involving Murdoch. So I disagree, obviously. Shocker. I disagree with Poot and Jim, but that's no surprise. I disagree with them on just about everything. Shocker. Good morning, so those of y'all joining us. All right, so we have, while we're waiting on them, let me close out some of this stuff. Fox, Carolina. Hopefully they won't take too long. Close out all my other documents here. So we have a couple of... Poot should recuse himself. Poot should have been gone. He couldn't even stay awake during most of the trial. Him and his little afternoon gonna rest his eyes. I'll echo what Mark's answer. Yeah, this is what Mark Tinsley said yesterday too. Judge Newman did the right thing because this way, when they get denied with a new judge, what else can they blame it on? What else can they blame it on? They have a brass neck talking about ethics. You know, if there's anybody who I'm not going to take advice seriously from when it comes to ethics, it's going to be Murdoch and his attorneys. Yes. Carol, we did The Boy in the Box. We did that whole trial and everything too. Yes, yes. This today is just a hearing on motions. The trial is, the Supreme Court denied his request to delay it again. Poot did not want to have this trial this year. He wanted it the end of next year. He had stuff to do like Thanksgiving out of the country and CrimeCon and guest appearances on his BFF's podcast. He had other things to do. He did not want to have the trial this year, so he asked to have it delayed, and it was denied. So it is supposed to start, and I'm going to cover it, and likely roll my eyes a good bit while we're doing it, but I will cover it. But the trial is supposed to start on November 27th. It should only be for a few days. Honestly, he's already said he did it. There's proof he did it. Nobody's surprised he did it. But yet, here we are. So, here we are. Also, from the responses the jurors gave, and I repeat none, basically stated that they were influenced by Becky. Yeah. None. None. The trial starts on my birthday. I'm going to go to the one on the 27th. You'll have to be sending us the inside scoop. All right, I think I'm caught back up. All right, so while we're waiting on this, since they're doing whatever they're doing, we can listen to, because we're still catching up on this, because they're going to be in, and I'll put this over here so we can make sure we don't miss any of it if they do come back. But we can, let me unpin this because people won't know what we're doing. We'll finish watching continue watching Brammer, the medical examiner and all that now. And then when they come back, we'll swap it back over. Sound good?
That crash was on purpose, like they used their car as a weapon, then that manner would be classified as an accident.
Okay, that sort of gets me to, even when you say homicide, you're not opining that means it's criminal.
That's correct.
Right, so when you say homicide, that just means death at the hands of another.
Correct.
So it could be self-defense, right? It could be justified.
Correct. To me, it's just homicide.
Sure. I mean, it could be when we don't have capital punishment in Iowa, but if the state, takes your life, then that's also considered homicide. Is that correct?
Correct. Death at the hands of another.
Okay. At some point, you became involved in the death investigation of Iowa Gowan.
I did.
Okay. And do you recall when you would first become involved?
I don't recall exactly when I knew about it, but the autopsy was performed on the 28th of February.
Okay. Well, we know from previous testimony she was found on the 26th of February. And is that fairly common to take a day or two then to get the autopsy performed?
Yes, especially definitely the next day, and then potentially another day after that. It depends.
Okay. When you received the body of Iowa Gowan, did you follow typical autopsy procedure?
I did.
Okay. And did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
They're coming back.
Apologize, I didn't have your report stapled, so we're going to clip it together. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15A. Ask you to recognize that.
Yes, this is my autopsy report and the toxicology report attached.
Okay, does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, it does.
I would offer 15A, Your Honor.
Any objection to 15A?
No, Your Honor.
15A is received.
Do you have a copy of your report with you?
I did bring one.
Okay, then I'll take this one back. So before I speak with you really about your the autopsy and the physical findings, can you talk to the jury a little bit about the importance of photography and the reasons that you do that with an autopsy?
So photographs are taken throughout the autopsy process from the very beginning when the body is removed from our cooler where it's stored before the autopsy, and photographs are taken until the very end. They're meant to document our findings so other people can view them, and they're used in settings like this. And then they also help me as I write my report. I review the photographs and see if I missed anything or things might become more apparent when looking at a photograph on a computer. And then if I would like to share my findings with someone else, I use them to discuss the case.
Sure. Because with if a person was going to look for a second opinion on a medical opinion, like if you're going to a cardiologist because you've got a heart issue, and you want to go to another cardiologist, right? The patient just walks in and talks to the other cardiologist. Correct. Is that correct? A little tougher to do that in forensic pathology. Is that true? Right? Yes. Because once the autopsy is completed, then the body is no longer there.
Right.
And so is that one of the reasons why it's very important to document photographically what you're observing?
Correct. Really, all I have once the body is gone is my report and the photographs.
Sure. Okay. And I'm going to show you some photographs. These are not just for the benefit of all. These are just clothing items that were seized. So is that part of the process? You would take pictures of her clothing as it's removed?
Yes, it does depend on what kind of case it is and if I think it's appropriate.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes.
All right. Let's just 7 through 7I. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'll show you exhibit 7 and then 7A through 7I. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And do these appear to be photos that were taken of her clothing at the autopsy?
Yes, they do.
And offer 7 and then 7A through I inclusive?
Any objection to 7 and 7A through 7I inclusive?
No, Your Honor. Okay. And once again, these are just photos, just photos of the clothing, but request permission to publish, Your Honor?
And first, they are received.
Oh, sorry.
And yes, you may publish.
Sorry, but thank you, Your Honor. Could you put up 7 for me? Try to go through these fairly quickly.
I think it's just
I don't know what this is going to show.
I'll confirm it.
It's not.
Trigger warning.
There we go. All right. So she had one shoe?
Correct, on her right foot.
Okay, and on all these pictures, we'll go through these pretty quickly. It's just you're the only one we're speaking to about the clothing, so that's why I have to do this.
Sure.
I see a ruler off to the side that has a number on it. Is that your office's internal control number?
It is, and the ruler with the number should be in every photograph.
Absolutely. Right, so that's one of the reasons you know these are your photos, because your autopsy report indicates that it's case number 23-01865, and the ruler is the same.
Exactly.
Okay. Go to 7A. Just the bottom of the same shoe?
Correct.
Okay. 7B.
And these are socks that she was wearing.
Now, I don't know if you can tell from this, was the sock that appears to have some leafy debris on it, was that the one for the foot that had no shoe?
I think that makes sense, but they're not marked in the photo.
Sure. Okay. 7C. Underwear she was wearing?
Yes.
Any damage to those that you had seen?
Not that I had noted.
Okay. 7D.
These are the blue jean pants and the belt she was wearing.
Okay. 7E.
And this is the back of the same clothing.
7F.
This is the jacket that she was wearing, the front of it.
And that discoloration, would that be wet? It's water, that's not blood or anything, that's moisture? Is that
Correct,
fair?
that's moisture.
Okay. 7G.
That's just the posterior aspect of the jacket.
Okay. And once again, that
So they're saying that
appears to be most...
he may be back there trying to do a full plea on all of the financial stuff. So we'll see.
May I approach to retrieve the photos?
You may.
Thank you. Right. Before we start getting into actual autopsy photos, I want to just talk to you, just go through your report with you. So if you have that in front of you, we start with, when we publish 15A per report?
You may.
So let me just scroll up here a little bit. All right. So obviously we see the case number, and that's indicative of the same ruler that you had. I want to hope this didn't go a little further. Here we go. So I want to talk to you first about evidence of injury. So you have, can you tell the jury what injuries that you found?
So a number of injuries were found, mostly on the external examination portion. At the top, I had listed a laceration and contusions of the scalp. She had a laceration, which is a tearing of the skin on her scalp, on the left sort of frontal scalp near the hairline. That involved the full thickness of the scalp, and there's actually a slight sort of divot taken out on the skull beneath it. In terms of additional injuries on the scalp, those are better appreciated once the scalp was reflected to remove the brain. She had a number of contusions or bruising on the scalp. They were in the frontal region, more toward the front, at the top of the head, and then she also had contusions at the back of the head.
Okay, so when you say contusion, as a layperson, I would say a bruise.
Correct.
Right. So she had contusions really all over her scalp. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury when you say reflect? I know, but I don't know that they necessarily know when you're reflecting the scalp, what that means.
Reflecting the scalp. So in order to take the brain out, an incision is made over the top of the head from ear to ear, and part of the scalp is pulled forward and part is pulled back. So the top of the skull can be removed, and then that skin can be brought back. So really, you wouldn't be able to tell that we took the brain out. So when that scalp is brought forward, I'm able to see the underside of it, and there it's easier to appreciate a bruise because then the hair isn't obstructing my view.
Great. And we'll show the photos later, but thank you for that. Then we've got B, we'll talk about abrasions and contusions of face, right ear, neck, torso, and extremities. Explain your findings, please, to the jury.
So these are more blunt force injuries. So they're injuries that occur with the impact of any sort of object with a flat surface. So the laceration was one of those, that tearing of the scalp. And then she had the contusions or the bruises. And then abrasions are a third sort of category within blunt force injuries. Abrasions are just really another word for scrape, where the top layer of skin is taken off. So she had abrasions and contusions of her face. She had a contusion or a bruise on the left side of the forehead. And then below that, she had an abrasion. She also had an abrasion on the right ear. And then she had an abrasion, which part of it had a patterned appearance that'll be appreciated in photos, on the left side of her neck. In terms of additional abrasions and contusions, she had a number of contusions or bruises on her extremities, so her arms and her thighs and her legs. And then she also had another abrasion on the left wrist sort of forearm area. In terms of injury on her torso, so her chest, abdomen, and back, she did have contusions on the left side of the chest, the right side of the back, and then I can't remember if it was abrasion or contusion on her left hip.
Fair to say, well, that's going to get you to C, and I'll maybe ask for a summary. You also indicate she had a fractured tooth?
Yes.
Okay.
She had a horizontal fracture in terms of the two middle teeth, the left one on the upper mouth.
Okay. And so was it obvious to you in your examination that she had been assaulted?
In terms of assaulted, she had sustained blunt force injuries, so there was an impact with some object, whether it was something hitting her or her hitting something is difficult.
Sure, and it happened multiple times in multiple places?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in terms of when you have pathological diagnoses, you start with 1, right? What's the significance of 1 versus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Ultimately, their order is really my choice in terms of what I want to highlight. So in terms of all of my findings at autopsy, I thought it was most important to highlight these injuries.
All right, so that, in your opinion, those were the most significant in terms of preparing your report?
Correct.
All right. And then you indicate number 2, give it a shot, hypertensive, atherosclerotic, cardiovascular disease.
That's it.
That okay? All right. Explain your findings with regard to with number 2.
So in terms of, hypertensive just means high blood pressure, and then atherosclerotic means a hardening of blood vessels. So she had hardening or calcification of the aorta. So that is the major blood vessel that takes blood from the heart to the rest of the body. And then she had hypertensive changes or signs consistent with high blood pressure in her kidneys. That's what that nephrosclerosis means.
Okay. Would those have caused death in this case?
No.
Okay. And then looks like she's got pulmonary emphysema. What did you notice with regard to that?
So emphysema in the lungs means that the air spaces are larger. It's often associated with smoking. At autopsy, you can actually kind of feel, it's a crunchy sort of feel in the lungs, and that just means a lot of air is entrapped in those larger spaces.
And did you understand, Eileen, to have been a smoker?
I did.
Okay. Uterine leiomyomata?
Yes.
Am I close?
Yes. Okay. And then the more common term is a fibroid. So those are benign, smooth muscle nodules within the uterus. So more of an incidental finding than anything.
Sure. And then once again, the emphysema and the fibroid, not a cause of death in this case.
Correct.
Okay. Then you note mild decomposition of skin and internal organs and evidence of post-mortem animal scavenging. Yes. What can you explain to the jury the significance of these?
So in terms of our findings, when we're doing that external and internal examination, I'm looking for evidence of decomposition. After a person dies, decomposition pretty much starts right away and just becomes more and more evident over time. We see a number of different changes, like discoloration of the skin. We get what's called marbling, or a web-like red or green discoloration on the skin as well. The skin can start slipping off, and other findings, there's bloating and things like that. So I did have some of those findings here indicative of decomposition that had been setting in and had been noticeable. In terms of the postmortem animal scavenging, it's something that we see when a person has been outside. So the right side of her face, the soft tissue, and her right eye were not present due to animals eating it.
Okay. And this happened in February, correct?
Correct.
So I would assume cold weather would slow down the decomposition process?
That's correct.
Right. So I know that it's tough. You'll get asked as a pathologist, I think, frequently, can you estimate the time of death? That's pretty hard.
It's very hard. There are just so many factors, such as the temperature versus body temperature, where they are. It's very difficult.
Okay. So how close would you feel comfortable saying she'd been outside for how long?
So in a cold environment and she's showing signs of decomposition, you would then be, if you wanted to assume that you were out there the entire time she was dead, classically more than a day. But not knowing exactly where she was, the environment the whole time is just really difficult to say.
Sure. For example, someone could be frozen, right? I mean, if the weather was very cold, then that would really slow down the decomposition process. That's fair?
Yes.
All right. And then as it thaws, that's going to speed back up.
Exactly.
Anything having to do with the animal scavenging? Are you familiar?
Real quick, I know that there's a lot of y'all in here with us today that didn't watch this whole trial with us. Basically, I put a little recap of it in the description of the video, but it's like a boyfriend and girlfriend, 60, one of them is 60, one of them is 61. They've been dating for, what they say, a couple years, I think. Real toxic relationship. There was a lot of, like, you know, fighting and back and forth and roller coaster type thing. It's Iowa versus Ivan Brammer, or Sam Brammer, he goes by Sam, but he is charged with strangling her and dumping her in, like, over a bridge into a ditch. They found her, she went missing. He changed his story a bunch of times to kind of go along as they were finding out different things. He changed his story a lot. She had a safe with her that had $1,200 in it, and he happened to deposit $1,200 in his bank account that day. He talked to the police a couple times, and then one time they tried to talk to him, and he, like, went on a chase from the Walmart, and we had dash cam of the police chase. But there's always a Walmart. So he was eluding police, ran from the Walmart, and they followed him trying to get him. He got arrested for that, and then right after that, he was he had his truck that he drove. He took it to the place and had it crushed, and had them to, you know, wanted them to crush it, like, right now. So he had it crushed to destroy evidence, I guess. But he's on trial for killing her. The evidence is incredibly overwhelming. And this is the medical examiner. This is the final day. They're in closing arguments right now, but we missed most of yesterday because of other stuff going on, so we're catching up. That's why she's talking so fast.
With animal activity, is that, like, for rodents, does that decrease or go away as the weather gets colder?
Her name is Ilene.
I just suppose it would be what kind of animals are in the area. I'm not terribly well versed on that.
Okay. Would you say that her state of decomposition helped or hindered your findings in this case?
Any degree of decomposition definitely has the potential to hinder. My examination, her missing part of her face, definitely did not help.
Sure. I mean, you couldn't take a look at her right eye because it was gone.
Exactly.
And if she had any sort of trauma to the face that was not a fracture, but was contusions, like you noticed on the left side, I think you indicated right ear had a contusion?
Had an abrasion.
Abrasion,
Yes.
okay. But if she had any other damage to her face on the right side, you would not have been able to see that because of the decomposition and animal scavenging.
Exactly.
Okay. Any evidence of sexual assault that you found?
No.
Okay. And we'll go through your report again, but I just want to make that clear. So, now when you send off something for a toxicological analysis, what are you initially looking for? What's the lab looking for?
The lab will initially do a screen, and it's at my direction. So in this case, I ordered an expanded panel. I believe it's hundreds of different drugs that they'll look for. They'll do a screen, and they have something positive, then they'll do later confirmatory testing. In this case, I also had them send it to a reference laboratory to test for even more drugs.
Okay, and that was because you were sort of stymied. I know we'll talk about cause of death, manner of death, but you were sort of stymied, right, on, like, what happened to Ilene.
Correct.
And so one of the things you suspected initially, is it fair to say, was potential of some sort of drug overdose or even a poisoning?
Yes.
Okay, and so you ordered not only regular toxicology, enhanced toxicology, and even a reference lab. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
Okay. All right, now I want to sort of turn to, let's go to the next page if we could. I noticed here toward the bottom of, I'm not very good with these, you can scroll in, there we go. That's good, bottom paragraph of page 2. Obviously talking about the right eye being gone. The left eye globe is desiccated. That just means dry. Is that drying out?
Correct.
Okay. Which would be normal if you're deceased and your eyes open, right? It's going to dry out through.
And part of that decomposition process as well.
Okay. And then you note no petechial hemorrhages are present.
Correct.
Can you explain what a petechial hemorrhage is to the jury?
A petechial hemorrhage, we classically look for them in the eyelids, near the eyes, the mouth, but really they can happen anywhere. So they're pinpoint hemorrhages that occur when a small, fragile blood vessel becomes distended with blood and bursts. that occurs when there's irregular sort of blood flow to that area. And we classically look for them in the face region because blood flow can be hindered or altered in the neck region. So there's pressure on the neck. The blood vessels that drain the head are occluded first. So you're getting blood flow to your head, but it's not draining out. And that's when those blood vessels become distended with blood and they can burst. So that's something I look for in all of my cases. It's not necessarily indicative of a pressure there. It could be something hindering blood flow from the heart, but it's something that's always made note of.
Sure, and that's, I want to make clear. So when we're talking about like the major vessels of the neck, we've got the carotid arteries. Is that correct? And that's what's taking blood up into the head.
Correct.
And then we got the jugular veins, which are draining blood from the head.
Correct.
And I think I heard you say that if you have pressure applied to your neck, it would cut off the jugulars first.
Correct.
Right, because the carotids lie deeper.
They lie deeper and they have a little more structure to them.
And is that why it is common to see petechial hemorrhaging? Is because you can have pressure that stops the jugular veins from draining. It's not enough pressure to keep the carotid arteries from pumping blood to the brain, and so you've got that increased pressure. Blood's still going up, but it's not coming out.
Exactly.
And that's what causes the capillaries to burst.
Correct.
Okay.
There's poop.
All right. You indicate that she's partially frozen. Is that fair to say when you examined her?
Yes.
All right. And you had examined her, looks like on the 28th, which is 2 days after she was found.
Yes.
What's the temperature of your cooler?
Our temperature at the cooler is normally set at about 37 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay. So it's definitely not below freezing.
Correct.
Right? So in 2 days, she would have even thawed out somewhat.
Correct.
And so even after 2 days, she still came to you in a partially frozen condition. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Just trying to see what else to talk to you about before we get into the photos, because I'm trying to minimize having those up. Let's talk about, I know that you had some findings with regard to her having a fatty liver.
Yes.
Can we explain to that the significance to this jury about what that meant to you?
So she had fatty change in her liver, most evident when I looked under the microscope. Grossly, when I look with my eyes, it tends to have a yellow discoloration, no decomposition, colors just change. So when I looked at her liver under the microscope, she had these bubbles in the cells that make up the liver. That's indicative of fat is normally there and it gets washed away from the whole process of processing the tissue. There are a number of different reasons a person can have a fatty liver, alcohol abuse, obesity, diabetes are some of the reasons.
Okay. So she was not obese.
Correct.
Is that fair? And you did have some indication that she'd had some alcohol abuse
Correct.
in the past? Okay. Did you notice any cirrhosis of the liver?
No, I did not, just fatty change.
Okay. And you can have what we call NAFLD, right? Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease.
Correct.
Right? And that can occur in people that are not obese?
It most commonly causes in people who are obese, and if you have another reason for it, you tend to point the finger in that direction.
Sure. Okay. Anything about her fatty liver that you saw that would have caused her death?
No.
Okay. And it looks like she's missing a breast. Is that correct?
Correct.
That was a previous mastectomy?
Yes, for cancer.
Okay. Again, anything about that would have caused her death in this case?
No, I didn't find any evidence of cancer going anywhere else.
Okay. Now I want to talk about your toxicological analysis. Right. So after you've sent it out for the toxicology and then expanded toxicology, and I'll say super expanded toxicology, what findings of note did you have?
So blood taken from the heart was sent out, and from that initial lab, nothing came from the reference lab. She had a prescribed medication and some other findings. In terms of the prescribed medication, she had bupropion, also known as Wellbutrin, which, looking through her medical records, was prescribed to her. She had that, a breakdown product of it. She also had caffeine and then nicotine and its breakdown product, cotinine, as well.
Okay. Any alcohol in her system?
No.
Okay. So 0% alcohol.
Correct, 0 in her blood.
Can you explain how the body processes alcohol? Obviously, if you take a drink, drink a beer or a shot, our level is going to go up. Then at some point, right, it has to come down.
Correct.
How does that process work with the body?
Your body metabolizes alcohol through the liver. So once you drink that alcohol and it's in your bloodstream, it works its way to the liver where it breaks it down into other products and eventually you excrete it through your urine. There are a number of different equations and things to say how quickly you metabolize alcohol. Everybody's kind of different. So that's just kind of the standard process of how your body works with alcohol.
Sure. Does your liver keep on working after you're dead?
The liver would not keep metabolizing the alcohol. In the postmortem setting, alcohol or ethanol can actually be created, sort of fermentation process with the bacteria in the body.
Okay, so you would not expect, once a person dies, liver function ceases.
Correct.
Right? So it's not that you could die at a 0.1 and then 2 weeks later be found at a 0. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And Wellbutrin or bupropion, that's can be an antidepressant.
Correct.
Is that fair? Also can be used to help with cessation of smoking.
Correct.
A variety of legitimate prescription reasons to have that in your system.
Yes, and she was prescribed it for my records.
All right. All right, I'm going to turn to autopsy photos at this point. I'm just making that sort of clear for the record for anyone that knows that's coming. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
before I approach you with these photos, Doctor, you gave us an email of various photos that you believe would be helpful to you in your testimony. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you're aware that Dr. Michael Boden had also conducted a review of this case.
Yes.
Is that correct? And so he's requested some photos as well, so you may see some additional ones. But you would expect your photos to all include your ruler in there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 8 and then 8A through 8Q.
Welcome to the
inclusive.
family.
Just take a look at those.
They're all back in here, so I expect them to start back any moment.
I'll go ahead and let you keep those. Maybe the first one might be easier than the screen.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do those all look familiar to you?
Yes, these are all my autopsy photographs.
Okay, and they fairly inaccurately depicted. They are the photos that you took at autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. I would offer 8 as well as 8A through 8Q inclusive.
Any objection to 8 and then 8A through 8Q inclusive?
No, Your Honor.
All those exhibits are received.
All right. Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm just keeping my notes tight. Okay. If you could put up 8. All right, so what are we looking at here, Doctor?
So when the body is sent to us and placed in our cooler, it's confined within a bag the entire time. On the zippered portion of the bag, a lock is placed, which is that blue item in the center with the numbers on it, and then a tag indicating who is in the bag. And before the autopsy begins, a photograph is taken of that lock to show that it's still intact, and that tag as well before the lock is broken and the bag is unzipped.
Great. So that just indicates that the body has not been tampered with, right? Because it's been sealed the entire time it's been in your custody.
Yes.
Okay. 8A.
So after that lock is broken and the bag is unzipped, a photograph is taken of the person exactly as they were received by us. And so this is that photograph, sort of as is, received before anything is done.
Okay. And so you would be obviously viewing her with the clothes on, and then you'll remove those. And okay.
Yes.
Let's go to 8B.
This is another photograph that's sort of as is photographed, just due to the nature of the body usually occurs in 2 photos.
Okay. And looks like obviously she's missing her shoe.
Yes.
So this one indicates that. Okay. 8G. Okay. What are we looking at here, Doctor?
So this is a photograph of the body after that clothing has been removed and the body has been cleaned. So this is just her as I was doing my external examination.
Okay, and then obviously this is the indication of the damage to the right side of her face.
Correct.
Right. And then as we see that dark, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And this is the, of course, that's that indication across the neck that you said had an abrasion with some periodicity.
Yes.
What is periodicity?
So it's trying to describe when you have an abrasion or that long scrape, there's areas where there isn't scraped skin or there's intact skin. So you have an abrasion, a space, an abrasion, and a space.
Okay, and so, for instance, you'll see that if somebody has a serrated knife, scrapes up against the skin, and it can show, that's that regular intervals, right?
Areas of sparing in between.
All right. Or a zipper could do the same. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's put up 8H. Okay.
And then this is the lower half of the body after the clothing has been removed.
All right. Anything of significance in this photo?
So part of that decomposition process, we have what's called marbling. Most prominent here on that right thigh, those sort of wavy lines, that's in the pattern of blood vessels, and the bacteria in your body interacts with the components of your blood and causes that discoloration.
Right. So that's not evidence of injury?
No.
Okay. It looks like she's got some bruises around her shins, knees, ankles. Is that what you're saying? Those are contusions?
Yes, she has contusions on both of her lower extremities, mostly on the front side that we can see here on her shins and her ankles.
Okay. Let's go back to 8C. Okay. Close up of her face.
We call this our identification photograph, so it's just front and onto the face. The animal scavenging is apparent on the right side of the face, and here we can appreciate the fractured tooth. It's that horizontal line on the left, in the middle left upper tooth.
Okay. And then is that a contusion toward the top of her forehead? I guess it'd be the left side, but the left side upper forehead, is that a contusion?
Yes, it is.
All right, so it looks like a plea deal has been reached. So it looks like we're going to be waiting for details about that. me see what I can find. We'll have to see. I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. But honestly, like,
Okay.
we'll let her keep going while we're waiting.
8D.
It looks like they're about to come in.
Okay. What are we seeing of significance here?
This is looking at the right side of the neck. So this is more a sort of photograph showing that there really isn't anything there that I could tell. What happens after you die is you get skin slippage, so that top layer of skin can come off. Similar concept to abrasion, but once you're dead, you just see some white underneath. And so that's kind of those little white areas there.
Okay, so those white lines, those are not indications of injury.
Correct.
That's just skin slippage due to decomposition.
Yes.
Okay. 8F. All right, so what are we looking at here?
This is the left side of the neck. So this is where that injury was, that abrasion that had the periodicity or a pattern sort of appearance to it. It's almost horizontal, curves a little bit. It's from like 9:30 to 3 o'clock along her neck. So it's an elongated abrasion, but there are areas where there's sparing in between, where it's red abraded skin, normal skin color, red abraded skin.
Okay, 8K.
And so this is a close-up of that abraded skin. In certain instances like this, I'll use different types of rulers. If someone wants to compare that injury to maybe some sort of object, the angled ruler with the circle helps them so it's oriented and then they get the perfect sort of view for comparison.
Sure. And that's important, obviously, because once again, the body is gone after you're done with the examination. So standard practice for forensic pathologists would be you want to document well, both in writing and with photography so that somebody else can take a look.
Exactly.
Whether it's somebody like my office or another doctor.
Correct.
Okay. Go back to 8I. Okay, what are we looking at here?
And this is that laceration, was on the left frontal scalp near the hairline, that sort of upside down L-shaped defect in the scalp in the middle of the photograph. That white underneath is her skull that you can actually see through the scalp.
Okay, and when we say laceration, I sort of feel like it's, I think, slice, but it's actually blunt force that is like split the skin. Is that fair?
That's fair. There's a very distinct difference between a cutting wound, which is what people normally think of, and this laceration, which is a tearing of the skin. The tearing of the skin is from impact with a blunt object with a flat surface, and then a cutting wound is with a sharp object like a knife.
So when somebody gets, for instance, we see gets punched in the eyebrow and their eyebrow splits, that's not you call that a laceration because it was blunt force that caused that to happen.
Exactly.
Okay, and then you've got cutting or slicing and right versus stabbing, which would be more penetration.
Right. The difference between a cutting wound and a stab wound is a stab wound goes in deeper than it is long on the skin, and then vice versa for a cutting wound.
And you didn't notice any cutting or stabbing wounds?
No.
Right, okay. Let's go to 8M. Okay, what are we looking at here?
So this is that reflected scalp that I had described earlier. So that incision is made over the top of the head from ear to ear. On the left side of the screen is that front of the scalp that had been pulled over. So it's kind of going over her face. And then on the right side of the screen is her actual skull. There's that hole in the scalp that you can see on the left side. That's that laceration. And then corresponding to it, if you were going to picture it being pushed back, there's sort of a divot taken out on the outer part of the skull.
Okay. So my understanding is that the skull has 2 layers of bone, right? So this wasn't a full thickness fracture, but it did basically take off the top layer of the skull.
Correct. There's nothing on the inside of the skull and no injury to the brain.
Okay. And that's why that wound would not have been fatal in itself, in your mind?
Correct.
Okay. Now we see already some other red spots on the skull, both on the scalp and the skull. Can you explain what those are to the jury?
Those red spots are those contusions or bruises of the scalp, which weren't apparent when the hair was covering the scalp, but are quite clear once that scalp has been reflected. So the contusions are on the scalp to the left of the screen, and then there's some bleeding underneath the scalp that kind of sits on top of the skull on the right side. And once you pull that scalp back, those match up with each other.
Okay. And those are all
Denise,
indicative of
thank you.
some blunt force trauma on her head.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
8N. Okay, and what do we have here?
This is looking at the top of her head, so the reflected scalp is on the right side of the screen, and then the rounded white component is her skull. Here we have more of those rounded red contusions of the scalp, and then the underlying bleeding on the skull to the left.
So again, you can see, and these are all, they appear to have some, they're not circular, right? They're I don't know if you've got it, say horizontal versus longitudinal or vertical, but they have sort of a, do they seem to have a directional component, or is that just normal how it would bleed through your scalp?
They have an elongated appearance to them, with contusions in terms of them representing like what caused them. That they're not very helpful compared to other sort of injuries.
Okay. Could a knuckle, could a fist cause that?
Anything with a flat object or flat surface could.
Handle of something, I mean, just anything. It's not a sharp object, it's a blunt object.
Correct.
Okay. And 8O. All right, what are we looking at here?
So as part of the internal examination, we look at the structures of the neck after we take the brain out and all the organs. So we're looking at the strap muscles of the neck. You have all these elongated muscles that are on top of each other, and they can actually be separated out. So this is what I'm looking at here. And I'm looking for any evidence of injury because I do have that abrasion on the surface of the skin. And so I'm looking to see if there's any internal injury corresponding to it. So on the right toward the top right of the screen would be where her head is. And so there's sort of a V-shaped portion of skin that's pulled up. And then all those pink strands with the greenish discoloration are those muscles that have been reflected. Each of those muscles, looked at them one by one. None of them had any evidence of injury. That green discoloration is from decomposition.
Okay, you can take the pictures down now. I think at least for the moment, that's it for the pictures, Doctor, so let everyone know that. So as I'm going to talk about that last photo just without having it up there any more than we have to. So you did not notice any damage internally that would have been indicative of that kind of force to the neck. Is that your...
Correct. There's no internal injury to the neck.
So no damage to the larynx or the hyoid bone or the strap muscles?
Correct.
All right. And in your opinion, is that one of the reasons that complicated findings in this case? Because you're like, well, it looks like something on the neck, but there's nothing underneath it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you just a little bit about ligature. So if first I'll let you explain to the jury, what is a ligature mark?
A ligature mark is something we classically see in a hanging. So someone puts something around their neck, say it's a rope, and then they suspend themselves in some way, and that ligature or rope is sitting on their neck for a period of time, and then there's some pressure because there's at least part of the weight of their body on it. That ligature, say for a rope, for example, will leave a mark all around the neck. It's usually like a yellow to red color, and that top skin is abraded, so it's taken off. Even after that ligature is removed, if it's on the person for any considerable period of time, that ligature mark remains. So I'll see it at autopsy no matter how much time has gone by.
Sure. And would it be fair to say that the thinner the, let's say rope, that'd be around the person's neck, the thinner that is, the more prominent a ligature mark would be created?
Yes.
All right, because if you are, you have a thin rope, it's going to create a very thin, a marked ligature. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then as an object gets bigger, then force is dissipated, and so you're going to get a less significant ligature.
Correct.
Now on the, I'm talking a little bit.
Okay, all right, look, y'all, it is sped up because this is the medical stuff and it moves very slow. It is also sped up because y'all wanted to watch the Caitlyn Armstrong closings, you wanted to watch the Murdoch hearing, you wanted to watch the boy in the box sentencing, you wanted to watch this trial, and you wanted me to cover about 700 other things, and I only have so many hours in a day because the day ends at 24 hours. So I have this part sped up because she's going through a lot of medical stuff, and it's a lot of technical stuff, and we're behind, and we're trying to get caught up to closings because they're doing closings right now so that we can go into verdict watch. If you want to, if 1.5 speed for the medical stuff is too fast for you, then if you do the top right on your phone, you can slow it down a little bit on your end, or if you do the bottom right on your computer, you can slow it down a little bit on your end. But I can't please every single one of you, so what we try to do is I try to get the majority of what y'all are asking for. This is just the medical stuff. When we go to closings, we won't listen to it at 1.5, but when we're going through medical, technical stuff, this is where we're at. So I can't cover the 700 things y'all want me to cover all at regular speed if you're wanting to watch all of it. but you can slow it down on your end if that helps. And if you need help doing it, look, I can show you right here. This little gear looking thing right here, bottom right on the computer or top right on the phone.
About just sort of the asphyxiation, especially in the context of a homicide as opposed to somebody hanging themselves. Is it fair to say that you would expect to be looking for signs of a struggle if someone is being, if they're being choked or strangled or, something that you're going to be looking for those types of injuries because a person is not going to just allow themselves to be asphyxiated?
Correct.
And so as a forensic pathologist, that's something you're going to look for?
Yes.
All right. And so would you be looking for like damage to fingernails or even like clawing at your own neck, something like that? Are those factors that you'd be looking for?
Yes.
All right. I assume, obviously, if a person's unconscious at the time that they'd be asphyxiated, they would have no ability to struggle.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And sort of staying on the asphyxiation topic, if a person has both their jugular veins and carotid arteries bilaterally, both sides, if they're all compressed simultaneously, how long would it take a person to lose consciousness?
Really just a matter of seconds before they lose consciousness.
I think, maybe talk to jury selection a little bit about my cohort here. It takes jiu-jitsu lessons, right? And you'll see people get choked. I always called it the sleeper hold back in the old days. I think now they call it the rear naked choke, right, with MMA. But a person will, you can get a neck into the crook of your arm, and that's why, and they lose consciousness pretty quickly, right? Like, could be 3-4 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. And would you expect that if a person had that type of force with like a crook of an arm, I don't want to demonstrate on poor Paul here, but if I had somebody here and was doing that, would you expect that to leave a ligature mark?
No, unlikely.
Okay. And I know that that you and I spoke on the phone, and I think for you it was troubling that there was no petechial hemorrhage in this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, and is that because with manual strangulation cases, usually a person can have enough pressure to occlude the jugular, but they don't have enough pressure to occlude the carotid arteries?
Correct.
Okay, and that's why we get petechial hemorrhaging, because the carotids are still high pressure pumping blood into your brain, but the jugulars are unable to drain, and that's why we get the petechial hemorrhages.
Correct.
But when you occlude both carotids and jugulars simultaneously, then is it fair to say you would not generally get petechial hemorrhaging, or at least you certainly may not get petechial hemorrhaging?
You may not if that pressure is consistent.
All right. And have you seen that, in fact, in hanging cases, that people will actually commit suicide by hanging and they don't have petechial hemorrhaging?
Yes, if a person is fully suspended so their entire body weight is on that ligature, then you usually do not see petechiae.
Sure. Okay. And again, you had no signs of petechial hemorrhaging in this case?
Correct. None.
Can you have unilateral petechial hemorrhaging, like one eye versus the other?
You can, and I've seen it with people who maybe fall down and have part of their neck resting on something.
Okay. I mean, obviously you wouldn't have been able to see that in this case if there was, because we're missing an eye.
Yes.
Fair? Okay.
It's so sad. That's a rough.
Now, when it comes to asphyxiation,
for her family.
there's a variety of ways that a person can. Asphyxiation basically just means you've died by lack of oxygen. Is that
correct?
Correct. Okay. Obviously, a person could be strangled. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. Smothered.
Yes.
Could have just compression. I don't know what we would call that.
They can have compression on their chest.
Yeah, that's
more common.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Right. So something you could be working on a car, it drops on your chest, and so that causes asphyxiation because you can't expand your chest.
Right.
Right. You can, in some cases, have positional asphyxiation.
Yes.
Right? Just the way however your position is cuts off your airway, your blood vessels.
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, drowning, right, would be an asphyxiation as well.
Yes.
And hanging.
Yes.
Right? Anything else that you can think of?
There's a chemical sort of asphyxiation, carbon monoxide as well.
Sure.
Choking is also considered asphyxia.
Okay. Now, are second opinions, are those something that's common in the practice of medicine?
Increasingly more so, yes.
Okay. And so certainly in the context of like surgery or cancer treatments, much more, right? The more significant the event. I mean, somebody says, hey, you need to get a heart transplant, and they might say, oh, I might want a second opinion on that.
Right.
Fair? Okay.
Yes.
But you wouldn't say there's anything inappropriate about those?
No.
Right? In fact, that's one of the reasons why you document as carefully as you do. Is that fair?
Exactly. I want someone else to be able to understand my report.
Absolutely. Okay. Now, you're aware.
The missing, I think they think animals got to her.
Reviewed this case.
Yes.
Correct. And I know that you spoke with him on the phone. Is that correct?
I did. He called me.
Yeah. Don't want to talk about what was said, any hearsay coming in, but you understand that he issued a report that had some disagreement with your ultimate finding. Is that correct?
Correct, and I did receive his report.
Okay. And I need to back up and give you a chance to tell us your findings. So what did you determine? I know we've seen your report. What did you determine for cause of death?
For cause of death, I said undetermined.
Okay. And manner of death?
Manner of death was also undetermined.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Dr. Boden?
I am. I don't know him personally, but I definitely know of him.
Sure, you're familiar with his work, is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Right. I mean, you read his book as a
teenager, yes.
Right. He's been around for a while, is that fair?
I believe so, yes.
Right. You understand that he found cause of death due to traumatic asphyxiation?
I did.
And a manner of death homicide?
Yes.
And did you have a chance to enter? You reviewed his findings?
I did. I read what he had written.
Okay. And you don't believe that there is, the body doesn't tell enough of the story to come up with those findings. Is that fair?
That's fair to say,
All right.
yes.
Were his findings, they're not excluded by your autopsy, are they?
No.
All right. You just don't believe, you have a different confidence level, and you're saying, I don't have an opinion that rises to that level, and he does. So is it fair to say that's your disagreement in this case?
Yeah, it's a differing medical opinion.
Okay.
She's awesome, isn't she? She's so smart. What did we figure out what trial she
That's all
was
I have
in
for you. Thank you.
before?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning recess at this point. Please remember that admonition I've given you. Don't talk about this case with anybody. Keep an open mind until you've heard all the evidence, and thank you for not record.
Did we? Because I was trying to do 17 things at once earlier. Did we figure out what other trial she was in? Because I know she's familiar. I've seen her before, but I cannot remember what else she was in.
I'm trying to make this in a logical order, but I might be jumping around a little bit, so you'll have to excuse me. Initially, when you're presented with the body, you stated all the findings you do in an internal examination and an external examination. Do you have, and I'm not asking what the conversations are about, but do you have conversations with law enforcement or any other persons when you receive a body about the circumstances surrounding the death of that person?
It depends on the type, but yes, we do. That does occur.
So what type of information do you typically receive on that? Could you explain that?
It depends. It's not something that happens regularly. It just, I need information, or law enforcement may want to attend. They provide information. They'll provide information about the circumstances. So, for example, where a person was found, I like to know how they were positioned when they were found. Oftentimes, they'll bring photographs of the scene, so I'll see those as well. Then they'll provide any information that they may think is necessary. If you have the gunshot wound, I may ask additional questions. It just kind of depends, but it's really, I ask whatever I think might be helpful for me in the autopsy.
Now, you stated that you don't like to get into times of death because of the difficulty in determining that based upon an autopsy. Did you have any information from law enforcement as to when they believe that Ms. Gowan became deceased?
I did know that they said that she had been missing for roughly 2 weeks, I believe it was.
And did they state that she was possibly last seen on February 13th or even February 14th? There might have been sightings of her as well.
Yes, I heard 13th and 14th.
Were there multiple sightings on the 14th, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Okay. When the body was presented to you, there were, on one of those photographs, there were brown paper bags on Ms. Gowan's hands. Can you explain that?
Paper bags will often be placed over the individual's hands before that body bag is sealed. The purpose of the bags is to preserve any potential evidence that may be on the hands. The body's in the bag for an extended period of time. There can be condensation and blood, so really just protects those hands in case you want to take anything for evidence.
Did you collect any evidence from Ms. Gowan's hands in this case?
I believe I did. I just want to check all my pictures are out of order. Yes, so clippings from the fingernails of both of the hands were taken, so the most distal part of the nail and the clipper itself were taken as evidence.
Were they sent off for DNA testing, or do you know what happened with those clippings after you took them?
No, I do not know what happened.
But it's something you do in order to preserve potential evidence in any type of case that you're doing, correct?
If it's appropriate, it's standard protocol for our homicide cases, and then up to my discretion on other cases.
Talking about the blunt force injuries on Ms. Gowan, specifically her scalp and head, do you have any indication of whether they could have been post-mortem, meaning after death?
Usually in the post-mortem setting, the large contusion like that shouldn't occur. There are times where maybe there can be some bleeding just from the tearing of the blood vessels. It's in my opinion that they did happen in at least the peri-mortem setting, so either as she was dying or before she died.
But it's possible that it could have been post-mortem as well?
There is the possibility, yes.
Again, going back into your favorite topic of timing of death, is there anything that you can view under the microscope that might be able to help you determine any potential time of death?
So there have been studies and attempts to try and determine time of death with looking under the microscope. I don't utilize any of those techniques, and to my knowledge, none of them have been validated.
But what would a person who does believe in utilizing that tool, what are they looking for?
Some of the things that people can do, especially when you're thinking about injury, you can look for evidence of healing to see if the person lived after they sustained an injury, if you know when an injury occurred. Other things people look at, maybe looking at fluid in the eyes, you can look at chemistry that way. Those are some things I do know about. The main things we do look at is the settling of the blood after a person dies, and in rigor mortis, which is the stiffening of the muscles. Those are classic things we look at to see when a person died, but beyond that, it's quite difficult.
Well, you segued perfectly to my next question. Can you talk about both liver and rigor mortis and also lividity and explain that to the jury?
So rigor mortis is the settling of blood to dependent portions of the body after you die. So after your heart stops pumping, that blood just settles according to gravity. It goes as far as it can, and it will go to those blood vessels that are on the surface of the skin. So you actually see, it could be like a reddish purplish discoloration from that blood in those engorged vessels on the surface of the skin. That blood is fluid for a certain period of time, meaning it goes according to gravity one way. If the body moves again, it can move according to gravity that way. After about, and it's all about rough, 12 or so hours, that lividity becomes fixed because those blood vessels start breaking down and the blood can't move in and out of them freely. So you see that pink-purple discoloration according to gravity, even when you've moved the person so that gravity is actually in a different spot, if that makes any sense. So that's lividity. So it comes fixed at about 12 or so hours. It starts right after you die. Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles after you die. So once you die, you're still using up a little bit of energy, you have bacteria and whatnot. Once that's fully used up, you actually are frozen in the spot in which you're positioned. That also happens just about right away after you die. And then it becomes fully fixed over about 12 to 24 hours, really stiff. After about 24 hours, it'll start to go away because then you're starting to really decompose. Lividity will stick around for a bit longer and essentially will stay until you can't see it anymore, until a person's so decomposed.
When we talk about lividity and specifically the fixing of lividity, if a person were to have an injury, a soft tissue injury on the anterior or the front of their body, would that be affected as far as your potential findings if there's fixed lividity on the posterior or back of a person?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I apologize. Would lividity settling in the posterior of a person affect any interpretation if there was an injury on the anterior portion of a person?
If you have injury on the front of a body and the blood settling to the back of the body, I should be able to appropriately interpret their wound.
So it doesn't matter if the blood has fixed and pooled in the back of a person. If there was an injury to the front of their body, you would be able to see and interpret those injuries.
Yes, for example, a bruise or a contusion, that blood should still remain in the soft tissue.
We've had this poll. I've done a poll before on if you pronounce it rigor mortis or rigor mortis because everybody pronounces it different.
So you just stated that lividity fixes typically in 12 hours, but it could be greater or shorter depending on a number of circumstances such as temperature?
Yes.
So if it's a little bit cooler outside, then lividity would take longer or shorter to become fixed?
So in terms of lividity, that one's rigor might be more so slowed down with the cold and the hot. It's just really hard to say because there are those external factors, saying like the outside environment, the outside temperature, and then you have internal factors as well. I don't know what temperature a person's body was. I don't know what kind of clothes they were in, things like that.
Dr. Cruz, do you have any experience in your career dealing with decomposition of a body? Let's just say that it's been exposed for more than 36 to 48 hours post-death. Do you have any experience in that?
Yes.
How many cases do you think you've had in your career where you've had, for lack of a better term, a body with advanced decomposition?
I've had many, I would say. I don't know an exact number, especially in my training. We even had just rooms where people were just decomposed because we had so many. So I've had people who are decomposed inside, outside, all different sorts of environments for extended periods of time.
So while it may make interpreting your findings a little bit more difficult, it's not something that you have absolutely no experience with. In fact, you're quite experienced in that. Is that correct?
Correct. There was a point made during my training to make sure I was at least exposed to as many decomposed people as possible because they're difficult cases.
Dr. Cruz, I'd like to move on to talk about strangulation. Can you describe a typical case of a strangulation of one person on another against another?
So in terms of manual strangulation?
Manual strangulation and any constellation of injuries you anticipate to see.
So in terms of manual strangulation, there are a number of findings that I look for and most often see in cases I've had where there's been strangulation. In terms of external findings, there should be injuries on the neck because that manual strangulation involves pressure on the neck. They can be abrasions or contusions. There can be contusions and abrasions from the person scratching themselves, trying to remove the other person's hands from them, or it can be from the person's hands or their nails on that other person's neck that they're strangling. I often see contusions from the pressure. Contusions occur when there's pressure on the skin and it causes the adjacent blood vessels to break, so you get bleeding into the soft tissue. In line with that, we have contusions or bruises that are visible externally on the surface of the skin, and those will correspond to contusions or bleeding into the soft tissue or the strap muscles of the neck, which is why I did that careful layered dissection in this case, looking for any sort of injury to those neck muscles. Pressure is often pointed in the way of like it's a single finger. So there is, at least in my experience, usually bleeding within those muscles of the neck, and that's how our training has taught us. It's something that we look for. In addition to just those neck findings, we look for the petechiae on the face. I often see petechiae in the mucosa of the mouth. I'll see them in actually the whites of the eyes, and then on the insides of the eyelids. I'll also see them in the periorbital region of the face, so around the eyes, really anywhere above the neck. So those are kind of the classic constellation of findings that we have when we're looking for someone who has been strangled.
Would you anticipate to find, in addition to all those injuries, you would anticipate to see any fracturing of a hyoid bone, any fracturing of cartilage in the neck area, or any injuries to the larynx?
So in addition to those the muscles of the neck, you have a number of different structures. The hyoid bone is this bone really up high on the neck below your jaw, and then you have cartilage within the airways of the neck. Those can become injured or fractured as well.
So out of the roughly 15 to 20 things you just stated, did Ms. Gowan have any evidence of any of those injuries?
No.
I'd like to talk a little bit about the state's direct examination with their bilateral occlusion of the carotid and jugular artery and vein. Can you explain that a little bit more clearly to the jury, just so we understand what the state was talking about?
With the absence of petechiae, or
No,
just
I apologize. Where, for lack of a better term, the sleeper hold. Can you explain exactly what has to occur for that to actually happen?
So I'm not trained in jiu-jitsu, so I'm not entirely sure what the sleeper hold entails. However, consciousness can be lost whenever the blood flow to your brain is affected negatively in some way. So when you have pressure on the neck, we have that little bit of pressure we were talking about with the petechiae in the eyes, because the vessels become engorged and they burst. When you have a little bit more pressure, that's when we're affecting the blood flow actually to the head. And once you have stopped or reduced that blood flow to the head, you're reducing oxygen delivery, and then that can cause a person to become unconscious. They can regain consciousness, so that's why if someone were to die as a result of it, that pressure would have to continue for longer than just a few seconds.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, if a person was doing this sleeper hold incorrectly or maybe took off pressure for a moment, you would not anticipate a person losing consciousness or dying within those few seconds?
Within a few seconds, unlikely. It can occur considering what happened leading up to that, but that person would regain consciousness in the very least.
Can you describe how long it would take for a typical person to be strangled manually, not in this bilateral occlusion of the arteries and veins?
Manual strangulation and timing, which I guess is obviously a theme in forensic pathology, is difficult to determine because it's often not consistent. So there's a struggle, some pressure.
Wait, did she just take a selfie? That was cute. She got her little selfie in front of everybody.
Pressure is applied, someone may lose consciousness, they may regain it again. But in general, say we're dealing with maybe more consistent pressure, person can lose consciousness within seconds, and then you really need to have that pressure for a matter of minutes for someone to ultimately die.
Are we talking 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes? Is there a generally accepted timing within the medical community?
There have been a number of different studies. It's difficult. It can be less than 10 minutes from what I can tell.
But 10 minutes is not an insignificant amount of time to be applying pressure to someone's neck manually, correct?
Correct.
You talked a little bit on direct examination about the changes in the liver to Ms. Gowan. Could you explain to the jury what you would expect to find for a person who is a alcoholic or chronic alcohol abuser if they were to not have any alcohol in their system and they would end up suffering from alcohol withdrawal?
So alcohol withdrawal occurs with someone who regularly ingests a significant amount of alcohol and then abstains suddenly from alcohol. It can happen within a matter of hours and then over a course of a day or two. The way alcohol works on your system is that it's a depressant, so it depresses your brain, your central nervous system. Once you take away that depression, your nervous system gets overexcited, and that results in some changes within your body. That nervous system affects your heart rate, your blood pressure, can cause seizures, sweating, things along those lines. So people who are withdrawing can have hallucinations, they can have seizures, they can have really high blood pressure, they can have a really high heart rate. Most times that happens and it's a bad experience, but the person can survive. If they progress to something that's called delirium tremens, that's the most serious of all of those symptoms that occur with the alcohol withdrawal. That involves hallucinations and seizures, and you can have actual tremors. I think there are differing opinions on what the mortality rate is. But dying is definitely a possibility with delirium tremens.
If you have someone that you actually know to have died from delirium tremens, is there any physiological changes in their body that you can note during autopsy?
No.
So you couldn't say, look at their brain or look at their lungs or their liver and say that person died from alcohol withdrawal?
No.
So how do you determine that when you're doing an autopsy?
In terms of complications of chronic alcohol abuse, is how we will write it down or put it on a death certificate. That's what we call a diagnosis of exclusion. And so you often have someone who's at home alone and they're dead in bed or just on the floor of their house. And I do an autopsy, may look at histology, do full toxicology, whatever I think necessary to essentially rule out every other cause of death. And then that's ultimately with what I'm left with. Sometimes you can have competing causes, and that's where my training comes in, what I think is appropriate as a doctor. But really, I need to rule everything out with a full autopsy.
Dr. Cruz, when you come to your ultimate opinion, what standard do you use and what standard is used in the medical community when you're giving opinions, conclusory opinions?
So in terms of the standard, it's really based on my opinion, my training, my medical expertise. What I personally think is appropriate at the end of the day is an opinion. People say within a reasonable degree of medical certainty. What that really means is kind of person dependent. We also have National Association of Medical Examiners guidelines that we may follow in certain cases to help us out.
So you personally, Dr. Cruz, what amounts do you give within a reasonable degree of medical certainty? What type of emphasis or meaning does that have to you?
It's tough. I mean, there's people have asked me percentages and things like that. I don't have a percentage. I like to be sure. And I like to base a lot of what I determine on my autopsy. I mean, that's really my role in everything. It's important to consider investigative findings, but I like to stick with the medical view. At the end of the day, it's my medical opinion. So I put a lot of time and effort, like with the expanded toxicology, to make sure I don't miss anything.
Did you have an opinion in the case of Ilene Gowan to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to her manner of death?
No, I did not.
Did you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Ilene Gowan's cause of death?
No, I made it undetermined.
So for both of those conclusions, you stated undetermined?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Well, Canon, I mean, it is zooming in on Jim. So.
Dr. Cruz, I'm handing you what has been marked by the court reporter as Defense Exhibit 100. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
So this is a quality assurance form that was signed by one of my colleagues in the office. As part of our standard office protocol, we have these forms, and our autopsy report and photos and everything, findings are reviewed by one of the other medical examiners for cases of homicide, and then both cause and manner of death are undetermined.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the document as it sits in front of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, the defense would offer proposed Exhibit 100.
No objection.
Exhibit 100 is received.
So I'm not going to publish this to the jury. They'll have it back in the jury room, Dr. Cruz. But this quality assurance form was signed by Dr. Thompson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Dr. Thompson is the deputy medical examiner for the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
He is the second in command in your office?
Yes.
Do you know how long Dr. Thompson has been a practicing pathologist?
I think I think he's been practicing at least 10 years longer than me, which would put him at 15 years, about.
And Doctor, can you tell us what Dr. Thompson went over when he filled out this quality assurance postmortem examination report?
So as part of the quality assurance form, he goes through different parts of my autopsy report in terms of, was my scene description accurate in terms of the information provided to me? We have a system where all of that's documented, so he had access to law enforcement reports and things like that. How I identified the person, if that's appropriate or not. Identification is one of the most important things we do. When he looked at the photos, if I accurately described clothing or medical therapy, if I missed anything, does everything seem accurate? Do my photos seem to accurately depict what was seen at autopsy? Are my organ or an internal injury descriptions appropriate? Did I do appropriate ancillary testing, like appropriate toxicology or anything else additionally? And then it looks at my conclusions and say, did I come to an appropriate conclusion? Is it consistent with everything that I had? Was it done in a timely way? Things like that.
So this quality assurance postmortem examination report is really a second opinion on your findings, is that right?
I object to that. It's not a second opinion. It says that she's...
Excuse me. Can I see counsel? Dr. Cruz's answer is stricken from the record. Next question.
So these quality assurances are done, you said, in cases involving manner of death as undetermined.
Where both cause and manner are undetermined, or where manner is homicide.
Okay. Jumping back a little bit, Dr. Cruz, I'm done with the quality assurance form. You stated that you did not believe that there was a ligature mark on Ms. Gowan. Is that correct?
I don't know if I was asked that question.
Okay. Do you believe there was a ligature mark on Ms. Gowan's neck?
I saw injury to her neck. I don't have enough information to characterize that as a ligature mark.
I believe counsel asked if it could have been markings from a zipper, and you said it was a possibility. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gowan was last seen with a purse. Could that marking have been from a purse strap?
I would have to see it, but if it had a zipper-like component, sure.
Could it have been from really anything that was near Ms. Gowan's neck at the time that she died?
I would have to see it, but yes, anything that touched the skin that potentially could create that mark.
Dr. Cruz, is it fair to say that Dr. Boden reviewed the same items that Dr. Thompson reviewed?
Yes, they had. He may not have had access to all of the things, but yes, the same report, the same photos.
And you ultimately, you've read Dr. Boden's report and opinion, correct?
Yes.
And you ultimately disagree with Dr. Boden's findings as to manner of death and cause of death, is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. First, Doctor, I'd like to talk to you about sort of the issue of alcohol withdrawal. Delirium tremens. I believe I heard you testify on cross-examination that as a person that is dependent on alcohol, as the alcohol comes out of their system, they would go through a progressively worsening set of circumstances, physically and mentally. Is that fair?
Yes.
They would progress, they'd have unsteadiness, they would progress into even having seizures, they would then go into a coma, and then they would die.
Yes.
Right. would you expect somebody that could potentially be suffering from alcohol withdrawal to be up, walking around, steady on their feet 2 hours before death?
That would be unlikely.
How about 1 hour before death?
That would also be unlikely.
Would alcohol withdrawal cause blunt force injuries to your face, skull, other parts of your body?
Seizures can and falls can.
Okay. So if a person's having a seizure, would you expect them to have the constellation of blunt force trauma that you saw in the multiple locations on the body in this case?
I don't know if I could explain all of those injuries with a seizure.
Because if a person is on their back seizing and hitting their head, for example, then you'd see, obviously, you could potentially see contusions on the back of the head.
Correct.
Right.
And even in an enclosed space, there were more injuries than I would think would be consistent.
So fair to say you did not see any evidence of alcohol withdrawal being a factor in death in this case?
It being a diagnosis of exclusion, I couldn't rule it out, but I didn't have anything to rule it in.
And you didn't have access to like surveillance video of her walking down a hallway like an hour before she sort of goes missing?
I did not view any video like that.
Okay.
And yeah, you can tell she wasn't like.
So you would agree, it sounds to me like if you're listening to the discussion about manual strangulation, because of honestly the lack of a lot of findings, would you say you agree with Dr. Boden that manual strangulation did not occur in this case?
That it did not occur.
This is not a case of manual strangulation.
It's something I could not completely rule out.
But you don't think that's what happened?
I don't think I had enough information for me to say that's what happened.
Sure. Because there's no strap muscle damage, there's no larynx issues, there's no hyoid bone fracture, there's no fingerprints. I mean, all the things that you would see from somebody putting their hands around the throat, they just were not present for you.
Correct.
Right. So if Dr. Boden says he also agrees this is not a manual strangulation case, you two would not have a difference of opinion about that?
No, then we would agree.
Okay. Did you see any evidence of healing on the contusions and abrasions in this case?
Dating of contusions is difficult. I did not do any evaluation other than looking at them with the naked eye. So it's not really something I examined in depth.
Sure. How about the laceration?
No, there was significant drying to it from that postmortem interval, but no, I did not investigate, say, look under the microscope for any evidence of healing.
Okay. There's been some fairly significant medical literature discussing the use of chokeholds causing death by law enforcement. Is that a fair statement?
I believe so. I've read a few.
Right. I mean, that's because I know it's been a controversial area, so a lot of people are concerned about many law enforcement agencies have banned the use of chokehold or neck restraints because they can cause death. Is that your understanding?
Well, I don't know about the banning, but I imagine that seems reasonable.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean the banning. It's, your understanding is those types of chokeholds or neck restraints can and do result in death?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else?
A few questions in regards to that, Judge. I apologize. Counsel just mentioned the laceration on the top of Ms. Gowan's skull. Would you expect to see a lot of blood from an injury like that?
Yes, the scalp is highly vascular, and there would be a lot of blood.
So are we talking, blood that would cover a 1 foot area? Are we talking about a liter of blood? Can you tell us what you mean by there'd be a lot of blood?
Technically, you can kind of die of any sort of laceration from bleeding out, the scalp even more so. Over a long period of time, it could be enough blood that could potentially account to someone's death, if that helps describe it. But I've seen people fall downstairs and just be completely surrounded by a pool of blood from a scalp laceration.
Would you expect to see blood on a person's clothing with that type of laceration?
It would definitely be possible.
Dr. Cruz, do you agree or disagree with the following, that Ms. Gowan's injury was caused by the forceful compression of her beige jacket zipper's teeth against her neck with sufficient force to be imprinted on her skin, which interfered with her ability to breathe and caused her to die from asphyxiation and interference with blood flow to her brain?
I do not think I have enough information to support that or agree with that.
So you disagree with that statement and conclusion?
It's difficult because I did say that cause and manner were undetermined. I do not have enough from my autopsy to even come that close.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. No further questions.
Anything else?
Just based on that. But you're not suggesting that is not why she died. You're saying, in your opinion, you do not have enough information based on your training and experience to issue that opinion. You do not feel comfortable. You have no opinion. Your opinion is undetermined.
My opinion is I do not have enough information to determine how she died.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. You are excused. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at the clock trying to determine how we're going to proceed through the rest of the day. And I think it best that we take another early lunch. So we'll be in recess. And I'd ask you to try to come back.
All right, we're getting caught up. They're doing their closings today. So we're going to be in verdict watch. All right, please.
Please, lunch at recess. Good afternoon, Dr. Boden.
Good evening, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, probably need to grab some of those from you, Doctor. Do you have some water? Okay. Thank you. Thanks. We'll get some up there for you. Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Michael, B-A-D-E-N, Boden, B-A-D-E-N.
All right. And Dr. Boden, can you tell me a little bit about your educational background after high school?
Yes, I was graduated from the City College of New York, NYU Medical School, where I received an MD degree. And then my education in medicine was at Bellevue Hospital in New York City, first studying in internal medicine and then in pathology. And while in the pathology residency and chief resident in Bellevue Hospital, I transferred into the medical examiner's office, which was located at that time at Bellevue Hospital.
And are you a board-certified forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you've been so for quite some time, is that true?
I was board certified in forensic pathology in 1966.
And you said that you went to work for the New York Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career?
More than 20,000 medical examiner autopsies in the past, in the past 50 years or so. Thank you.
Did you prepare a CV, a curriculum vitae for a jury's review?
Yes,
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 14C. Does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
Call for 14C.
Any objection to 14C?
No objection.
14C is received.
Right, just sort of want to go through a few career highlights, Dr. Boden. You've been involved in some pretty high-profile cases over your career. Fair to say?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. As I'm looking through your CV, are there any particular cases you want to note? Maybe that's a better question.
Well, the most meaningful was being chief of the forensic pathology panel of the United States Congress Select Committee on Assassinations back in the 1970s that investigated the deaths of President John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King.
So, and you were involved in the Medgar Evers case?
Yes, Medgar Evers was a civil rights leader who was assassinated in Jackson, Mississippi, back in 1963, actually a few months before President Kennedy was assassinated. And I was involved in 28 years later in exhuming the remains and doing a re-autopsy that led to the conviction of the person who did the shooting 30 years later.
And even more recently, you involved in the investigation of the death of Kobe Bryant?
Yes, I was involved in looking into for the district attorney, looking into the death of Kobe Bryant, yes.
And George Floyd up in Minneapolis?
Did a second autopsy, yes.
Okay. I think the rest of your highlights, I don't probably need to talk too much. You've written, is it fair to say you've written numerous books, many articles, taught forensic pathology?
Yes.
Okay.
I think he did Epstein too.
Could you explain for the jury what is your career like today, 2023?
Well, I spent actually 25 years working in the New York City Medical Examiner's Office, rose to being chief medical examiner, then 25 years as the chief forensic pathologist for the New York State Police, and the past 10 years I've been the private practice of forensic pathology.
So when you're in a private practice forensic pathology, fair to say you get contacted by either individuals or government entities and asked to perform a review of cases?
Yes.
All right.
He also has a show on
And is
HBO.
most of your practice today, would you consider that you're doing more review work, sort of second opinions, or you can still engage in primary dissection level autopsies?
Yeah, some direct autopsies, but mostly reviewing records from other people that have been previously examined or autopsied.
Okay. And can you explain, I know we heard from Dr. Cruz earlier today, can you explain a little bit about the importance of good photography and good documentation in the field of forensic pathology?
Oh, it's essential in the field, in medicine in general, in pathology in general, and whatever reports are made by pathologists in hospitals or forensic pathologists who usually deal with deaths outside of hospital or are undetermined at the time of death or unnatural, to document everything we do so that others can review the records. There's always, in diagnoses of cancer in a hospital, issues that may come up that require second reviews or even third reviews, looking at microscopic slides or photographs. So in order to properly function, as especially as a forensic pathologist, when we deal with homicides, there has to be documentation by word, the autopsy report, by photographs, the autopsy and scene photographs, scene examination information, and the documentation has to be available for other medical examiners to look at. In a homicide case, there's initial autopsy performed by the county medical examiner, who usually works with police and prosecutors. There's going to be another medical examiner reviewing it for the defense, that to make sure mistakes haven't been made, to make sure that get a second opinion. But that's built into the law enforcement part of forensic pathology, that we have to provide enough information for others to review, to make their own independent opinions. And normally we welcome, if we're doing an autopsy, to have another pathologist come and watch or participate, so that we are clear what the findings are, and then the interpretations are up to maybe other information also individually. However, most of the time when the first autopsy is done, there isn't another pathologist that comes to be at the first autopsy, because they don't know who the suspect might be. They don't have lawyers to come and immediately get a second forensic pathologist. So usually it's customary for all homicides to have a second opinion done from the medical records that have to be kept. Sure. Autopsy report and the material I discussed.
And would you say your work today is primarily prosecution side, primarily defense side, or a mixture of both?
It's about, my work now is about 50-50 prosecution, defense, or in civil cases, defense or prosecution.
Okay. How'd you come to get involved in this particular case?
I was involved just a few months ago, in June, actually, early June of this year, because I was called by a brother of the decedent.
So Eileen's family reached out to you?
Directly, yes. They called me directly, the family of the decedent.
Right. And then what was your task? What were you asked to do?
Well, they explained, which the reason he called was they were concerned about that the family thought that the sister had died as a result of injuries sustained by somebody else, and that the cause of death was homicide, and that the medical examiner was unable to determine the cause of death.
Okay, and so you were
asked if I could review the matter.
Okay, and so did you agree to review the matter?
I did.
All right, and what sort of information did you review?
Well, I listened to what the brother had said, and he sent me a police report that described the incident of how she was found and why they were suspicious that this was a homicidal death. And he then contacted the medical examiner's office and Dr. Cruz, who had done the autopsy, and she and the office sent me directly, at the request of the family, the autopsy report and the photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy.
Okay. And did you feel like, with the information that you received, that you had enough information to render an opinion in this case?
On the basis of the police report, the autopsy report, toxicology report, and the photographs, I felt I had enough information to have an opinion, yes.
Okay. And once you decided you had an opinion, did you put those in a letter report that was ultimately sent to my office?
Yes, I did speak to Mr. Haven, who called me. I told the family what my opinion was, and then he asked me to send that opinion to you.
Sure. And did you also contact Dr. Cruz and let her know that you were going to be issuing an opinion?
After reviewing material, and I believe before I sent you a letter, which was a few days, I did call and speak to Dr. Cruz, and she was very professional and very forthcoming. I told her truthfully that she had done, I was very impressed with the extent of her autopsy and the way she did it, which I see lots of cases, and oftentimes they aren't, rarely are they as good as Dr. Cruz. And I did tell her that I thought, in my experience, from the material that she had developed in the autopsy and the photographs, that I thought there was information there that persuaded me that that I could arrive at the cause of death.
Okay, and so you would consider that a professional courtesy to know, if you're given a second opinion, right, as a doctor, you would consider that professional courtesy to at least let the doctor know that you're going to be issuing an opinion. Is that fair?
Yes, and also to discuss with her to what extent I agree or disagree, might disagree with the findings on a professional level.
Certainly, and did you have any issues with Dr. Cruz's autopsy technique?
No, I think she went beyond what the average competent autopsy would be. It was an excellent autopsy.
Okay. And any issue on her procedure?
No.
Did you feel like you had adequate documentation as a result of the autopsy that she conducted?
Yes.
Okay. And again, then you ultimately provided a report, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Like, he's like a legend, so I bet him complimenting
Yes.
her on that was
I
like...
do.
Is that a copy of the report?
Yes, this is a copy of the report I sent to Mr. Forney, who's working with you.
Sure.
The handsome fellow. And to Ms. Forney, on July 18th. I was originally contacted in the early part of June, and I sent this to you July 18th of this year.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought because I let it get out of my hands. What's the exhibit number in front of you? Doctor, is that 15B?
This is 15B.
I'd offer 15B at this time, Your Honor.
Any objection to 15B?
No objection.
15B is received.
In a moment. And are the opinions that you have contained in your report, are they to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
They are.
Okay. Now, you're not coming here for free. Is that a fair statement, Doctor?
Here we go.
Yes.
Somebody asked about the rates.
So, can you, what's the arrangement that we have? What is your daily fee for becoming involved in a case like this?
Well, my daily fee out of state, I'm from out of New York State, is $8,500 a day. So my total charge from sending a report from conferences and for yesterday and today, I believe would be about $17,000.
And for a forensic pathologist of your training and experience, especially in cases such as this, is that a fair and reasonable compensation amount?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have an opinion as to cause of death?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, as I expressed in my letter, my opinion letter, was traumatic asphyxia due to neck compression.
And do you have an opinion as to manner of death?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
Homicide.
Okay. Now, I want to take you through, can you put up 8? Take you through some photos. So sort of warning everyone, we're going to have some autopsy photos coming up. Did you request us to provide certain photos for the jury that would help you with your explanation of the injuries in this case?
I did, and I pointed them out in my letter to you.
Certainly.
And helpful.
And then after we spoke last night, you asked us to add 2 more. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. By the way, when was the first time you and I met?
Last night. I'm thinking of the restaurant, and I won't go through that, but it was interesting.
So I think we've spoken on the phone before that one time when we agreed we would hire you. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then last night was the first time we ever actually talked about this case.
That's correct.
Let's start with 8A, requested permission to publish these, Your Honor.
Granted, and I have it up on my screen, but I don't see it on the other screens. So Claire, I may need some help here, but Mr. Forney, are you bringing it up on?
It's up on my screen. If you can see it, that must be.
I'm going to clear it off, and I'll try again. There we go. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Wilbur.
Okay, so we're now looking at photograph 8A. What of significance do you note in this exhibit?
May I?
If you need to stand.
Get out, and I don't have a good view from here.
Certainly.
Your Honor? Can I?
I don't know if this is going to.
Oh, can I stand up and?
You can certainly stand up, or you can do that. If it's easier to stand, go ahead and stand.
Yeah, I think easier to stand. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, this is still state
Not blocking it.
witness. This
You're
is the
fine.
second.
Yes, this is the clothing
Autopsy.
that Ms. Gowan was found in and brought to the medical examiner's office in the blue body bag. And this is what she was wearing. And the police at the scene had put bags on the hands to protect the hands and fingernails for any evidence that might be present, any face evidence. And what impressed me most with this photograph was that she was wearing this zippered jacket because that caused certain damage to her neck.
Okay. 8E.
Yes.
All right, so I think that's 8E, so we're looking at a portion of her neck at this point?
Yeah, we're pretty close here. The greenish discoloration is kind of early decomposition, which, although she was found about 13 days after she was noted to be missing, her body's in excellent condition because snow fell and preserved the body. This is the undersurface of the left side of the neck. We're very close. There's an arm here and here over here. and she's twisted around. So this is the left side of the neck, and there's a little ridge mark, little teeth marks there, which impressed me as being caused by the zipper that she was wearing on the jacket that she had on.
Okay. And AF?
This is a better perspective. This shows the left side of the face.
What exhibit we
8F.
8F.
And this is the neck, and this shows the zipper imprint mark that I referred to, with the zipper teeth interspersed between the spaces. And what can also be seen here that Dr. Cruz points out in her autopsy report, is a fracture, a fresh fracture of a tooth, the left medial incisor, a fracture with hemorrhage in the fracture of the tooth,
still waiting.
which indicates a blow to that area of the face from that alone. But this is the imprint of a compression imprint caused by pressure put on the zipper against the skin.
Okay. Now, Dr. Cruz referred to that as an abrasion with, I think she said, periodicity. I mean, it had different periods. It was abrasion and then sparing and then abrasion and sparing. Would you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. Let's put up 8G. Okay.
This is kind of rough.
I know, doctor. We'll get through this quick.
This is how she appeared after the clothing was taken off. It's about 14 days now after she died, so she's in the same condition. Except she does have some marks on the right cheek caused by rodent activity while she was in the outdoors. And the fracture of the tooth, can be seen, and the mark on the left side of the neck is present. She's had a mastectomy previously, and there are little rodent bites around part of the upper portion of that skin loss.
Now, when she's been out for potentially up to 2 weeks, 13 days or so, why would there be, some rodent activity, but maybe not? Why does it stop in that location or that amount?
Yeah. I think when she first entered the ditch where she was found, on her back, because the morbidity is on the back side, she's laying there, rodents attacked the area of injury. There was some injuries to that side of the head. Normally, in a day or two, the snow fell, and once the body gets that cold, below 39 degrees, and especially in the snow present, the animal activity stops. Animals don't go there. And it's one of the reasons that in the morgues where bodies are kept are usually 39 degrees, 38 degrees, because not only animals but bacteria can't cause destruction, postmortem destruction in that cold environment. So that my opinion would be that when she goes into the ditch, there's some rodent activity which would have continued extensively if she were laying there for 13 days or 15 days normally, but because of the snow, the rodent activity stopped.
Okay. Let's go to, where are we on 8G? Let's go to 8J. Okay. That's nice. Just 1 second, doctor. Right, that's 8J.
J is a close-up of the abrasion injury on the left side of the neck, and I think was made by the tightening of the pressure on the zipper part of the jacket against the skin. It showed severe pressure, compression pressure on the neck.
Okay. 8K. So it looks like maybe just a little different angle, same picture.
This is a little bit different angle, which shows the zipper from a little bit of a different angle.
Okay.
And the reason I think it's a zipper because of the sequential abrasions.
Okay. 8L.
This is another example of the zipper imprint.
I'm going to ask you, and I'm not sure this is the one you'd ask about, 8N. So what does this indicate to you, doctor?
This is just the reflection of the scalp showing multiple impacts from the inside of the scalp. That is, in the course of an autopsy, 2 incisions are made in the normal or basic autopsy. A Y-shaped incision that permits opening up of the abdomen and chest to look at all the internal organs, and an incision from the back of the head that permits reflecting the scalp forward and backwards. It's forward to be able to study the brain. And those incisions are made so that when the body is sewed up and shown to the family, those incisions are covered up and can't be seen by the family. so that from the inside, we can see some of the 4 or 6 blunt impact injuries to the head that is described in the autopsy report. And there's one laceration of the scalp. That's the inside of the laceration on the left side of the scalp. That
Give me a second, Doctor.
Right side.
We'll put up another picture of that so you can explain that to the jury. That is 8M.
Yeah, this is still the inside. Yeah, this is now the left side of the scalp with the scalp pushed forward, showing the laceration in the skin and showing a fracture of the outside of the skull. This is the left side of the skull, which indicates a powerful blow to the head that caused laceration and a fracture of the outside of the skull. The inside of the skull didn't show it. There are 2 layers to the skull bones.
Okay. And then 8P.
Yeah, 8P shows the body still in the medical examiner's office, turned on the left side, and the lividity, this settling of blood on the back, maroon beginning decomposition changes, green and yellow from bacteria underneath, shows that she was laying on her back the whole 13 days.
Hi, Dreamer.
So that the pressure on the neck was not caused by being against the ground, it was caused by something pressing from above. And on the upper back, there's a groove-type imprint that I think shows up better in the...
8Q.
That Dr. Cruz took a photo of. This groove here, with discoloration, that matches the color and the shape of the collar of the sweater that Ms. Gowan wore underneath the jacket that she had on. So this is different color and matches that.
Close that down for me.
They reached a plea
I
deal.
think that'll conclude our pictures if you want to retake your seat, Doctor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we haven't yet published Exhibit 9, which is the coat. May I do that at this time?
You may.
Thank you.
They're waiting on Elliot to sign it. Or to get it for him to sign it. We'll go over it. We'll see what's involved. We're just waiting.
Doctor, I'm asking if you could just examine Exhibit 9.
There you go.
You may.
Thank you.
Examine Exhibit 9 and compare it as we're looking at Exhibit 8K. Is it your opinion that that zipper is consistent with the injury that you see on her neck?
Yes, I think these teeth made those marks on the neck that are seen in various phrases, images. And by twisting and pushing up under the chin, which also the sweater underneath, that caused some pressure against the back of the neck by the twisting motion of grabbing and pushing this up against the skin and compressing the neck and compressing the zipper against the skin of the neck hard enough to cause the serial bruising.
So if you had, would you agree this is a fairly puffy collar on this?
Yes.
Doctor? So if you had a coat that was being twisted, one side zipper in, one side zipper out, and it was being twisted, would that explain to you why you would show zipper marks on one side of the neck and no marks on the other side of the neck?
That's correct. Although the pressure of the coat would be on both sides of the neck, the zipper mark would only be at the point where the zipper touched the skin.
And in fact, have you seen in your experience, Doctor, other imprints of items, as somebody has had a shirt, a sweatshirt, or an item compressed, that have imprinted into their skin?
Yes, usually in a neck compression when I say neck compression, not necessarily fingers, which is manual strangulation, but in pressure with the forearm or the elbow around the neck, the chokehold, carotid sleeper chokehold, especially with the forearm, which is wide, anything that gets trapped underneath, like a chain on jewelry, or different kinds of clothing, will be compressed against the skin and show that at the time of the autopsy. But if there isn't anything underneath, usually with that kind of blunt compression of both sides of the neck, it leaves no mark on the body. It prevents blood from going to the brain, and in 10 seconds, with no blood going to the arterial blood doesn't go to the brain, the person will pass out, and that's why it's been used by police agencies with difficult persons who are not cooperative to pass out long enough to put handcuffs on, which is about 10 seconds or so, and then the blood flow starts and everything is back to normal. But if that's left on for more than a minute or two, that will cause death.
Okay.
That obstruction of the arteries going to the brain.
And then, Doctor,
and it leaves no mark at the time of the autopsy.
I'll let you get those gloves off.
Thank you.
And would you get a similar, if you don't have like a chokehold type of thing, but the twisting of a jacket collar, would that create that same sort of double pressure, kind of full circumferential compression that could result in death?
Yes.
Is that your opinion that one of those mechanisms was used in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen asphyxiation cases of this this type before?
Yes.
All right. How many neck compression asphyxiation autopsies or examinations have you been involved with in your career?
Well, over the decades, more than 200 or 300 deaths from neck compression.
And as a result of this, I just want to be clear. Your opinion is that the cause of death was traumatic asphyxiation by neck compression?
Yes.
And your opinion as manner of death is homicide?
Yes.
Do you have any opinion as to the identity of the person that would have caused this this injury?
No, that's out of my lane. Medical examiners determine, forensic pathologists, the cause and manner of death.
Right?
But,
so much.
It's up to the police, prosecutors, to find out who done. We don't describe. Our job is not to determine who done it, because we don't want to be biased in our findings.
Is it fair to say you don't even decide what you can say homicide? You're not even opining as to whether it's wrong.
Yeah, if somebody dies of capital punishment, we call that a homicide. Electric chair or gas. But it's up to the prosecutor, to you guys, to determine whether it's a crime or not. Not all homicides are crimes. Self-defense, capital punishment are homicides, but are not necessarily a crime. And whether it's a crime or not depends on the prosecutor.
Okay. Now we had Dr. Cruz testify earlier today, and she sort of explained some of the mechanics of, I think you did as well, the neck compression, that you've got the jugular veins that sort of don't lie too deeply into the throat, and then farther in, you've got the carotid arteries.
Yes.
All right. So I think that's why she explained that petechial hemorrhaging you'll frequently see in manual strangulation cases. Can you explain why you would see petechial hemorrhaging in a manual strangulation and where you might not see that in a neck compression case?
Yeah. Yes. The petechial hemorrhages occur when capillaries burst. Tiny little capillaries. That's why they're tiny little dots, like a period on a newspaper or something, size. When there's manual strangulation, so that there are 10 fingers that are compressing the neck, usually, in most of the cases, not all, it compresses all the veins because they're low pressure, but not all of the arteries. So arterial blood keeps going to the brain, and it can't get back to the heart. And it backs up. The veins back up until they get to the capillaries, and they start to break and cause petechiae. Now, if the compression is firm enough and to cause the arteries to collapse, then there's no petechial hemorrhages. There's no petechial hemorrhages in hanging when the arteries are collapsed by the weight of the body. There's no petechial hemorrhages in the carotid sleeper hold when the forearm and the upper arm collapse the carotid artery. So if the carotid arteries aren't pumping blood, then there can't be any petechial hemorrhages.
And would you expect to see marks or trauma to the strap muscles with that type of compression?
No. Manual strangulation will cause hemorrhage in the skin underneath, in the muscles underneath the skin, and fractures of the Adam's apple and the larynx, the higher bone. There also from the hard pressure of the fingers. They do not cause. There's no damage when the forearms press just the sides of the neck, the carotid arteries, and not the front of the neck, as in carotid sleeper holds, or often when there's a bulky object causing pressure, like the arm, or bulky clothing causing pressure, doesn't leave a mark, whereas a thin ligature will leave a mark, but not a bulky piece of clothing.
And I think that's exactly what we heard Dr. Cruz testify to, that if you have a thin ligature, you're going to have a distinct ligature mark. But as the item that's causing the compression gets wider, it dissipates force. So you would have less distinct up to no marks depending on the material or the width.
I would agree with the way she described it, yes.
In your opinion, in reviewing the documents and the photos and everything in this case, was Ilene Gowan was there obvious evidence of assault, that she'd been assaulted?
Yeah, yes, he was. I counted, and going through Dr. Cruz's report and description, as well as in the photographs, more than 33 separate impacts on the body: arms, legs, face, head, and the trunk of the body. She was. I would interpret it as being in the struggle in which she was beaten.
Okay.
Gosh, I hate that for her family. Could you imagine, and with her daughter and the defendant's son dating?
Ms. Obviously, I just want to get this answer. If a person is unconscious while they're having their neck compressed, would you expect to see signs of them struggling against that?
Your Honor, those questions are being asked to ask the doctor what he sees rather than suggest answers.
Overruled. I'll allow the question.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Certainly. Would you expect, if a person was unconscious while they're having their neck compressed, would you expect them to have signs of a struggle? I mean, I'm sorry, like clawing, or would they be able to struggle against that?
Oh, no. That oftentimes in ligature strangulation, the finger marks on the neck could be from the perpetrator or from the decedent trying to remove the article. But if somebody loses consciousness very quickly, as can happen in less than a minute, well, 8 seconds or 10 seconds with proper carotid pressure, then there's no struggle.
And again, have your opinions today here been to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That's all I have for you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Can I see counsel just real quickly?
Gosh, this doctor has been.
Please, 15 minutes.
All right, he has seen some stuff, y'all. Isn't that crazy? He's been around forever. We're almost caught up, which means we'll be, maybe by the time they bring Murdoch back and we hear everything, we'll be able to actually listen to today's closings, and then we'll be in verdict watch.
Afternoon. Dr. Boden has retaken the stand, or am I just, Doctor, you still under oath?
Thank you.
Any cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, here's Cross.
My name is Joe Reedy. I will be doing the cross-examination. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Some of the things I'll ask you may be a little redundant. I'll try not to make it too much, okay? You did a good look at Dr. Cruz's autopsy report, right?
Yes.
And I believe you said that going through it, even if you went line by line through it, she did a good job.
Yes.
And that you agree with everything she's got in there right up until her last line, correct?
Yes.
And it's her last line that you disagree with?
As I recall, at the conclusion, yes.
Do you need me to bring it up there so you can see it, go over it again? I'll be glad to.
Pardon me?
I'll be glad to if that would help.
No, I agree with her conclusion. I disagree with her conclusion, yes.
Because the line that you disagree with, based on autopsy and investigative findings available at the time of this report, the manner of death is undetermined. That's one of the ones you disagree with, right?
I have a different opinion than she has, yes.
Okay. And you know that there was a peer review of her report too, that agreed with her.
That's what the doctor is.
Your Honor, object.
Yes.
Excuse me, that's a violation of the order in limine. There's no peer review that agreed with her. We're back in the second opinion stuff. I object, ask that the question and answer be struck.
The objection is sustained. Any answer is stricken. I don't know if there was one, but any answer is stricken. And Mr. Reedy, you're free to ask any questions concerning the quality assurance, Exhibit 100.
You understand that there is a quality assurance postmortem examination report form filled out by a doctor, I believe Dr. Thompson?
No, I'm not aware.
Never got a chance to see that?
No.
Judge, I think we already have it labeled as 100, but I have no idea where it might be.
I've got the court's copy, the judge's copy.
Oh, but not a numbered one. I have one here. On the website, right? Over here? Yes.
You may.
I'm door dashing Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets because Salty gave me a super chat for them. You don't get any. You don't get any. Okay, you get it.
You know, this does look a little familiar. It may have been attached to the end of her report, the autopsy report. I would have to look at the autopsy report.
Okay, whether it was her test or not, you're looking at it now.
Yes.
And this is reviewed by a Dr. Thompson from the medical examiner's office, right? And he filled out a quality assurance post-mortem examination report form, which is now Exhibit 100.
Yes.
And basically,
I'm going to do
what
1.25
does that
for this
document
part.
say to you?
He agrees with Dr. Cruz.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 100.
It's already received, counsel.
It was? All right, then I won't offer it again. And so we're talking about really the cause of death and manner of death, the opinion portion of an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And a lot of what you're basing your decision on is, help me out on this, how many years experience?
I didn't quite get the question.
How many years experience do you have, Doctor? You got a lot.
Over 50 years.
Okay. You're basing it on your 50 years of experience, correct?
Yes.
And so when we start going through the individual items, which is what I'd like to do now, is if you were doing, there's several different forms of strangulation, correct? One of them that you talk about is manual strangulation.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that this is not a manual strangulation case, correct?
Yes.
All right. If it was a manual strangulation case, what would you expect to see?
Hemorrhage underneath the skin, fractures of the thyroid, the Adam's apple, the thyroid cartilage, the little bone, the hyoid bone above it, and particular hemorrhages are often present, not always, but.
Scratching by the defensive type wounds by the victim? And by that I mean when they struggle, and then a lot of times they fingernails scrape the perpetrator, and then we have something under their fingernails, right?
Oh, if there's a struggle, sure, there might be something under the fingernails. It's not often found, but it can happen.
Because manual strangulation, as in most forms of strangulation, is very it's hard for the victim, correct? They're kicking and screaming, basically, if they can.
Often happens, yes.
We have none of those, right? In this case.
None of what?
None of those signs. No petechia, no scraping. As a matter of fact, we don't seem to have any results at all for scrapings under the fingernails. We took them. Dr. Cruz told us we took them, but where they went to, I don't know. Is that a fair statement, or did you see anything?
Well, I saw the fingernails on the photographs. Didn't see any evidence of, with the naked eye, of anything under the fingernails. But that's correct, yes, to your question. We don't see
Because normally they scrape them, they take a fingernail thing and they scrape them, and then they send that scraping in to the lab, and they try and see if there's any DNA from the perpetrator.
Yes.
Right. To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
To my knowledge, the specimens were taken because I could see in the photographs that the fingernails came in intact and then were cut off, which is done to send to the lab, but I did not see a result.
Okay. And I've already made a couple mistakes about what's been offered and stuff, but I don't believe there's any exhibit that I might have missed that had those in there either. You weren't.
I didn't find any either, that's correct.
So if we were talking manual strangulation, we don't have the things that you normally would look for and want to have in there, right?
That's right. There's no evidence of manual strangulation. Manual strangulation always causes injuries that can be found at autopsy. There weren't any.
And is the big difference between manual strangulation and the other form of strangulation is that you're using some kind of device or clothing or something? What's the difference between the two?
Well, there's neck compression. Not all neck compression is strangulation. The difference is in the application of pressure to the neck is to prevent blood from going through the carotid arteries to the brain. So there is no pressure on the Adam's apple. There's pressure on the sides of the neck, preventing oxygen from going to the brain, because if you can prevent oxygen going to the brain, the person will pass out within less than 10 seconds, which is the basis of the police carotid sleeper hold. And if the handcuffs are put on and the pressure is released, the brain comes right back to normal within 10, 20 seconds. If that pressure is left on for too long, less than a minute though, it can happen. The brain cells can die and the person can be dead. And it's therefore it has to be done very carefully.
Can we have exhibit 8P put up? Dr. Knight, if it's
You
okay with
have-
the court, you
Excuse me,
stand and
counsel.
point up to
Excuse me, counsel. I don't mean to interrupt, but do you have the exhibits on your laptop?
Yes, sir. And I think we got it.
Let me try this again.
Can you make that larger, please? Doctor, I
You're
think that's
breathing.
Exhibit 8P. You recall, it was one of the ones you specifically requested, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I think when you were talking about AP, you talked about that shows the settling of the blood after death and shows what position the body would be in after death. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And what do you call that, liver mortis?
Lividity, liver, LIVOR mortis, that is the settling of the red blood cells, which is the heaviest part of the blood, by gravity after death, the position the person is in.
And how long does that take to solidify?
Well, it takes about up to 12 hours to settle in, and at that time, the first few hours, the first 6 hours or so, it can be changed around, but after 12 hours, it's settled and it's permanent. As opposed, it's like a snowball going down in a jar, and then you turn it over and the snow goes the other direction. If the person's laying in the back for 6 hours, it'll develop, but the red cells can still go back if the body's turned over. But after 12 hours, it's what's called it's fixed. It doesn't change anymore because it starts breaking out of the blood vessels.
Okay, so 8P basically shows that within 12 hours of her death, she's laying on her back.
Yes.
And remains there for at least the next 6 hours, right?
Yes.
After that, she could be moved or changed or whatever, and it won't affect her.
It won't affect that lividity, but it will then develop a new lividity in the new position.
Okay, in examining the body, did you ever see any new lividity?
No.
So it would be your position that she's on her back within 12 hours, and she remains on her back until found.
Yes.
And so, and would that be consistent with, what's one of her on her back? That they find her at? You know which one I mean?
Probably 2A.
Yes.
So I get that, like, and y'all tell me your thoughts on this. I get that the other,
Doctor, this is, I believe, Exhibit 8.
real quick, I get that the other medical examiner, you know, he was saying like she did a, you know, great and thorough job. The thing that he's saying is that from his experience, he sees things that cause him to come to the conclusion, like he saw like the ligature mark or whatever, and like he's seeing things that make him come to the conclusion that there was a strangulation and it would be homicide. The other one, she said that everything was so decomposed or whatever that like she couldn't come to some of the same, like she couldn't determine a lot of the stuff. So to me, it feels like, and maybe this is like a bad example, but it's kind of like, you know, like if you're like, you know, like you're at work and like you're doing something and you're like on your computer and like, I don't know, I can't figure it out. I don't see it. Something's not happening. And then your boss comes over who has like way more experience than you, is like, oh yeah, like, well, here's this. That's how, to me, that's how I interpret this, because it feels like it's not that he's saying that she did anything wrong or that, you know, whatever. He's saying, you know, she wasn't able to come to this conclusion based on what her experience is. I have 734 years experience, and so I saw this, and that's why they reached out to him, because he is so, I mean, that's why he's such a big deal. That's why he's a legend. That's why he's on HBO and, you know, has done all, like, all the most famous cases and stuff like that. That's the way I'm interpreting it.
Okay. And it basically shows the position she was in when she was found. Is that a fair statement?
Well, presumably, but although this position is the way she's in the body bag when they put her in the body bag.
Okay, so the better picture would be the one where she's on the ground and we see her on the ground. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, although this is presumably she's on her back when she's found, and they put her in the body bag, and she's still on her back. So she's not found this way, but she was something like this at the time that she was found.
Okay, fairly similar to this.
Similar, yes, sir.
Okay, and that would be considered consistent with the lividity that you found on her in all the photos.
Yes, sir.
Yes, she's still in court.
Were there any observations that Dr. Cruz made that you disagree with, other than the final opinion?
Well, there was some minor thing that actually she concluded that he had hypertensive heart disease due to high blood pressure, and I found in reviewing the record that her heart appeared to be perfectly normal and high blood pressure. This has nothing to do with the cause of death, but it was just a slight difference of opinion on whether there was heart disease or not. She listed it as heart disease, but I didn't find evidence of that.
Doctor, I know that when we're in accident cases and other type of things, they always talk about the treating physician as being the better person. Would that be similar in an autopsy situation? The person who does the autopsy has the better look at things?
The person who does the autopsy has the best look. The interpretation of the findings and the role that a second review brings into it is more information than the autopsy physician had. And the reason a second review is done is because issues have been raised or new information has come in that permits a review to give more information of interpreting the findings. And a lot depends on who's doing the autopsy, you know.
But sometimes the information you get in a second opinion is far less, as you had in the Kennedy case, right? You got through the case and you said they didn't preserve a lot of stuff, they didn't take good pictures, they did a lot of the autopsy, right?
The people who did the autopsy on President Kennedy were not as qualified as Dr. Cruz to do that, to do a forensic autopsy, because they were hospital pathologists at Bethesda who had never done a homicide autopsy before, so that they made a number of mistakes in examining the president, which Dr. Cruz wouldn't have made, and which has led to continuing controversy as to the cause of his death and whether it's a conspiracy or not.
In fact, in the Kennedy case, you couldn't even find the brain, right? That was gone.
Well, the brain was examined, but you're right. It was kept by Robert Kennedy, and then disappeared with the information afterwards. It was placed back into the coffin, into the gravesite with President Kennedy, is what I was told, but I don't know.
And what you came out with that is, I don't have enough here because they haven't given me enough. Is that a fair
No. I think the brain was missing for the review, but we had x-rays and we had photographs of the brain before it went missing, so that was important for the review.
You concluded that you didn't have enough, right? Was one of your conclusions that they did a lousy job and didn't give you what you needed?
They did a job that wasn't very good, but we had enough. It was me and 8 other chief forensic pathologists on the panel. We had enough to make our conclusions. There was enough information. Just as here, I think there's enough information to reach a conclusion. That doesn't mean it has to be exactly the same as Dr. Cruz had, what a conclusion was, but I think the autopsy report is excellent as far as preserving what the findings were, and the photographs, 100 photographs or so, were very helpful in documenting the findings. So normally we don't keep the brain, so you're right, the brain is missing, and that's the problem, but it isn't a problem for making a decision of the gunshot wound that occurred of the president.
We're making an opinion. I believe the standard for a pathologist is beyond. What do you tell me? What is the standard that you use?
Beyond a reasonable certainty, yes.
And what does that really mean?
That's a very good question, because different people have different views. Beyond a reasonable certainty, in some jurisdictions, means 51%. To me, beyond a reasonable certainty means more than 95% accuracy, because if it's only 51% accurate in determination of the cause of death, then you're wrong 49% of the time, and that's not good. I prefer to keep more 95% at least, but up to 99%, because I don't want to call something a homicide that isn't a homicide, because it has all kinds of ramifications. But I don't want to call a homicide not a homicide, because that also has ramifications. So I want to be 99% sure in criminal forensic pathology cases.
What's the standard in the state of Iowa?
The standard may be, I don't know, maybe 51%.
You don't know what the standard is in the state of Iowa, do you?
Not specifically.
You're not licensed in the state of Iowa.
That's correct.
And you could not have done this autopsy in the state of Iowa, could you?
No. I could do the autopsy after the medical examiner is finished with the autopsy, because once the medical examiner is finished, in Iowa and in all other states, the body then belongs to the next of kin. And the next of kin can have a second autopsy done without getting permission from anybody. They're the persons who control the autopsy. So whenever we talk about second autopsies in the media, whatever, it's always done at the request of the next of kin, except in the rare occasion when it's ordered by the judge. A judge can order a second autopsy, even if the second of kin, for example, if there's a possibility that the husband killed the wife, the husband's the next of kin, he doesn't want an autopsy, but a judge can order it, overrule him. But that happens rarely.
Because it's a little confusing to me in that an autopsy is considered a medical procedure, right?
Yes, except there are some states and some conditions where, see, medical procedures, you can do medical malpractice. It's hard to do medical malpractice charges on somebody who's already dead.
Doctor, on this stuff, I appreciate if you'd limit your answers to
I'm
the state
sorry.
of Iowa, okay? Because we're talking about whether you could do it here in Iowa and whether it's a medical procedure here in Iowa. It is a medical procedure here in Iowa, is it not?
Objection foundation.
I don't know the law.
Excuse me, Doctor. That objection is sustained and any partial answer is stricken. You're free to properly lay a foundation.
I know, exactly the opposite, Doctor. You don't know what the standard is in Iowa, do you?
That's correct.
Do you even know what the law is here in the state of Iowa?
That's correct.
Doctor, you've had what I would consider a celebrated or infamous career, haven't you?
Yes.
And infamous has a couple meanings, doesn't it? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, doesn't it?
Oh, don't
Yes.
be a jerk.
And you've had that happen, right?
Yes.
And you've been subjected to some of the most gruesome cross-examinations, haven't you?
Yes.
And my attorneys who treated you badly, didn't they?
Pardon me?
They treated you badly during cross-examination.
Well, I don't consider that. I consider that cross-examination, I'm supposed to be treated as hard as possible for the purpose of the cross-examining attorney, that you have absolutely every right to make sure I'm not making a mistake.
I'm just referring to one case where I remember that the judge basically, I think, was ready to throw the defense attorney and you in jail. Was that Ebert or something like that? I'm not sure which one it was.
I don't remember that at all.
Okay, all right, that's fine. The cross-examination was by an Ed Medvene, Medvene. Does that ring a bell at all?
No.
Okay. Tell me about the O.J. case, O.J. Simpson case. You know I was going to ask that, right?
Well, somebody mentioned something about it at the...
I gave the heads up to the county attorney that I was going to ask that. I told him that I was going to ask it, and if you wanted to ask it first, that was fine.
Yes.
It was not the best thing for you ever, right? As a matter of fact, you've made statements of you wished you hadn't ever taken that case.
No, that's not, I've never said that.
Did you testify for O.J. Simpson?
I testified for the defense, yes.
And he was found not guilty?
Oh, he was found guilty in the criminal trial. He was found guilty in the... Excuse me, he was found not guilty in the criminal trial and guilty in the civil trial.
But it was in the civil trial where you told, under cross-examination, you said you had made a mistake in the original trial, right?
No.
You didn't?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Unless there's a specific point that was raised.
Well, it was concerning the timing on the stabbing of on Nicole Brown Simpson versus Mr. Goldberg, who was stabbed first, and how long they survived after they were stabbed, or their throat slit.
Those were issues in the case, but I don't remember changing my opinion. My opinion was the same in both cases, in both the criminal case and in the civil case. My opinion was the same.
Judge, we may need a break while I bring up the transcript from the civil case then. Because in the civil case, he withdrew his opinion and recanted.
First of all, Your Honor, I'd ask that the comments of Mr. Reed to be stricken. At this point, he shouldn't be allowed to testify that. If he's got something to impeach him with, he should impeach him with it. If he doesn't, he certainly shouldn't be making comments like that in front of the jury, so I object.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I accept counsel's apology and remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, statements made by attorneys, whether they be statements in the opening, arguments at the end, or statements to the court during the trial, are not evidence, and you should not treat them as such. I want to keep moving here, and I certainly want to allow you to do whatever cross you have.
Can we let me show you at least one thing, Judge, I can do, maybe it would refresh his memory.
You can certainly do that. You can always, as part of cross-examination, you can always try to refresh witnesses' memory. In fact, you can do that or direct.
Doctor, I'm looking at a Los Angeles Times article, and it's titled, "Witness Backs Off Theory is Helpful to Simpson Defense."
Once again, Your Honor, I'm going to object. If he wants to show it to him and see if that refreshes his recollection, then that's proper. But reading the article out in front of the jury at this point would be hearsay.
That objection is sustained. It's not appropriate
May I,
cross.
I don't need to offer it. Judge, I need to mark it.
Or you could simply show the witness, Dr. Boden, and see if it refreshes his memory.
Is there a point to hear it?
Okay. And if it does refresh his memory, then you can take the statement back and ask him questions.
You refreshed my memory, and that may I comment on it? And that it says at time, the attorney Medvine, throughout the course examination, at times becoming so combative that judge rebuked him. Yeah, that I was rebuked, but I wasn't.
How about the one before that?
Michael Boden, always an animated witness, argued with the attorney.
Back off his testimony.
We're still in the same boat, Your Honor. They're both reading out of the document that's not in evidence. If it refreshes his memory, thank you.
Then I need him to read the document.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Excuse me just a minute. If he's reviewing the document to refresh his recollection, then allow him to read the entire document. If it refreshes his recollection, then if it's a yes, then you can take the document back and ask him a question. If it doesn't reflect his recollection, then you need to move on.
Would you look at it?
Yes, this
specifically the first few lines.
Yes, I apologize. May I read from it?
Not at this point, Doctor.
You can't read out loud from it, Doctor.
Okay.
Excuse me. Mr. Reedy, do you have a question for the witness?
I'd like him to read it first, Judge, because he keeps wanting to read it to us. If he just read it to
I'm
himself,
sorry. Excuse me.
it'd be fine.
I thought you meant read it aloud. Yes, I read through this.
And does that help you recall that there was some issue concerning your testimony?
Yes.
And go ahead.
I don't remember it, but that seems correct, that I backpedaled on portions of my testimony.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm on, Doctor. And so you agree that you did backpedal?
As best as I could remember back 30 years, or 27 years almost, yes. Okay, yes, sir.
And OJ got found not guilty in the criminal case, the one where your testimony went in, and the one you backpedaled, the Brown Simpson family and Goldberg family took a tremendous verdict against OJ Simpson, right?
Yes.
This is like, remember one time 30-something years ago when you backpedaled? That doesn't make Brammer any less guilty. Stupid.
Okay, I'm going to take the document back now.
Thank you, counsel.
They're reaching.
Describe a sleeper hold to me.
What's called the carotid sleeper hold is a means of restraining somebody who is being uncooperative. Police come to a situation where they want the person to put his hands behind his back, he refuses to, and in order to gain control, in some police departments, use a hold from behind where the arm is put around the forearm on one side of the neck and the upper arm on the right side of the neck, so that the windpipe is protected by the elbow. The elbow, nothing compresses the windpipe, and the only thing compressed are the carotid arteries on either side of the neck, which gives 90% of the blood to the brain. And by compressing the carotid arteries properly in the way it's meant to be, the reluctant individual would pass out in less than 10 seconds, about 8 seconds. During that time, the police can then put handcuffs on, and blood flows back, and the brain is not injured by that brief period. But if the pressure is left on too long, then the brain cells start to die.
A couple questions concerning that. You talked about it, that they would come from behind, correct?
Yes.
And is that really the only way you can put a sleeper hold on from behind?
Yes. That specific hold, the carotid sleeper hold, which is used by many police agencies.
Well, other than the carotid sleeper hold, is there any way to get pressure on both the carotid arteries at the same time without leaving marks?
Well, you can do that by a ligature around the, or by hanging, because the weight of the body is sufficient for a ligature being encircling the neck to cause collapse of the carotid arteries. So somebody hanging, free hanging, will pass out very quickly before he dies.
I thought in hanging cases there was usually damage to the esophagus or to the front neck area where it was cut off from the oxygen.
Well, not usually, because in a hanging case, the ligature around the neck slips up to underneath the mandible, underneath the jawbones, so that the hanging compression is usually above the Adam's apple. Now, if it's a very wide, belt or something, it can extend down and cause damage. But usually, the ligature mark in a suicidal hanging is above the larynx, above the Adam's apple, so it doesn't cause fractures.
In this case, I believe it's your position that the coat is somehow used to help with the strangulation, is it not?
With the compression, yes.
Right. And I know Mr. Wilbur got up and twisted the coat some. Would the coat have to be off the person then to do that, or on?
On the person.
And they would twist what, the back portion of it then?
No, the front portion. To twist it around, and that also would raise the pressure under the jawbone, where this mark from the zipper is above the Adam's apple underneath the jawbone.
Well, part of what you just told me a minute ago was that on a wide thing, it wouldn't slip up. Well, the coat would be a wide thing, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, well, leather, I'm talking about a ligature, wide leather ligature. The coat is a wide thing, but it's soft, and like the forearm, it's wide enough not to leave any marks on the skin. So that the carotid sleeper hold doesn't leave any marks on the outside of the skin or underneath the skin. It doesn't cause fractures, and it doesn't show up. It can't be diagnosed at autopsy. It has to be diagnosed by eyewitnesses or by video, or by some kind of video.
You're confusing me, Doctor, because we are at autopsy and we have no witnesses to this, correct? So, but you're saying it was this type of strangulation.
I'm going to object. First of all, he's never said strangulation. They keep trying to tie a strangulation case. It's a compression case. But he's not said there were no marks. He's consistently testified that there are marks on the neck. So therefore, that's a misstatement of the record.
That's sustained. Mr. Reed, just rephrase your question.
Judge, I believe I have the right to do that based on his autopsy report. If you look at it, he talks about asphyxiation.
That's something different than strangulation. We've heard a lot of testimony from both Dr. Cruz and Dr. Boden today.
You talked about this being something that would be from behind. Would it be something that you could do to another person while in a vehicle together?
Yes, from behind, that's the carotid sleeper hold, but the forearm could be used against the neck from the front. But it would have to, well, let me try to, the grabbing of the coat from the front could cause pressure on the sides of the neck that would prevent the carotid artery blood from flowing.
So nothing to do with the forearm that you were trying to demonstrate?
Yeah, not the forearm is from behind, but in order to, one could also compress the carotid arteries by twisting clothing from the front, and usually that won't cause any marks unless there was some pattern to the object being used.
Let's talk about those patterns. In an autopsy, doesn't the physician usually take the object and try and line it up and see if it matches? I mean, at least on CSI, they always are doing that.
Yeah, no, they never do that in real life, because if you take the object and you hold it up, you could contaminate. You'd be getting the person's DNA on the object, and that's proof that it was used or something. So the object is usually kept separate, but photographs are used to match up. For example.
When you looked at these objects, did they match up?
Yeah, I think that the clothing matches up because of the zipper mark. If there were no zipper mark, the soft fabric alone doesn't leave. In this case, doesn't leave any mark.
So if the spacing on the zipper marks don't match up, then that's not the object. Would that be a fair statement?
The spacing isn't that significant, because the spacing between compressions, like bite marks and all on the skin, causes the skin to stretch in different directions. So there's never a 100% match. What we see here is the teeth marks from that match the zipper mark, and at different spaces. But the space between them depends on how much force was used, how much stretching there was of the skin, for example.
So if you took the coat and you tried to stretch it and you couldn't, would that say that would be difficult to match it up?
No, it isn't necessary to. A zipper pattern is a zipper pattern, and one could say maybe there was a different zipper that was used, and that might be something to discuss. But you can't eliminate this zipper from being the zipper that caused those marks, in my opinion.
So when you're 95% certain of something, you don't even know that that's the object that you said caused the damage.
In my opinion, beyond 95%, I like to be up to 99%.
You just testified that maybe it's not that zipper, right?
No, I'm saying that what your suggestion would be that maybe another zipper could have caused it. Yes, I can't. I'm not matching the zipper to the mark by measurements. I'm matching the zipper to the mark because that's the zipper that's next to the mark.
Now, you'd agree with Dr. Cruzy that there was no internal damage to
Dr. Cruzy?
Eileen in this case, right? No internal damage on her neck. This was all surface damage.
Yes.
And you agree that everything in this case, other than what you're saying about the zipper, would not have caused death, correct?
That's everything other than the neck compression. There's nothing else that would have caused death. Yes, I agree with that.
Right now, apparently Alex is reviewing the copy.
And I believe you already said this, but sometimes I lose track of things, but you said the family contacted you and told you thought it was murder?
Yes.
And you took the case before you saw any of the pictures, didn't you?
I agreed to review the case for the family, yes.
All these wounds that are shown in the numerous Exhibits 8s, those were head wounds, right?
No, they were the head wound. There were head wounds. I think she says that there are 8 head wounds that she saw, but there were other marks, bruises. I had over 30 marks on the arms, legs, face, chest that she describes. She describes a whole series of them over the entire body, except for the back.
All right, let's just talk about the ones that head only, though. Head wounds bleed a lot, don't they?
No.
You don't?
No.
So there's an area that you disagree with Dr. Prudy then. She said yes, I think.
Well, if she said that, they can bleed, but they don't bleed a lot because there's no major blood vessels, and they're only capillaries in the and small blood vessels. That's why, going back 100 years to 200 years, people could be scalped and still survive because the bleeding is from really little capillaries. It isn't like a carotid artery or something that would bleed.
So these wounds that you can see in the pictures to the head would not have produced a substantial amount of blood.
It produced blood, yeah, but not enough to cause death.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about visibility.
Oh, there would be enough blood certainly to be visible, yes. No, there's one laceration. The laceration of the scalp would produce bleeding. The one tear in the scalp that caused the fracture of the underlying bone. But the other 8 or so bruises didn't open up any skin. It was all seen when the scalp tissue was reflected. It's on the inside of the scalp, not the outside, and they did not bleed very much. They bled enough to show that there was a blunt force impact with bleeding of little blood vessels around the impact, but didn't cause any accumulation of blood.
You may.
We're almost caught up. This is towards the end of yesterday, so we're about to be.
I just want to make sure so we're clear for the jury on this whole issue of spacing and zipper matching, etc. My recollection of your testimony on direct examination is that the zipper that is in Exhibit 9 is consistent with the marks that you saw on her neck. Is that?
Yes, that's my opinion. Yes.
Okay. And you talked about skin as we get older, right? I mean, I got a little more stretchy skin maybe than I wish I had, right? But as you pull, you can pull your skin up, right? Our skin is pliable.
Yes, the skin is pliable.
So it squishes, it puts apart, so it can get folded. I mean, skin is very movable. So it'd be almost impossible to, line a zipper up with that because there's no way to recreate what folds or stretches existed in the skin at that time.
That's right. You can't make an exact match.
And I sort of apologize for bringing the carotid sleeper hold into this courtroom because this is not a carotid sleeper hold case. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
There's been a lot of medical literature because of discussions about sleeper holds in law enforcement, and so it got brought up in that context. It is not, I just want to be clear, it is not your testimony that this is some sort of behind-the-back sleeper hold case.
That's correct.
Right? My understanding is that it's your opinion that there was some twisting of the coat from the front, right, which then caused like a full compression of both sides of the neck.
Yes.
And as far as like the blood on the head, I just wanted to ask if this scenario is consistent with the information that you saw in your review of this autopsy. If a person was knocked over the head hard enough to do what it did, right?
He's on redirect and he's leading the witness. He needs to ask the witness for questions, not give a scenario and then ask him if he's correct.
Your Honor, this is an expert witness in a hypothetical question.
And
not on redirect. He doesn't need to do hypothetical questions.
He needs, I'm going to allow the question based on your cross-examination on this issue. And, but Mr. Wilbur, you need to ask it as a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, right, if a person is knocked over the head that causes that laceration, which would have some bleeding, and that stuns them or knocks them unconscious, right? I mean, I think we can all agree gravity goes down, right? So if a person falls down, they're going to be bleeding that way, and you could be over the top choking them with their coat. Well, I shouldn't say choking. You can compress their neck with their coat, leaving no blood on the head, no blood on the coat, all injuries consistent. Is that hypothetical scenario, is that consistent with the findings that you had as you reviewed this autopsy?
Yeah, I'm not going to.
I'm not saying what
the
you say
position the body is, but yeah, one can have death and the injury, and especially if the body is in the snow for, in the open, that the blood can be, the first thing the animals do is lick away the blood. They like the blood, so blood may not appear at all when the body is seen. But yeah, a person can be compressed, and that can be compressed, lose consciousness, being hit in the head. I don't know which
not-
comes first. I'm not
exactly.
putting them in order.
Exactly.
But-
You're not going to give an opinion that you can say order of bruise. You can say this was bruise 5 and this was bruise 17.
That's
right?
correct. I'm not giving an opinion on the order of injuries.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And released from any subpoena.
Your Honor, the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take another afternoon recess, and we'll try to keep it at around 15 minutes.
This is the end of yesterday, so we're almost caught up. Michelle P. says, I watched the Emily D. Baker stream yesterday, and she went through the court documents, and it's not as bad as Poot makes it sound about Becky. Of course, they exaggerated the situation. Yeah, we went over that yesterday on here with Mark Tinsley and Liz Farrell and said the same thing. He's exaggerating stuff. He's right now, we are waiting.
State evidence that
I guess Murdoch is in the Attorney General's office going over court documents. Wanting to be very involved in the details and stuff. So the attorneys all just walked out too, so maybe they've gone in there with him or whatever. So hopefully they'll wrap it up soon. I hope that we get to hear the details of it today. That's what I'm kind of waiting on. He said they're going to come back on the record, so I'm assuming that's what they're going to do, back on the record, and then they will set a date for sentencing, probably.
has made a prima facie case by presenting sufficient evidence to generate a jury question on each element.
Oops.
Okay. And so when you take a look at the territorial jurisdiction, it has jurisdiction. State versus Sorrel. But apologize. I think we've made a prima facie case. The 3 counts in this trial have been murder in the second degree. That has 3 elements: that the defendant assaulted Ilene, that she died as a result, and that he did so with malice of forethought. Malice of forethought requires this isn't a first degree murder charge on premeditation. It just requires enough time for a person to understand what they're doing. The circumstances of death in this case, Cruz, Boden, the photographic evidence indicates clearly that Ilene was assaulted. Dr. Boden opined that she died as a result. The circumstances, especially considering Dr. Boden's testimony that would have taken the closing off of her, the compression of her neck for some lengthy period of time, indicates the malice of forethought. This wasn't just a snap decision. This isn't, again, a premeditation case, but we've certainly met the prima facie case on murder second. Count 2, abuse of a corpse. We have 2 elements.
They wouldn't be able to do it because this was only supposed to be a hearing. So without any of the, victims there or anything, they wouldn't do this because they weren't expecting this isn't supposed to be a trial. This is supposed to just be a hearing. So they wouldn't do the sentencing today.
To provide proof that he either hid or buried or failed to disclose the known location of Ilene. And that's element 1. Element 2, with the intent to conceal a crime. In this case, the crime being her murder. He clearly, this is not a buried case, but he clearly put her in one location and directed law enforcement to another location. He knew where he had put her, and then, again, repeatedly failed to disclose the location when they were looking for her. I believe we've met the prima facie elements for abuse. Theft second, we have to prove 3 elements: that he took property belonging to another, that he intended to permanently deprive the owner, and that the property belonged to Ilene. Then obviously we have to prove the value as well. He's taken this, we believe we've established a prima facie case that he took the safe, contained $1,200 in cash that is supported by the $1,200 cash deposit. He also took her phone. He also took her purse. He also took her shoe. He also took whatever other items were in the safe. We certainly have proven a prima facie case to create a jury question on the value, which would go to the degree of theft. The only sort of wrinkle in the case, I think, is the territorial jurisdiction with the FBI cast agent indicating that, for a 45-minute period of time, that the phones show that they're right around the state line, probably on the Nebraska side.
Sorry. When I'm talking about the sentencing and all that, I was talking about Murdoch, not Brammer. Brammer didn't admit to it. Murdoch is the one doing the plea deal. But the and to answer your question about the trial, this is, well, the 27th is supposed to be for the Satterfields stuff. That's the one that supposed to start November 27th. But it's like we were talking last night, you know, he's still got the drug charges, the charges for the side of the road nonsense, whatever that mess was, and the financial crimes. So he's got a whole lot.
Now I can't remember the code section, of course, but the territorial jurisdiction code section, it's either 8032 or 8023 or whichever one that is, indicates that the state has jurisdiction over any crimes when they occur wholly or partly within the state of Iowa. And the subsection of that is that if one element occurs in Iowa, then the state has jurisdiction. State versus Serrato, Serrato, which is a Muscatine County case, was a case that the court ultimately found jurisdiction to lie in Iowa, where the only element proven to have occurred in Iowa was the malice aforethought. And that was enough to establish an anchor for criminal prosecution. In this case, of course, it's different. In Serrato, the body was actually, I believe, found in Illinois because Muscatine's on the Mississippi River. In this case, Ilene was found in the state of Iowa, and we also have that presumption that's in the law that says that if a murder victim is found in the state of Iowa, then they are presumed to have died in the state of Iowa. And so when you take a look at the territorial jurisdiction, the presumptions, and all the evidence that came in this case, we believe we have met our burden to get this case to the jury. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The state has made a prima facie case by presenting sufficient evidence to generate a jury question on each element of each of the three counts. As Mr. Wilbur stated, the count of second-degree murder has three elements. Element one is that there's evidence the defendant assaulted Ilene Gowan. Element two is Ilene Gowan died as a result of being assaulted. And three, defendant acted with malice aforethought, and the court finds sufficient evidence on each one of those elements to generate a jury question. With respect to abuse of the corpse, there is evidence of the two elements required in that count. One, evidence that the corpse
We already
was
know, like,
hidden
he
by
has to go
defendant,
through this, but we know that they're not going to get a directed verdict.
the defendant failed to inform where the body was, and two, that there was intent to conceal a crime. And finally, with respect to theft charge, that there's evidence, sufficient evidence to generate a jury question that defendant took possession or control over property belonging to another, and that the defendant did so with the intent to deprive that person, in this case Ilene Gowan, and that the property at the time of the taking belonged to Ilene Gowan or her estate. Thus, the court finds that that there's a jury question generated on each one of those elements of all three counts. The motion for directed verdict is overruled.
Obviously.
Before I bring the jury back, Mr. Munger, obviously when the jury comes back, I'm going to be looking at you and having the defense present their case. There's been some discussion that I've had with you and counsel, and obviously I did not press one way or another until this moment whether or not your client was going to elect to testify. If he's not, I would like to make some record now in the presence of the jury, and then we can move forward. If you have any other evidence, fine, but if not, I imagine you'll be resting.
Yes, Judge, we intend to rest, and if the court would like to go over the rights that Mr. Brammer is waiving by not testifying, the court may, or I can do so if the court wishes as well.
Well, you have a colloquy with your client, because I imagine it's something that you've discussed with him already, and if he'll be familiar with that discussion, and if there's something else I think we need to talk about, I'll do that afterwards.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brammer, you and I have had conversations about the right to testify in a trial against you, correct?
Right.
And we've had a fair and full discussion about all the pros and cons.
All right, here we go. Coming back in. Quit smiling, stupid. Hold on. Hold on. I want to get them smiling at each other. Hold on. Looking so lovingly at each other. Dang it, I missed it. I'm really bad at screenshots. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Dang it. I give up. Whatever.
Thank you. You may be seated.
I can't get it. I tried to get them like looking all like loving at each other.
Mr. Waters?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Afternoon.
We're obviously here in the state grand jury case against Richard Alex Murdaugh. He is present and represented by his counsel, Dick Arputlian and Jim Griffin. As Your Honor is aware, we currently have trial scheduled to begin a week from Monday on at least one aspect of the multiple financial crimes that have been investigated and indicted by the state grand jury against Mr. Murdoch for his abuse of his law license to steal money from clients. It is my understanding that Mr. Murdoch here today intends to plead guilty pursuant to a plea agreement, which I will detail here in a moment, and that this will ultimately, if this proceeding goes through, will resolve those financial crimes that are alleged against Mr. Murdoch. Your Honor, pursuant to that plea agreement, I believe you have a copy up at the bench. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to that plea agreement, Your Honor, and I'll detail the plea agreement and the various provisions of it as we do this particular.
Is all that correct thus far, Mr. Arputlian?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, it is.
All right. Go ahead, please.
And Your Honor, I would ask if the defendant could be sworn as we begin this proceeding, and obviously I think because it'd be fairly lengthy, I would request that they be allowed to sit during the state's presentation.
All right, Mr. Murdoch, you'll stand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have, in fact, signed a plea agreement here with the defense here today. It has been executed by me for the state, as well as Mr. Arputlian and Mr. Murdoch himself. And you should have a number of sentencing sheets that are part of this plea. What we've endeavored to do with this plea is to bring some finality to this matter, but to also ensure that there's an appropriate sentence, a lengthy sentence that ensures that Mr. Murdoch will remain in state prison for a very long time. Your Honor, there are a lot of charges, and so I'm going to first of all go through and detail the charges from the various indictments to which he will be pleading. And again, to put this plea together, we ensured that there was at least one, and sometimes more than one, representative charge for each victim that was victimized by Mr. Murdoch in the course of his legal practice. The first indictment is 2021 GS 4727, and pursuant to this plea agreement, Mr. Murdoch will be pleading to count 2, which is money laundering, value $100,000 or more, and that will be a negotiated sentence of 20 years. The second count to which he will be pleading is in 2021 GS 4728. This indictment was venued in Bamberg County and dealt with the crimes committed, first of all, in the diversion of the fees in the case that he shared with Chris Wilson from the firm, as well as ultimately not paying back, ultimately convincing Chris Wilson to cover $192,000 of those fees. Your Honor, he will be pleading in this for that indictment, count 1 for false pretenses, $10,000 or more, for a sentence of 10 years, as well as count 7, which is false pretenses, $10,000 or more, for another 10 years. The third indictment is 2021 GS 4729. This is the crime that is venued in Allendale County. The victim in this case was Dion Martin, and Mr. Murdoch has agreed to plead guilty to count 1, breach of trust with fraudulent intent, $10,000 or more, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4730. This is venued here in Beaufort County, and this is the indictment that the state was prepared to try a week from Monday. This is the case involving the Satterfield matter, and he has agreed to plead to count 4, which is 2021 GS 4730, count 4 for 10 years. 2021 GS 4730, count 5 for 20 years, and 2021 GS 4730, count 8 for 20 years. Those latter two were money laundering. Those are 20-year offenses that are at 85% time that must be served. Your Honor, the next indictment to which you'll be pleading is 2021 GS 4731. This is where the victim was Manuel Santos Cristiani, and he will be pleading to breach of trust in count 1, and the negotiated sentence is 10 years. The next indictment, 2021 GS 4732, this is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Randy Drawdy, and in that particular matter, he will be pleading to breach of trust, $2,000 to $10,000, and the negotiated sentence is 5 years. The next indictment is 2021 GS 4733, and this matter involved the estate of Blondell Gary and venued in Hampton County. In that particular case, he will be pleading guilty to count 2 for money laundering, value $100,000 or more. The negotiated sentence will be 20 years. The next indictment is 2021 GS 4734. This is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Chris Anderson, and he will be pleading to count 2, which is money laundering $100,000 or more, with a negotiated sentence of 20 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4735. This is venued in Beaufort County, and the victim is Jordan Jinks. He will be pleading to forgery, 2021 GS 4735, count 5, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4736. This is venued in Hampton County. The victim is Johnny Bush, and he will be pleading to count 2, which is computer crime, value more than $10,000, for a negotiated sentence of 5 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4737. He will be pleading to count 1 in that one. That is venued in Hampton County, and the victim was Jamie Risher, and he will be pleading to a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2021 GS 4738. This is venued in Colleton County, and the victim was the estate of Sandra Taylor. He will be pleading in that matter to 2021 GS 4738, count 2, for money laundering. That's an 85% offense, and he will be pleading to a 7-year sentence on that particular crime that will be consecutive to count 5 of 2021 GS 30. The next one is 2022 GS 4701. This is venued in Hampton County. The victim was Natasha Thomas, and he will be pleading to breach of trust in count 1 to a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4702. In this instance, the victim was Hakeem Pinkney, and the heirs of Hakeem Pinkney. That is venued in Hampton County. He will be pleading to count 1, breach of trust, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4703. This is venued in Allendale County, and the victim was Arthur Badger. He will be pleading to count 1, breach of trust, for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. Additionally, 2022 GS 4710. This is venued in Colleton County. This actually had a criminal conspiracy and a drug offense in it. He will be pleading to the criminal conspiracy in that particular matter for a negotiated sentence of 5 years. The next one is 2022 GS 4723. This is venued in Hampton County, and the victim is Randy Murdoch and the law firm. He will be pleading to count 3, which is money laundering, value more than $100,000, and for a negotiated sentence of 20 years. Your Honor, I would add that that particular count, and only that particular count, the plea will be pursuant to Alford. Moving on to 2022 GS 4724.
That's the only one that he's doing Alford plea.
This is, again, the law firm being the victim, venued in Colleton County, and he will be pleading to count 3 of obtaining signature of property by false pretenses for a negotiated sentence of 10 years. Finally, we have 2022 GS 4734. This is the series of indictments that related to his tax evasion based on his more than a decade-long schemes to defraud clients and as well as defraud the South Carolina Department of Revenue. He will be pleading to count 9 of that particular indictment, and that will be willful attempt to evade a tax, and the negotiated sentence will be 5 years. Your Honor, obviously we are here today to resolve indictments that span the region and that span a number of counties. And this, of course, is materialized here today as we showed up for pretrial proceedings. And so obviously the proposal that we have for Your Honor is to take these pleas today with these negotiated sentences that result in a net lead sentence of 27 years at 85% time. We do request that we defer sentencing to a later time so that all the various victims can be notified. We have been in the process of notifying them, but obviously want that proceeding to take place at a time where they can be present and speak to the court if they wish to. So we do have that request to Your Honor. Additionally, as we look at this particular plea agreement, because we have crimes to which he is pleading in various counties, we would request that there be a colloquy with the defendant to waive venue for those counties other than Beaufort to resolve those matters here today with this plea. In looking through the various provisions in the plea agreement, and we've gone over them in great detail with counsel, and I believe counsel has gone over them with his client. It sets forth the various pleas and the various counts to which he will be pleading that I just detailed, as well as the negotiated sentences. It also, though, has in this particular plea agreement that Mr. Murdoch will waive any appeals that he may have and any post-conviction relief appeal that he may have as it relates to the financial matters that we are addressing here today, thus bringing finality to this sentence and to this chapter in the history of the South Carolina judicial system. Of course, though, we would request a colloquy with him about those particular waivers as well. In the event that Mr. Murdoch accepts these pleas and accepts this negotiated sentence of 27 years in state prison, then obviously the state will null pros the various remaining counts following consummation of the plea. Additionally, it's important to point out that this plea today does nothing to address any county charges. This is only here to address the state grand jury charges that have been indicted. It has no effect, obviously, on the murder convictions and the litigation that surrounds the murder convictions. This, again, is only here to resolve those financial matters, and that is the point of this particular proceeding, to take care of that. I think those are perhaps the major provisions that we need to address that are in the plea agreement. Again, the main things that I think need to be addressed, of course, is from the plea agreement is Mr. Murdoch's assent to resolution, assent to the negotiated sentence. The other provision in there is restitution. In this particular document, Mr. Murdoch admits that he owes restitution, but the exact amounts and that order will be deferred for when we have the sentencing proceeding here in the future. Finally, I think, Your Honor, we obviously need to address these issues with Mr. Murdoch, and then at that time the state will go through the factual basis. It's obviously very extensive. We're talking about a multi-year course of conduct, and it is very detailed. I think our plan here for today, if this is all right with Your Honor, is for me to do a quicker version, which is still going to be fairly extensive, to get through the factual basis of this plea, and then at the sentencing proceeding, I would ask for leave of court again to go into more detail about exactly how Mr. Murdoch committed these schemes, how he used his law license to abuse the judicial system. We think there's a valid, very important valid state interest in exposing those facts and exposing this long-time course of conduct, this abuse of power and influence for the public and for the judicial system itself. With that, Your Honor, I would yield to Your Honor to have the colloquy with Mr. Murdoch, and then I'll be happy to address the factual basis after that.
Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh agrees with the state's rendition concerning the plea agreement. He has executed that plea agreement. We would also withdraw our motion for recusal so we can proceed with you being the judge on this matter. I think that's all I would say prior to you having the colloquy with Mr. Murdaugh. Jim?
Mr. Griffin, any comment at this point?
No, Your Honor, I have nothing further to add.
Mr. Murdaugh, you've heard what Mr. Waters has stated. Do you agree with the statements he has made?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish to withdraw your formally entered plea of not guilty and plead guilty to each and every one of these charges?
I do.
You, your lawyer, and the prosecutor have negotiated a sentence in this matter that's been recited by Mr. Waters. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where there's a negotiated sentence, either I will accept the plea, guilty plea, and give you the exact sentence that you, your lawyer, and the prosecutor have negotiated, or I will not accept your guilty plea. Do you understand that?
I do, yes, sir.
And would you like for me to accept the guilty plea and impose a negotiated sentence?
Yes, sir, I would.
And because these cases, various counts are venued in various counties, Orangeburg County, Hampton County, Colleton County, Bamberg County, Allendale County, I think that in addition to Beaufort, do you wish to waive venue from those counties to have the case heard here in Beaufort?
I do.
Is there any question in your mind as to whether or not you wish to proceed with this guilty plea?
No, sir, there's no question in my mind.
Do you believe you've had enough time to think about it?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are
A
you
long
set?
time to think about it.
I can imagine. Do you believe that you've had effective representation by Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Absolutely.
Now, this plea agreement includes a provision providing for a waiver of appeal and waiver of filing any post-conviction relief, as well as ordering restitution. You have reviewed those provisions and are fully informed and agree with those provisions.
I am, yes, sir.
Under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the court must ensure that the Victim's Bill of Rights have been complied with. The state is well aware of that, as well as your lawyers. And the victims have the right to be heard prior to the official imposition of any sentence or the official acceptance of a guilty plea. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And so it's the intent of the court, assuming a factual basis is established by Mr. Waters or Mr. James, that the court will accept this guilty plea contingent upon the Victim's Bill of Rights being satisfied. Therefore, any sentencing will take place at a subsequent hearing, which will be on November 28th at 10 o'clock.
Ah, yes.
Do you understand that?
It'll be when, sir?
November 28th.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Tuesday.
I understood it wouldn't be today. Yes, sir. I understand that.
All right. And understanding all that has been stated up to this point, how do you plead?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You can be seated, and we'll hear from Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, I plan to be somewhat brief today. It is a lot to get through, and will be more detailed as to the specific mechanisms in which these schemes were conducted at the proceeding on November 28th. But we all know, Your Honor knows, of course, having done the trial, the murder trial that we did back in January and February and March, about Mr. Murdoch and his family legacy, his family power, his family influence, and the influence that he exercised as a respected and powerful plaintiff's lawyer throughout the state, but particularly here in the 14th Circuit. And Your Honor is of course aware that after September of 2021, it was reported, of course, the firm announced that they had uncovered that Mr. Murdoch had allegedly been stealing funds from clients, and that led to a whirlwind state grand jury investigation that started to uncover a decade-long course of conduct of stealing from clients. And I want to, first of all, I want to give thanks to the team that I have here, many of whom you see sitting next to me, at those that you saw at the murder trial that have done such Herculean work on this particular case. I have my co-counsel here, Johnny James, as well as co-counsel John Metters, and our forensic accountant, Carson Burney, who did excellent work on this case as well. But also have Ryan Kelly here from SLED, who's just one of the many SLED agents who worked so very hard on this particular case. In order to delve through this morass of documents and financial transactions to ultimately paint the picture of what happened and what Mr. Murdoch did and what he is now here admitting in a guilty plea that he actually did. But I want to say this, that the other people that I need to thank that is so important
13 jurors
were these victims.
Oh,
and I can tell you, Your Honor, that at the beginning of this case, when I first got involved in late August of 2021, and we found out about these allegations and we started to investigate these financial crimes, and I sat down with some of these initial victims and asked them to tell their story, asked them to go in front of the state grand jury and testify and tell their story. And I heard over and over again, Mr. Waters, you don't know who you're messing with. I have to live there. And there was a palpable fear among those victims, and particularly the initial ones, about coming forward. And I told them, I said, you're not going to be alone, but we're going to pursue this to its conclusion, but I can't tell your story without you. And to a man and a woman, those victims, as I sat at a conference room table and looked them in the eye and had those conversations, agreed to come forward because that was the only way that this kind of abuse of the judicial system could be exposed. It's the only way that change could happen. It is the only way that we can ensure that this courtroom and all the other state courtrooms, of which those of us judges and lawyers and law enforcement officers and staff are part of, that it doesn't happen again, that it's not abused in this fashion again. And so I want to thank them, because that really showed true courage. And as the ball started rolling, more and more victims came forward, more and more became willing to tell their story. And as I talked to all of those individuals before they testified, the one thing, the one word that came out over and over again was trust. Was trust. what I heard over and over again. And I think that's the heart of this case. It is the trust that comes with having that law license on the wall. It is the trust that comes with being part of a powerful family. It is trust that comes with building a powerful practice. But it is also that trust that comes with the fact of how these schemes typically worked. And the way they worked is that when Alex Murdaugh would bring those individuals in to sign the paperwork, to look at a disbursement sheet that had out all the various disbursements that were coming from these cases, in most instances, he was still handing them a really big check. And it was easy for him, it was so easy for him to smooth talk and fast talk them through these disbursement statements because he's handing them that big check. And what they didn't realize was that at the same time, he was taking money from them, sizable portions of money from them, behind his back. And I think, as we develop this case, that ultimately what it really boiled down to was such a sense of entitlement and lack of accountability that Mr. Murdoch felt he was entitled to that money. And so he took it. We've detailed before how Mr. Murdoch had some financial difficulties that started in the recession back in the late 2000s. And he had some financial difficulties, but after that he had some big cases, and his partners and those around him thought that those big cases, from which he generated large amounts of fees, sometimes 7 figures of fees, that he had gotten everything right. But he hadn't, because his insatiable desire for money meant that not only was he taking 6 and 7 figure fees, not only was he borrowing at very favorable rates from the bank, but he also was stealing from these clients on top of it. And the first one that's indicted by the state grand jury occurred in December of 2011. And that was from Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinkney. And those would be the crimes that are in 2022 GS 4701 and 02. And ultimately, he was able to steal from them with his first scheme. And that first scheme would be that he would have on the disbursement sheets, and those disbursement sheets are where it has the settlement and it takes out the attorney's fees and all the legitimate expenses and where all the money's going, and then the net result, the net amount that's going to the client at the bottom. It's an accounting of all how that money's being dispersed, that money that is going into his trust account that he holds in trust for those very clients. And the procedure is that you get those clients to go through that, you get them to sign it, which he didn't always even go through it with them, but the ones he did, he would put on there, in the initial scheme, he would put on disbursements to Palmetto State Bank. And these disbursements to Palmetto State Bank were easy to talk through very quickly. Staff didn't pick up on it because they looked legitimate. It was not uncommon for Palmetto State Bank to sometimes loan money or to have claims. And so it was easy for that to look legitimate. And again, everyone from the clients to the people that worked in the firm, the people that were his staff, trusted him. They were not going to question what Alex Murdaugh said to do. And so that's how the first one went down. Natasha Thomas, there were checks made out from the trust account, made out just to Palmetto State Bank. And the first one was for $325,000. That was in December of 2011. There was another one that should have gone for the benefit of Hakeem Pinkney that was made out to Palmetto State Bank, and that's $309,581.46. And once he had those checks made out to Palmetto State Bank, he would then get those checks personally, or take those checks and take them over generally to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank. And then Russell Lafitte would willingly and happily then convert those monies on a PMPED trust account check made out to Palmetto State Bank and convert those to checks, to transactions that ultimately would go to pay the personal debts of Alex Murdaugh or into his accounts or to pay other debts that he had, essentially converted for personal use. But that was not the only way that he was able to steal from them, because it's very common for law firms to withhold money from disbursement after they make that initial large disbursement to the client. They withhold money in order to satisfy any medical liens that may need to be paid out of the settlement. And it's also very common for them to then negotiate with the medical provider to pay some percentage lower than the actual lien. Well, what that does is create a very easy delta in the trust account from which Alex Murdaugh could steal. And in this particular instance, there was a money held back for a lien to Medicaid, and as soon as we figured out that's how it was working, we started to look at those delta and look at the expenditures that were there, and ultimately were able to find a check for $25,245.08, dated June 13th, 2012, that ultimately was also converted through use of making the check out to Palmetto State Bank, and then was structured for the benefit of Mr. Murdoch with money orders and cash under $10,000. That again is December 2011. We move on, and one of the things that Mr. Murdoch had done was have Russell Lafitte appointed as the conservator for two minors that had their relative had been killed in a wreck. And he started to have Mr. Lafitte cut loans at extremely, almost non-existent interest rates to him to keep him afloat. Because what Alec also had going on was a constant velocity of money where he was constantly borrowing money and servicing debt.
He's in this chat.
And to keep those debts alive, to keep those debts afloat, he had to keep that influx of money coming in, whether it came from his law firm, whether it came from stealing from clients, whether it came from new loans. And during that period of time, there was about $1 million of loans that Russell Lafitte wrote to Alex Murdaugh to cover various debts that he had, to keep debts from going bad, to keep them from going into default. And so that highlighted the need to continue to steal money from his clients. And so the next one that we had, and this would have been starting in February of 2013, but this would be where he stole $1.325 million from a case involving Arthur Badger and his deceased wife and their heirs. And this would be the crimes as it relates to 2022 GS 47-3. Ultimately, again, it was $1.325 million. And one of the things that Mr. Murdoch did to allow him to do that was when there are multiple plaintiffs, the defense attorneys, once they agree on a global, the civil defense attorneys, once they agree on a global settlement, often rely on the plaintiff's attorneys to allocate those monies among their various plaintiffs. And he allocated the money in such a fashion that the vast majority went to Arthur Badger, even though that really made no sense in the context of the injuries of the case. And so he still was able to give Arthur Badger a check, a six-figure check, that was a great result in what Arthur Badger was expecting, not realizing that the vast majority of that money, that $1.325 million, was ultimately going to be stolen by Alec. And at that point in time, he had the checks cut in about 9 or 10 different instruments. And again, using the method of having them made out to Palmetto State Bank. And ultimately, those checks then were deposited to give the illusion of regular payments on the million or so loans that had come from those other clients where he had Russell Lafitte appointed as the conservator. And again, that ultimately resulted in over $1 million of theft from 2013 to 2014.
Hey, Ian. Welcome.
The next case that went on was an individual by the name of Dion Martin. And Your Honor, this would be the crimes that were alleged in 2021 GS 4729 in Allendale. Mr. Martin had been injured in a wreck. And this is where we start to see the scheme change. And what Mr. Murdoch did was take advantage of the fact that it's very common for plaintiffs' lawyers in the state to use the legitimate business Forge Consulting. And Forge Consulting is a business that matches defendants or their insurers with annuity companies to set up annuities or structures for the benefit of plaintiffs who are receiving large settlements. And so what he did was go to Bank of America and set up an account, Richard Alexander Murdoch, doing business as Forge. And once he had that account set up, then it became very easy on these disbursement statements to put a disbursement down to Forge. And again, it's not going to alert the staff because they're used to seeing that Forge. It looks like to them it's going to a legitimate structure, but the reality is now Alex Murdaugh didn't need a middleman. All he had to do was get that check made out to Forge, and then he could take it down to the bank, deposit it into his Bank of America Forge account, and then transfer it into various other accounts or various other personal debts that he had, and convert all that money. And he would tell his staff things like, oh, well, I'm going to go meet the president of Forge. We're going hunting. I'm going to go meet him. I'm going to go meet him for lunch in Orangeburg. I'm going to be in Columbia. So just give me the check, and I'll take it to him. But of course, the second he had that physical check in his hand, he could then deposit it into that fake Forge account that he controlled. And so that is how the scheme moved for the most part from that point on. Ultimately, in October of 2015, he had a forged disbursement check cut for $338,056.14. Excuse me. And ultimately, that was a forged disbursement that was stolen by Mr. Murdoch. He also then had a second check in October of 16 that was for $45,000 that he was able to get dispersed to Forge and then converted through his fake Forge account. And then he had a sort of phantom recovery that he put in the disbursement sheet that was listed as a structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn for $500,000. And this actually was a theft that resulted in a phantom figure being on the disbursement sheet, for which then he was credited with his firm, which ultimately affected how much money he would get paid from the firm at the end of the year when they got their bonuses for the amount of $200,000, which in practical terms resulted in a $185,000 extra year-end bonus for him. Your Honor, that would be the facts as it relates to Mr. Dion Martin. Moving on, the next victim was Johnny Bush, Your Honor, and this would be the crimes that are alleged in (2021) GS 4736. The amount here was $95,000. Johnny Bush was a longtime friend of Mr. Murdoch, who again trusted him implicitly, and he was able to put into the disbursement a check to Forge, and ultimately once he got that fake Forge check in his hand from the trust account, he put it into his account and was able to steal that money. The next one is Manuel Santos Cristiani. This one would have been in August 11th, 2016, and this would be the crimes that are alleged in 2021 GS 4731. The amount there was $70,000, and again there was a forged disbursement that was put under the liens category for $70,000 that Mr. Murdoch was able to convert to his own use through the fake Forge account. That was actually supposed to be money to pay off a MUSC lien, but instead Mr. Murdoch stole that money. Moving on to the next one, we have Jamie and Risher. Again, a couple that trusted Mr. Murdoch implicitly. And in that particular case, there was a disbursement for $90,000. And Your Honor, this would be the crimes that are alleged in (2021) GS 4737, and there was a $90,000 check made out to Forge that he converted through the fake Forge account. He also misappropriated by putting them down as supposedly legitimate case-related expenses, $5,504.94 that were used to pay for a private plane trip, limo service, and meals that were ultimately billed to the client as if they were legitimate. Instead, they were for the personal luxury use of Mr. Murdoch. Around this time, we're moving into 2016, and his financial situation is continuing to get worse. He's got a line of credit for $1 million that's maxed out among substantial other debts. And we move on to some of the other crimes that took place. And the next one on the list would be another theft involving the Pinckney matter. I mentioned Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. That was the son of Pamela Pinckney. They were all involved in this particular accident. And ultimately, he had his co-conspirator, Corey Fleming, who had represented Pamela Pinckney because she was driving. And the way it works, of course, is because she was driving, she had to be named as a defendant, even though she was effectively an allied plaintiff, and that's very common. But he had Corey Fleming represent Ms. Pinckney. And Mr. Fleming, despite having made substantial disbursements to Pamela Pinckney, ultimately agreed to have a check for $89,133.44 cut from his trust account at the Moskun Fleming trust account and sent to the PMPED trust account. And again, Mr. Fleming never contacted Ms. Pinckney and said, "Hey, I got 89 grand. I'm sending it over to Alec." Instead, sent it right over there, and Mr. Murdoch was able to convert those funds to his own personal use. And Your Honor, that again would go back to 2022 GS 4702 in that particular case. The next victim was a man by the name of Randy Drawdy, who had a fairly small claim for the type of claims that we're dealing with, that Mr. Murdoch was dealing with. But ultimately, there had been funds that were withheld to pay a potential medical bill that needed to be paid out of the account. But instead of that happening, on October 3rd, 2017, Mr. Murdoch instead had those funds for $9,569.30 cut from the trust account to Forge and ultimately converted to his own personal use. Your Honor, the Randy Drawdy case, that is 2021 GS 4732. Our next victim is an individual by the name of Jordan Jenks. Mr. Jenks had a case here in Beaufort County that was being handled by Mr. Murdoch. And again, in this particular instance, there was $150,000 that was held back by the law firm to settle medical liens in the case that should have gone to the medical provider. But instead, that $150,000 in two separate checks, one for $85,000 in August 1st, 2018, and a second one for $65,000 in September 18th, 2018. He had those cut to Forge, Mr. Murdoch did, to his fake Forge account, and ultimately converted those funds to his personal use. And Your Honor, again, the Jenks case would be 2021 GS 4735. The next case that we had bear with me real quick, Your Honor, would be the Satterfield case. And that would have been the case that the state was prepared to try here in a week. Gloria Satterfield was the longtime housekeeper for Mr. Murdoch and his family. She suffered a fall at his home at Moselle and survived for a period of time, but ultimately died. And Mr. Murdoch, who had the trust of the Satterfield family, who had known him for years, even at the funeral, told family members, I'm going to help those boys. I'm going to help the Satterfield sons. And essentially, I'm going to have them sue me so that I can make sure to get money for Gloria and for y'all. And even though he was going to be the defendant, not the defense attorney, but the defendant in this particular action, he had his office prepare the appointment letters, to prepare a request for medical records, and dealt directly with Tony Satterfield and that family, who considered him to be their lawyer. And eventually he brought in his co-conspirator Corey Fleming to represent them. And one of the things they did was they first obtained a settlement check for $505,000 from one of the two insurance companies at issue in this case. And even though they already had the check, they arranged and convinced Tony Satterfield to allow an individual by the name of Chad Westendorf, who worked at Palmetto State Bank, to be the personal representative of the estate. And the net result of that was, and the point of that was, and the reason for that was to essentially make Chad Westendorf a patsy, and to avoid ever having to communicate directly to the Satterfields, who had no idea when they agreed to do that $500,000 had already been received. And in fact, they held the check. It's even in the emails. They intentionally held the check until they could get the paperwork done to appoint Chad Westendorf, and then backdated it. Backdated the date of his appointment. And so once that happened, they got the check signed. They got the disbursement signed by Chad Westendorf. Corey Fleming took his fee and then gave to Alex Murdaugh. And in some instances, Alec came over to the office and picked it up in person, a check for Forge. And that first one was on January 7th, 2019 for $403,500. And of course, Mr. Murdoch deposited that into his fake Forge account and converted that money to his personal use. No one ever, not Corey Fleming, not Alex Murdaugh, ever told the Satterfield boys that any recovery had ever been received. And they told Chad Westendorf, just sign here, we got this, we'll take care of it. They went to a meeting at the court where Alec was present there with Corey Fleming and with Chad Westendorf. And Alec there again was doing a lot of the talking, if not most of the talking, and saying, I want to help these boys. I know they're suing me, but we're doing this, I want to help these boys. But it was all a ruse. They put in place their patsy so that Alec could steal this money and Corey could get his massive fees from this as well. The scheme went on because there was still a $5 million umbrella policy out there at issue. And ultimately, after there was a mediation that Alec attended, the insurance company decided there's no way we're going to win this with Alex Murdaugh, and so they agreed to pay a $3.8 million settlement. Again, no one informs the Satterfield boys of this. No one informs the Satterfield family of this. And Alec and Corey ultimately have a check cut from the Moskun and Fleming account for $2,961,931.95. That was in May of 2019. made out to forge. That check is delivered to Alec, who then deposits it into his fake forge account and steals it. And this one is different, Your Honor. This is different from the others because usually the scheme, and it works so well because like I said before, he's looking at these clients, he's dealing with these clients, he's handing them a life-changing money in a check, and they're so focused on that, they're not realizing that he's stealing from them behind their backs. But in the Satterfield case, they stole every dime. Every dime. And Your Honor, nothing happened on that case for a while until around October of 2020. And at that point in time, Alec and Corey get together. They cut a check for $118,000 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming trust account, which Corey delivers to Alec. And Alec, again, quickly disperses that money through use of his fake forge account for his own personal benefit. They even at that point in time, Your Honor, sign a stipulation of dismissal in the case. And it's signed by Corey Fleming, and it's signed by Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, personally. Not the attorney, not the attorney for the insurance company. He is not informed. He's not advised of any of this. The whole scheme was to divert the entirety of this money from those boys after he had repeatedly represented to them and their family to the point that they thought Alec was their lawyer. Tony Satterfield would send letters to Alex Murdaugh. He would call him on the phone because he thought Alec was his attorney. He thought Alec was acting in his interest. And when some media articles started to come out about the $500,000 settlement, even though this money had already been paid and long stolen, Alex sent a text to Tony Satterfield saying, hey, you know, working on the case, there's just complicated, just words to that effect, that, hey, I'm working on it, there's just a lot that needs to be done. Your Honor, that's a very short version of the scheme as it related to the Satterfields, but that would be the crimes as alleged in 2021 GS 4730. The next one, Your Honor, is the estate of Blondell Gary. And in that particular instance, of course, he's dealing with the heirs and the relatives of Miss Gary. And ultimately, they held back funds from disbursement because there needed to be some determination about the legal status, and the entitlement of another relative was the reason that was given. But ultimately, the second that money got held back, it didn't take long, and this would have been in April of 2019. Instead of resolving that issue and dispersing appropriately, Mr. Murdoch had $112,500 dispersed from his trust account to Forge and then converted through use of his fake Forge account. The next one is Christopher Anderson. That's 2021 GS 4734. And in this particular instance, there was a large recovery that was received in the case. And Mr. Murdoch, in that particular instance, indicated that no fees were being taken, but instead had a disbursement made to Forge of $750,000. And he deposited that into his fake Forge account and stole every bit of it. The next one, Your Honor, is the estate of Sandra Taylor. 2021 GS 4738. In this particular instance, Ms. Taylor had died, had 3 minor children, and Mr. Murdoch sat down at a table and dealt directly with her grieving mother. Told her he was going to take care of her, and told her that the most he was going to be able to get was $30,000, $10,000 for each child. Instead, he settled the case without talking to her for $152,866, thereabouts. That is the amount of the check that ultimately in November of 2020, he then had dispersed to the fake forge and
Fake forge.
ultimately converted all that money to his own benefit. That was another one, and I talked to her mother, that was another one where she first of all believed and was actually thanking him to get the $30,000, because she didn't realize not only was that a woefully insufficient recovery, but she was that was such meaningful money to her from her situation. And she believed him, she thanked him, she thought he was working in his best interest, and he stole every bit of it. She didn't get one thin dime. Your Honor, that is 2021 GS 4738. The next one is 2021 GS 4727, and in this instance, the victim is Thomas Moore, who was a state trooper who was injured. And in that particular instance, again, Mr. Murdoch, his insatiable need as we're moving to the end, to everything coming to a head, his insatiable need for money changed the scheme from where money was actually being provided to the clients while he stole the rest of it. In this instance, there was a recovery of $125,000 in which he diverted to fake forge all of that $125,000 and forged Mr. Moore's signature on the disbursement statement. Almost done, Your Honor. The next set of victims, as we move into the spring of 2021, and this would be 2021 GS 4728, and this would be the victim being the law firm and Chris Wilson. And this was one of Alex's last plays to get some significant money because things were really falling apart and coming to a head. And he tried that case, a legitimate case, in December of 2020, and ultimately there was a very sizable recovery, but it was a case where Alex, Chris Wilson, and another attorney were on the case, so it was a fee split case, which is very common. And his amount of the fees from that case, that being Mr. Murdoch, was $792,000. And ultimately he convinced Mr. Wilson to write those checks for his portion of the fees, not to the firm as they were legally supposed to be done, so that they could be accounted for in the firm's finances, but to write them directly to him. And the reason, of course, is that he needed that money right then and there. And if it went to the firm, not only would it eventually be cut down by all the various overhead and other things that had to be paid for according to the firm agreement, but more importantly, he wouldn't get that sizable sum of money until the firm settled up and paid bonuses at the end of the year. And then we're talking about in the spring of 2021. He wasn't looking at any chance of getting that money until the end of the year. So he diverted those fees from the firm, and that's part of the crime there. But ultimately, when all of this came to light, before it came to light, after the murders, but before his theft started to be uncovered, one of the first things he needed to do was to get that money paid back, because that is one of the things that was bringing everything to a head. The firm was after Alec as to where are these fees? What happened to them? Did you take these fees? And so in the aftermath of the murders, he borrowed some money and was able to send $600,000 to Chris Wilson and convinced Chris Wilson to cover the other $192,000 so that Chris Wilson could tell his law firm, Alex Law Firm, that that money, that $792, was in the trust account. Nothing to see here. Everything's just fine. And he told Chris Wilson some lies about he just had some money tied up here, there, and everywhere, and that he would pay him back. But it wasn't true, and ultimately he then defrauded Chris Wilson out of that $192,000. A few more matters, Your Honor. 2022 GS 4710. This particular indictment dealt with a number of things, including the checks that Mr. Murdoch was writing to Curtis Eddie Smith, as well as drug charges related to that for the opiate pills. And ultimately, in that particular indictment dealing with the large cash out of money that Mr. Murdoch had been engaging in particularly after the boat wreck happened. Ultimately, he's pleading to a criminal conspiracy for that one, and that would be 2022 GS 4710. The next one is 2022 GS 4723, and in this particular instance, the victims are his brother Randy Murdoch and the law firm. And this is the one, Your Honor, where Mr. Murdoch is pleading pursuant to Alfred. But the state, and that's something that I've never done before, is do an Alfred plea, but given the substantial admissions to which Mr. Murdoch is making here today, we've agreed to accept that, but the state is very confident in the evidence that it could present and pursue on that matter. And that's essentially the double dip. It was very common for, after the firm cashed out and paid all the bonuses to get to a zero balance at the end of the year, for members of the firm to loan money to the firm so that it could operate until fees came in, and then those loans would be repaid. And ultimately, the finance office at the firm made a mistake and wrote a check for $121,358.63 to Alex Murdaugh instead of Randy Murdoch. And what Mr. Murdoch did, instead of correcting that, is he ultimately sat on that check and went down to the finance office not long after that and said, "Hey, I lost that check. Can you cut me another one?" And again, the staff there, trusting the powerful lawyer, one of the senior partners in the firm, cut him that check. So now he has a second check for the same exact amount, which he immediately deposits and uses to pay substantial debts. He then sits on that initial check for an extended period of time and then cashes it as well. And so ultimately was able to, according to the evidence developed by the state, steal the same money twice. Again, Your Honor, that's 2022 GS 4723. Finally, Your Honor, we have 2022 GS 4734 and ultimately 2023 GS 473. Let me, Mr. James corrected me on one I need to cover. And this would be 2022 GS 4724. And again, in this particular instance, the victim was the law firm. And this is another one where forge was ultimately used, but instead of stealing money from the client, essentially he was able to divert attorney's fees from that should have gone within the firm and divert those out through payments made out to forge that he then diverted through fake forge. And those would be two checks. The total amount is $175,200.83. It was two checks, one for $91,867.50 and another check for $83,333.33. Finally, we have all this substantial money over the years from 2011 all the way through 2021. Substantial money that Alex Murdaugh stole and washed through his various accounts and converted to personal use or used to pay for his personal debts, which is income under the law. The lawyer knows this. And so he was ultimately indicted for tax evasion for each one of those years, the largest one being over $263,000 in state income tax that he would have owed. That, of course, was the year where he stole the most from the Satterfields. And ultimately, he's pleading guilty to count 9 of that, 2022 GS 4734, for the tax evasion charge as it relates to that. Your Honor, again, that's a lot. But that is the factual basis, the very skinny factual basis for the schemes, the thefts, and the defrauding that this former lawyer, Alex Murdaugh, used his power and his influence and his law license in these courtrooms to steal for over a decade. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great.
Alex stole it.
Mr. Murdaugh, aside from the count or the indictment that you are pleading guilty on the Alford, aside from that particular one, do you disagree with any of the facts stated by Mr. Waters?
I agree that I wrongly took all of that money, Your Honor, and did all of those crimes. I disagree with some of the narrative, but not the essential elements of the facts of the crimes.
And do you believe that if you were to proceed with a jury trial on these charges that you would be found guilty?
I am guilty, and yes, sir, I believe that I would be found guilty.
All right. Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else with regard to the guilty plea that you'd like to say today, Mr. Murdaugh?
No, sir, other than I'm glad to finally be given the opportunity to plead guilty. I am happy to be pleading guilty to these charges for a number of reasons.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether you need to inquire about the Alford. Do you need to make a specific inquiry on that?
Well, yes, sir. With regard to the Alford plea, you are not acknowledging guilt, but you like to take advantage of this overall global plea arrangement with the state, and you're acknowledging guilt on that basis without admitting any guilt.
I'm acknowledging that I would be convicted if tried on that, Your Honor.
Anything further on the
No, sir,
Alford
Your
issue?
Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Waters?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Well, as indicated, there clearly appears to be a factual basis for all of the guilty pleas. I find that it's in the best interest of the state and the defense that this guilty plea, these guilty pleas be made, but respecting the rights of the victims to be present to provide the court with whatever additional information that they think the court should have. We will defer the full acceptance of the plea until November 28th at 10 o'clock. And again, where there's a negotiated sentence, either I will accept the guilty plea and impose the exact sentence that that you, your lawyer, and the state have agreed upon, or I will not accept the guilty plea. And at this point, I fully intend to accept the guilty plea after hearing from victims.
Thank you.
Anything?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Anything further today?
Nothing from the
No,
state.
sir, Your Honor.
All right, very well. We will be adjourned.
Fake forge. Real shackles. The trial was supposed to be on the 27th, but now they're not doing the trial because he just pled guilty to that for a plea deal. So now they're going to do sentencing on the 28th. Interesting, interesting. So how are we feeling? I have bad news. The good news is I got my nuggets. That Salty bought me with his super chat. That's the good thing. The bad thing is I just got a notice that since it rained this week, they're behind schedule on the floors and I don't get to go home today. It'll be sometime, it's like another week. I miss my home. I miss my beach. Susan D, welcome. New member, welcome. Welcome. You live here now. We all live here now. This is where we belong. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. We are about to wrap up on yesterday's stuff so that we can go into verdict watch on the ditch trial. So there we go. Susan. The Allen plea, or Alford plea, it's basically saying, I'm not going to say I'm guilty, but I'm going to go ahead and let you sentence me because I am going to agree that if you were to try this in court, there is enough evidence to where I would be convicted. So it's basically like a way of being like, I ain't gonna admit to that, but I know that y'all could prove it. So a lot of people don't like it. Remember the staircase guy? When he did the Alford plea, like they were like people that are pissed. Like there are some families who get really mad with that one because it's part of, wanting to have them take responsibility for what they've done. And I get it from the sense of like, if you can avoid the trial and you can, get through all of that, like I get like the perks in that, but I also understand like there are some, victims' families and stuff that are not fans at all of that, which I get it. Let's see. Kathy Davidson says, I feel bad all over again for those people. Yeah, I mean, think about next week. We're going to hear from them. They'll have a chance to be there Well, he hasn't been sentenced yet for his federal crimes. Or has he? They didn't do the. Did they do the sentencing? I know he did the plea deal, or he pled guilty. I don't know. It's all running together now. Let's see if I am. Yes, the 27 years. This sentence is. These are state charges, not federal. Peter Ware, get to 5 memberships. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to our new members. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you, Peter Ware. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. You're the best. Michael Peterson. That was the staircase guy. I couldn't remember. Just strange, all of them he pled guilty for, but that one, the one against his brother, it's like, he's not, it's like, it's actually kind of funny if you think about it, because it's like, you know, like when your parents tell you, like, you know, apologize to your brother, he's like, no. And it's like, well, okay, I'm not going to say I did anything wrong, but I'm just going to say I'm sorry because Mom and Dad are making me. That's how that feels. That's how him singling out the offer plea on that one feels. I still have y'all. I don't have my home back yet, but I still have y'all. And Lucy. I mean, this is a nice house. It's just, it's too big. It's like, it's, you know, it's so, it's just, it's not home. I like being home. All right, I think I'm almost caught up, right? I think. Did I miss anything else? We're about to finish this.
That would be available to you if you were to choose to testify. Is that correct? Correct. And it was also the advice of counsel that you do not testify on your own behalf. Is that correct? Correct. And you have been made aware that it is your decision, and it is your decision alone, and you have been fairly and fully advised of this right, and you are electing not to testify by your own choosing.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. And I do believe you've covered what I intended to cover in any further colloquy. And Mr. Brammer, just a follow-up, which is just confirming what you've just answered in response to Mr. Munger's question. You believe you've had sufficient time to make that decision after consulting with your counsel, correct? Yes? You have to answer out loud.
I can't hear what you're asking me, so can you talk a little louder?
Well, then don't be uh-huh-ing if you can't understand what I'm saying. You've had sufficient time to review the discussion you've had with your attorney on whether or not to testify in this case, have you not?
Yes, I have.
And is it your decision that you not testify?
Yes.
Very well. Any further record by either counsel?
No, Your Honor, I'm satisfied. He knows he's got a right to testify, and he has a right not to testify, and it sounds like he's electing not to. We're satisfied.
And again, Ms. Mugger, it's my understanding that the defense has no evidence to present today. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Very well. We're going to have the jury back momentarily. When they come back, I will confirm that the state has rested and concluded their case, and then I'll be turning to Mr. Munger and ask if there's any evidence, and you can respond to me at that time. All right? Fair? We need a jury.
Bring the jury. All right, we're almost caught up. This is the end of yesterday.
Yeah, concluded its case and rested. I'm now turning to Mr. Munger on behalf of the defendant. Do you have any evidence?
Your Honor, at this time, the defense rests.
The defendant has now rested as well. That means, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard and received all the evidence. And we're going to take an evening recess. I know it's 3:45, and you're thinking, Judge, we could still work for another
No, that's not what they're thinking. Okay, so let's get to today. They're on verdict watch now. They've been on verdict watch for like 40 minutes, so we're almost caught up, y'all. Look at us go. Look at us go. Look at us go. Be caught up in no time.
Then I'll clear it, but it's ready to go. As soon as I finish instructing, I'll put that on. And I do intend to instruct the jury as to the law prior to your argument, and then I'll introduce you and you'll argue. All right?
Judge, 38, your numbering in the bottom right, instruction 39.
And where's Claire? Did she provide you 2 copies? She's been so vigilant and been with me all.
Let's skip over the jury instructions for now and listen to closings. So that if a verdict comes back, we will have heard this part.
On each of these 3 counts.
All right, here we go. He doesn't have a microphone?
So where it really begins, not in February 13th, 2023, but it actually begins a few years before that. And it was very well. And this time, it was fine. But what was different about it is that instead of fighting going into an animation, she got it. There was no relationship between the 2. It didn't matter. The defendant couldn't accept it. Did not have control. In fact, Ilene, she wasn't drinking. There's no evidence of alcohol. She stopped drinking. She had.
There's always a culprit.
Because she was working hard. And she was trying to find a place for herself. She trusted the defendant. Even though they were no longer seeing each other, she trusted the defendant. Because they had known each other for 1.5 years to 2 years. So that morning, on February 13th, 2023, exciting now, I'm sure, drives off the airport 280. I didn't have no idea what it was. At some point, the defendant lost it. And tragically, Eileen lost her life.
I heard tragically Eileen lost her life.
Now, the judge just went through all the instructions, and that was a lot. You guys will have the instructions. What I would like to do is just talk about a few of the instructions and highlight a few. First of all, in considering the evidence, you will make deductions, and you will reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Use your common sense. You all have it. All your experiences that you've had in life, you will be able to use your common sense in this case. Instruction number 16, I'm not going to read this. This is the state's burden. The state has the burden to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the instruction. What that really means is the state. If you're firmly convinced that we proved our case in murder in the second degree, then there's no reason to act. You're firmly convinced. Instruction number 21. This is where we get into marshalling instructions. And Mr. Wilbur talked to you about checklists. This is where you have to use the checklist. This is where you have to look at the elements of the crime. You have 3 different things. The first, count 1. State must prove all the following elements of murder in the second degree. On or about the 13th day of February 2023, the defendant assaulted Eileen Gowan. State prove that. 33 injuries on her body. Eileen Gowan died as a result of the assault. And the defendant acted with malice of forethought. We'll get into malice of forethought. But here is the thing. If you believe Dr. Boden's opinion that she was assaulted and that coat was grabbed
twisted up. It choked her. Neck compression. It was held there. And he's guilty of murder in the second degree. Those elements are met.
Excuse me, Mr. Fournier, I apologize for doing that. We had a full courtroom, and I think you keep your voice up because of the media and the full courtroom. Just try to keep the voice a little louder.
You say, keep your voice up.
Mr. Reedy, as well as other folks in the county, have the best hearing. I don't know if that mic's registered. Thank you, I appreciate it. I apologize for interrupting you.
Instruction number 22. Murder in the second degree does not require specific intent to kill another person. Malice? What is malice? It's a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It is assaulting, unlawful.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. What a piece of garbage. Hold on. All right. You know what? I don't want to hear another thing about we can't get an impartial jury, because there has never been a camera or a courthouse steps that these two goons have not been all up on every chance they get. Do you want to know why they went through all of this today instead of handling all of this beforehand when they could have? You want to know why? Because if they had done this before and then had all of this ready to go today instead of doing it in the hearing with the cameras available, they wouldn't have had the opportunity for a press conference. They wouldn't have had the opportunity to get up here and run their mouths and then go back and whine about how I don't understand. We just can't get an impartial jury. Well, you know what? Sit down and shut up then. They are so hypocritical. It drives me nuts. They could have had all of this done, and they chose not to. They chose to do it today. And the reason that he went by over where the reporters were today after they finished it and got up there, he said his exact words, "Showtime." That's how they think. Everything is a show. Everything is a circus. Everything is manipulation on how to make the pieces work for them. But here, by all means, let's just stop what we're doing again for these two morons, because they have something to say.
I mean, everything I do is worth talking about, but...
Oh, shocker. Everything I do is worth talking about. Oh, my gosh. Why do I need to... Can you DoorDash wine?
I got a pretty comprehensive Judicial Merit Selection Committee reform bill that...
Hold on. We don't want to miss a word he says, because everything he says is worth talking about, he says. Lord help us. Let's not miss anything that Poot says.
We are hungry. Where's Holly? Hey, Holly?
Maybe his sunglasses will fit today.
Look at Holly. So cool. Y'all swing your cameras, get a shot of Holly. Hey, Holly. Hey, we need your ball on you too again. Wait a minute, is tie straight?
Is your tie straight? Is your tie straight? Do my sunglasses fit this time?
Who's here from WIS? Where's WIS?
Senator Harpootlian, while we're waiting, anything on the pre-filed legislation agenda that's worth talking about?
I mean, everything I do is worth talking about, but I got a pretty comprehensive Judicial Merit Selection Committee reform bill that correct every problem there is. Yeah.
Sounds like good legislation.
That's what I think. Okay. Ready? Anybody want to complain? Okay.
Me?
So, both Jim and I believe today was a big step in resolving Alex Murdaugh's issues. As Jim can tell you in more detail, since he admitted his financial crimes in September of 21, is that right?
Exactly.
He's been wanting to plead guilty to these or resolve them since then. So this is a big step, and we'll have, after the sentencing, we'll have more comments, but we have just obviously very brief comments today. Jim?
Yeah, I mean, this was, as Alex said in court, you know, he'd been wanting to plead guilty. Really, the only impediment was, you know, would we have a plea terms that would give him an opportunity to get out of prison? And today we got those terms, and you know, he's prepared to serve a long time. As he said to me as we were going into the courtroom, you know, he feels very comfortable doing prison time for crimes that he did, and he knew that he was going to prison. He does not feel comfortable doing prison time for the murders of his wife and son, for which he did not do.
Nobody feels comfortable.
Still are singularly focused on exonerating him for those convictions, and we'll be having hearings, hopefully, you know, probably the first of the year, but we don't know for sure.
And to that end, the Supreme Court yesterday, as you saw, indicated they're going to appoint another judge to have a hearing on our motion for a new trial. That motion, as you know, was based on jury tampering by the clerk of court. So we're looking forward to now having this behind us and being able to move on to deal with, you know, the issue that Alex.
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second because I want to point something out. This is the most Dick thing that Dick does. Let's listen. Hold on.
That motion, as you know, is based on.
Listen to what he says.
Still, and probably the first.
Supreme Court yesterday. Indicated they're going to appoint another judge to have.
Indicated that they're going to appoint another judge. The Supreme Court yesterday indicated that they're going to appoint another judge. So let's talk about what really happened with the Supreme Court yesterday. What really happened with the Supreme Court yesterday is that the Supreme Court told them, I'm denying your claims. I'm denying your stuff. I'm not going to recuse, you know, make Judge Newman step down. I'm not going to, you know, make your, like, extend your trial. I'm not doing any of the crap that you're asking for because it's not valid. But that doesn't even matter because Judge Newman has asked us to go ahead and put another judge over the trial hearings for the murder trial stuff. That's what really happened. The Supreme Court didn't say, oh yeah, we've got this taken care of. We're gonna put a new judge on there for you because of those allegations on jury tampering. No, the Supreme Court said, I'm telling you no because your stuff it doesn't make sense. It's not validated. There's nothing to validate any of your claims. But what we're saying to you by saying no, move it along, doesn't even matter because Judge Newman has decided to do this, which is, like we said on the stream yesterday, is a good thing because you know what? Let another judge come in and tell them the same damn thing. Then what are they going to fuss about? This is the most Dick thing that Dick does. He tries to manipulate things to make it sound like it's better for him than it really was.
Have a hearing on our motion for a new trial. That motion, as you know, is based on jury tampering by the clerk of court. So we're looking forward to now having this behind us and being able to move on to deal with, you know, the issue that Alex has denied from the day he was arrested till now.
You know what? You know what's a funny thing about this? Who gives a shit if he's denied it from the first day? Because he has been convicted by a jury of his peers. He is a convicted murderer. You know who has not been convicted of anything? Becky. So he needs to stop talking about her and focus on his stupid, guilty client. But let's continue.
Again, as Jim just pointed out, he's always admitted he stole this money. Never has denied it. We'll take just a couple questions and then we got to go.
Alex said he was happy to plead guilty today for a number of reasons. Can you share?
Well, I mean, I think he'll share those with you more after the sentencing, but he'd obviously put this behind him. You know, his son, Buster, has been subjected to tremendous scrutiny and online bullying and harassment by everybody. Hopefully this will help put that, and he's very concerned about his son, Buster. Anything else, Jim?
Okay. Okay. What the hell does Buster have to do with any of this? What does Buster have to do with any of this? Once again, let's be dick. Let's take whatever we can and try to use something to twist the situation so that we can garner sympathy and make you feel something other than, disdain for our stupid, guilty client.
Jim?
Yeah, and he said in federal court when he did a plea to similar charges that, he wanted closure for the victims. And, he, believe it or not, he cares for these victims and he feels badly about it. And he people want to diminish this, but he was in the throes of an opioid addiction. And, it had taken over his life. And so, he's opioid free, he's drug free, and he feels awful about his conduct.
And he's going to spend the next 22 years in prison apologizing for it. Right. Okay, thank you.
Ali B from Tennessee says, I'm back a few minutes, but I agree with getting a new judge with new jury. I don't know why Brandi is so angry. I'll explain it. Like, if there are still questions, he is allowed to appeal a new trial. And he did. There are no questions. They're making up their own questions, and he is allowed to appeal, and they are allowed to deny it. You don't get to just be like, oh, that one didn't go how I wanted. Let's try again. Let's see if somebody else gives us a different answer. That's not how the judicial system works. There was enough evidence to convict him. There is no evidence of jury tampering. The response of the state and the other jurors and the stuff that they said even says what they said isn't what they said about Becky influencing us isn't true. It's not what happened. It's all bullshit that they're doing to try to just get a different outcome. That's not how the justice system works. That's why I'm angry. You don't get to just try to use your power and your position in the Senate or your little bitty sunglasses to try to manipulate the situation into getting a new trial because the one that you failed at didn't go your way. The reason that you lost this trial is because your client is guilty. That's why. You don't get to just try again. That's why I'm angry, because that's not justice. That is manipulation, and it's sleazy. It's sleazy. The way that they manipulate things and try to find loopholes is in no way, shape, or form justice for victims. It is manipulating a system that they've been a part of long enough to know how to manipulate it, and that's what pisses me off. The lack of integrity is infuriating. Morons. See if anybody else comes out. Nobody yet. We'll see if Creighton or anybody comes to speak. Oh, nope, they ended the stream. Of course the state doesn't. The state doesn't need to come out and do a press conference every time Alec takes a shit in jail.
It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendants. All the acts that the defendant did will be proven in this case. And the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. 33 injuries. 33 injuries. Malice, a forethought. This is not a first-degree murder case. The state does not have to prove premeditation. Malice, a forethought is a fixed purpose or designed to do some physical harm to another which exists before the act is committed. So So it's
Thank
not
you, shaky
reflexive.
frown.
It's not something like a reflex. There's got to be a thought, but it doesn't have to be long. But if you believe the opinion of Dr. Boden, that jacket was twisted up. She's been assaulted, or is being assaulted, all the injuries. That coat's being twisted up, and it's being held there. And it's being held there for probably at least a minute. If you believe that, then you have malice aforethought. Instruction 37. This is the abuse of a corpse. On or about the 13th day of February 2023, the defendant either hid or buried a human corpse, or failed to disclose the known location of a human corpse. The defendant dumped Eileen's body in a ditch in a remote location where not likely to be found for a while. And at the same time, the entire time that law enforcement, friends, and family are searching for his body, or her body, he is lying to law enforcement. He is not helping them find her. He's doing the exact opposite. He's throwing off the scent. He's making it more difficult to find Eileen.
Thank you, Peter Ware.
Instruction number 38. The state must prove all the elements of the theft. From a theft standpoint, it's really going to be up to you what you decide the amount is. If we've met all the elements, you look at the amount. And the state believes that it's true in this case. The defendant took a safe. The safe has a value. $1,200 in the safe. Other contents in the safe. Purse is gone. Phone's gone. Is that more than $1,500, but not more than $10,000? If it is, and you are the ones that decide. If it is, then that's theft in the second degree. If it's not, and you say it's, well, maybe I think it's more like $1,000.
Thank you.
That's theft in the third degree. You are the ones that will have to make that decision based on the evidence that was presented. Instruction 19. I'm just going to highlight the last line. Last sentence. If the body of a murder victim is found within the state, the death is presumed to have occurred within the state. The body was found at 152nd and Mormon Bridge Road. That is Potawatomi County, Iowa. Instruction 13. Evidence has been offered to show the defendant made statements at an earlier time and place while not under oath. You saw interviews. You saw videos. You saw a video from February 15th with Sergeant Roberts and Detective Dyer. Roberts conducted the interview. You saw that interview. That's in evidence. You saw another interview from February 17th where Sergeant Roberts and Detective Brannigan interviewed the defendant. There were statements the defendant made there as well. You saw that. That's evidence. There were statements that the defendant made at the welfare check. When Officer Boldra did a welfare check with the defendant, and again, made statements, you have that evidence, that video. Now, you may consider any omission for any purpose, like credibility, right? So, in the first interview on February 15th with Sergeant Roberts, he says, I picked her up from Sugar's at 8:30, I took her to Mike Robbins' house. Then I went back to my apartment. Sometime later, I hear knocking on my window. I think it's her. February 17th, story changes. Sergeant Roberts followed up on that. And Sergeant Roberts figured out he didn't go straight to Mike Robbins' house. No, he must have taken a different route because the video evidence shows something different. Well, February 17th, story changes. Credibility, story changes. It's a mission of the defendant. Now, the defendant picks up Eileen, 8:30, leaves at 8:32. Doesn't go directly to Mike Robbins' house. Instead, went to Dudley Court.
Thank you, Holly.
Eileen had to pick up a safe. Then after we did all that, I took her back to Mike Robbins' house. Dropped her off, never saw her again. No way to knock on the window. I think it might be her. We did get video evidence from Dudley Court, so now we know they actually did go to Dudley Court. And they also went to Sherwood Apartments to see if she could rent a place.
He's shaking his head.
Story number 3. At this time, witnesses have testified that now we know that the defendant has gone into Omaha. We know he's going that direction. And she's confronted about it. Did you go to Omaha? No, I don't remember going to Omaha. Then later, yes. Went to Omaha. Went to Omaha. Went to go get cigarettes. Went to Carter Lake to fool around. And then I took her back to my father's house. Dropped her off. Never saw her again. She came knocking on my window. Story changed again. Those admissions. Those you can consider that for any purpose in this case. let's talk about some of the witnesses that did testify in court over this last week. Nicole Shipp. Nicole, she is the daughter of Ilene. Nicole last spoke with her mom at 8:06 a.m. while her mom was at Sugar's. Her mom had just finished her cleaning shift. This was on February 13th, 2023. She always keeps in contact with her mom. She had great communication with her mom. Didn't have any communication with her later that day, and something wasn't right, because that's not like her mom. On the 14th, she reports her missing. She said, I've got to go to law enforcement. We've got to report this. Reports made on February 14th. The defendant and Ilene also both lived with Nicole. So Nicole knows that relationship very well. And I believe she talked about it being off and on again. It was unhealthy, but she knew the relationship well. She also witnessed her mom accessing her safe. And that's important because she testifies about the safe, but she testifies about how her mom opens the safe. It's a key. It's not a combination, it's a key. She used a key to open up that safe. Which is an important detail. And she also talks about Ilene when she went to go purchase a diamond stud earring. That diamond stud earring was for the defendant. It was seen there.
Thanks, Peter Ware.
There's the diamond stud earring. 17. We'll come back to another slide, but with Justin Brammer is the son of the defendant. Justin Brammer also happens to be in a relationship with Nicole, so they live together. Justin had some important testimony. He did talk about the fact that his dad told him the story about picking Ilene up from Sugar's and driving straight to Mike Brockman's house. So that corroborates some of the evidence that you heard. He also talked about the defendant not dropping Ilene off in the driveway because some black hose was in the driveway. But what he also testified to was the fact that although he has his dad's tools and stores them, and now he considers them his, Justin, he never sold his dad's tools and never gave his dad money for selling those tools. $325. The defendant takes that sentimental earring while Ilene is missing and pawns it for $160. Emily Brammer testified.
Thank you, Boden.
Emily is the granddaughter of the defendant. The defendant and Ilene at one time lived with her at Cottonwood Apartments. The defendant and Ilene broke up, Ilene moved out. It was just the defendant and Emily in Cottonwood Apartments. So the defendant and his granddaughter are living at Cottonwood Apartments. She testified that when they broke up this time, it was fine. That was it, it was fine. She also testified that when Ilene was missing, she saw the defendant with Ilene's phone.
Thank you, Nurse Forgotten.
And she described the phone in case. And she further stated that she knew that phone because she had held that phone before in her hand. The defendant also told Emily, his own granddaughter, to lie to law enforcement if they asked her about crushing the truck. She testified about some of the behavior of the defendant during the period that Ilene was missing. He was angrier. He drank more. He lost weight. He quit his job. And she called in the welfare check because the defendant was making suicidal statements and she was concerned about her grandmother. Officer Boden was the officer that went and did the welfare check, and you saw that video. What's interesting about that video, a few things, but the most interesting thing about that video is the fact that the defendant talks about Ilene being raped on February 10th, which was the Friday before she went missing. And yet, his story is that on Monday, he went and dropped Ilene off at Mike Brockman's house, the supposed individual that raped her.
Remember, we pointed this out too, that this doesn't make sense. Hold on. The video is too hard to hear it.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said you were the last person that saw her before she went missing. So that's why it was important for us to talk to you.
Megan Preston testified. Megan Preston is the owner of Sugars. Sugars is a restaurant bar that is 2.5 miles away from Mike Brockman's house. Sugars is the place where the defendant worked. Ilene worked there as well. And even Mike Brockman was a person that went there and drank sometimes. What Megan testified to was that Ilene came and worked her shift that morning, February 13, 2023, and she did a good job. There was no issues with the shift. She had no observations of Ilene being anything but normal. She states that she's a reliable worker and she's a good communicator.
Thank you, Little Bing.
There was a message, and this is in evidence, Exhibit 16, from approximately 2:44 p.m. Megan, who has Ilene in her phone as Ilene Cleaning Lady, Megan worked that shift, and she was ready to go home. And Ilene was supposed to show up at 2 o'clock for a shift, but she never showed. So she's sending messages. She's trying to find where Ilene is because she needs Ilene to come in. At 2:20, she sends a text message to Ilene saying, "Where are you?" And the response back comes at 2:44, "I'm done, leave me alone." She testified that that's all. That kind of response. Sam Brammer's communicating with Megan as well on Exhibit 16B. Again, Megan's trying to figure out where is Ilene. February 13th at 2:30, Megan sends a message.
Hold on. Y'all know how Jams was in here giving us information from inside the courtroom? She just said, "How did I end up at the same damn Chick-fil-A as Poot?" She's at the same Chick-fil-A as Harpootlian right now.
Message to Sam Brammer, Facebook Messenger. You don't have to respond, but I was wondering if you knew where Ilene was. His response back, "No, ma'am." She texted me, sounds like she was drunk. Megan also provided video for us. She testified to that.
Thank you, Kelly.
She provided a video that shows the defendant
Thank you so
pulling
much.
up to Sugars and Ilene leaving with the defendant at 8:32 a.m. in the morning. She also provided video that shows Ilene walking in at around 8:30 into the entrance of Sugars, and she appeared to be walking normally. She also provided video of Mike Brockman coming down later at night and dropping off Ilene's belongings, just like he testified to. Megan also testified about something that was a little odd, and that was that on 2/16, when the defendant was supposed to work his shift, that he was just sitting out in his truck in the parking lot, or in a vehicle in the parking lot, and he was supposed to be working his shift. And he never does come in and work the shift. Mike Brockman testified. Mike Brockman, straight shooter. He said he allowed her to stay a couple days. Videos from Sugars corroborate his story. Everything that he said is corroborated. Dropped her off in the morning. She worked her cleaning shift. She was supposed to come back and pick her stuff up. She never did. Mike Brockman worked a full day of work on 213. Worked a full day of work on 214 as well. Mike Brockman was interviewed by law enforcement. His phone was dumped by law enforcement.
Do you want to pause this and watch the sentencing live, or do you want to keep this going? Let's do a poll. I try to give y'all what you want.
And his appointment was verified. His boss, Marcia Delahoy, came in and testified to Mike Brockman working those 2 days. And moreover, she testified that when he would run to go get parts, that he would only be gone to 30, 40 minutes at a time. Mike Brockman had no relationship with Ilene. He was just helping her. Carol Martin is Mike Brockman's landlord. She lives 2.5 miles away from Sugars out on Railroad Highway. She lives on a small little farm. She's got horse stables there. Mike Brockman rents the bottom space of her house. He has his own entrance in the back, like she testified to. First of all, she had no idea about a black hose in the driveway. There was never a black hose in the driveway.
All right, as soon as it comes up, we'll pause it.
And she also said that when strangers come to her property, her dogs bark. And she was there in the morning on February 13th, 2023. The defendant is saying that he's dropping Ilene off at Mike Brockman's house that morning. This evidence is to the contrary. Sergeant Roberts. Sergeant Roberts was the lead investigator in the missing persons case. So this started off as a missing persons. And he was the one that first spoke with the defendant. He was the one that was following up on the report that Nicole had made, my mom was missing.
Welcome, Profiler.
He interviews the defendant on 2/15, which is less than 2 days from when she goes missing.
All right. Look at us we have just covered all these true crime streets.
The defendant will please rise. In cause number D1DC 223011129, verdict of the jury for the offense of murder. We, the jury, having found the defendant, Caitlyn Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder, assess her punishment and confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for a period of 90 years and a $10,000 fine, signed at 1:58 p.m. by the presiding juror. You may be seated. Does either side desire to have the jury polled as to its punishment verdict?
No, Your Honor.
I will get the clerk to pass this to the deputy for fingerprinting.
90 years?
Before we go any further, you can do that as well.
$90.
Again, Ms. Armstrong, I would need to have you rise again so I can do the official sentencing in accordance with.
Wait, y'all are saying, half y'all are saying 9, half y'all are saying 90. I heard I heard 90.
In cause number D1DC. The defendant will please rise. In cause number D1DC 22301-129, verdict of the jury for the offense of murder. We, the jury, having found the defendant, Caitlyn Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder, assess her punishment and confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for a period of 90 years and a $10,000 fine, signed at 1:58 p.m. by the
That sounded like
presiding
90 to
juror.
me.
You may be seated. Does either side desire to have the jury polled as to its punishment verdict?
No, Your Honor.
I will get the clerk to pass this to the deputy for fingerprinting. Before we go any further, we can do that as well.
They're arguing about it on Law and Crime Chat too.
Again, Ms. Armstrong, I would need to have you rise again so I can do the official sentencing. In accordance with the verdict that the jury has rendered, this court hereby sentences you to 90 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and a $10,000 fine as imposed by the jury. You may be seated. Is there any allocution to be done?
Yes, Your Honor, state has two people. We first like to call Caitlyn Case.
Okay.
Hold on, Judge. You want the cameras to do what?
Yeah, the second time she made sure to enunciate it better.
Insert.
Caitlyn, I want you to know that I fought for Mo with everything I had that night. From the moment that I got home and started doing chest compressions, which was the longest 10 minutes of my entire life, I remember feeling so relieved when the police arrived, that help was finally there. People who really knew what they were doing and who could help me care for her. I fought for her afterwards when I was pulled from my home by police and taken downstairs. I initially refused to go to the police station that night because I didn't want her to be alone. In one of the body cam videos, I say something along the lines of, "I can't leave her. I'm the only one she has here." I couldn't understand why they weren't bringing her downstairs to the ambulance so that they could rush her to the hospital.
Yeah,
I
this is
asked
the
one of
friend.
the officers why they weren't bringing her down. And that's when he told me that she unfortunately didn't make it. That was the first moment that night when I realized that there was no coming back from this. I think I had just assumed that as soon as she was taken to a hospital, that she was going to be okay. It never actually crossed my mind in the chaos of that night that she wouldn't be alive. that she would die, that she was already dead when I arrived home. I was questioned for almost 3 hours that night. They finally let me wash the blood off my hands in the police station bathroom. And I'll never forget that moment in the bathroom. Watching the sink turn red and wanting to put it back on my hands because it was the only thing I had left of her. Your actions caused that pain. I remember waking up a few hours later in my dad's bed with my sister and realizing that it wasn't a dream, that it was all real. I'd asked the detective over and over again the previous night when and how they were going to notify Mo's family. For what felt like an eternity the next morning, I waited for her mom and dad to call me. Finally, Karen called me, and it was the hardest phone call of my life. She was wailing, screaming. She wasn't speaking words at first. It was raw and guttural. It was the vocalization of grief. Her world had stopped. She was confused and in disbelief. She kept saying over and over again, "Who would ever want to hurt my baby?" Her mom asked me if I thought she had been raped. I told her no. She asked me if I thought it was quick. And I said yes, I thought it was quick, even though I didn't know. At no point in my life did I think I would ever have to tell someone's mother that I thought their daughter's death was quick. Your actions caused that pain. I've watched Karen sink to the floor in her kitchen because she was sobbing so hard and could no longer stand. I've watched her experience her first Mother's Day without her daughter, surrounded by wildflowers and her children's friends. I've watched her put lights and pumpkins on Mo's gravesite. I've watched her ride her bike and pedal harder because that's what Mo would have wanted. I've watched her in the darkest days not be able to get out of bed because she had nothing left. I watched her grieve for her daughter, who she will never get to see grow up anymore, get married, skyrocket in her career, inspire others further, have children. I've seen her open her heart to others through this loss and share her vulnerability and deep well of wisdom. I've seen her sit in this courtroom every single day with her head held high and bear witness to what happened to her incredible daughter. I sat with her as she visited my house for the first time and laid on the floor of the bathroom in a fetal position, stroking the ground, sobbing and crying out loud about how much she missed her. She turned onto her back and laid right where Mo had laid and taken her final breath. Oh my God, does Karen and Mo look exactly alike? I've watched her become friends with all of my friends and celebrate their accomplishments and my own. I've watched her continue to be the best mother, even though I can't imagine how painful the days must feel. I've watched her smile and laugh and still somehow find joy in life. I've witnessed her strength through this all, and I've been inspired by her daily in this slog that we've called life recently. It has been exhausting showing up every day here in court, listening, watching, reliving every moment from so many different angles. It feels so real all over again. I go home every night to my house after watching video after video of it all day here, and there's Mo's ashes sitting on my bedside table waiting for me. I'm struck by how much this has affected so many people. I've watched your parents in court every day, not once smiling or interacting with anyone, just waiting to see what happens to their daughter. I've watched my own dad struggle to look at the videos and the audio throughout the trial. I've seen Colin take the stand, unable to even sit fully upright as he answered question after question about the innermost pieces of his life, a man whose life has also been turned upside down by this tragedy. The ripple effect is almost incomprehensible. It's also unbelievably sad and painful any way you look at it. So many people in this room have lost so much. It's incredibly difficult to understand someone's life, how they lived, what they meant to others. Words feel completely inadequate right now, and they probably always will. How do you distill a life? The more I think on that question, the more I have to look at those people around me that were impacted so deeply by Mo. I'll forever be honored to have known her, to have held her as a close friend, both in life and in death. And I'll have to continue seeking out ways to honor her legacy. We have to live bigger, more fully, with more vulnerability and open hearts for her. That's what she would have wanted. I want to be riding bikes with Mo, cooking new recipes, waking up on Christmas morning together, plotting new businesses with her, growing older and hopefully wiser, and building and creating what we want in this life together. Instead, her ashes are in the ground in Vermont. I'm putting in the work right now to process it all and continue healing. I'm trying to open my heart even more and just let it all wash over me. I still feel so many things. Guilt for not protecting Mo, for not coming home sooner. I'm angry at you, at the utter tragic nature, at the senselessness, at not being able to hear Mo's voice again. I feel deep sadness for the road ahead that Mo's family must continue to walk. Deep sadness for Matt, for now being an only child. And deep sadness for you and for your family. Mo once said, if we're not willing to risk catastrophic failure, we're probably not dreaming, living, or loving the right way. I'm going to read that one more time. If we're not willing to risk catastrophic failure, we're probably not dreaming, living, or loving the right way. That is profound. That is powerful. That is Mo. She was not afraid to break things to make them better. That's what she's doing to each of us. She's breaking us down and teaching us how to rebuild the world around us in a deeper, more meaningful way. And for that, we have to be grateful. We have to be grateful to her for living with such poise and vibrancy, for truly seeing those around her as they were, for pushing us to do better and to be better humans. Those closest to her knew she had no limits, and it was an honor, a privilege, to be in her orbit, even for only a short time. Even after all of this, I feel hope. I hope that I can live a life that she would be proud of, and I'll carry her with me each day. I choose light, I choose joy, and I choose love. And Caitlyn, I really hope that you can find that too.
All right, we're behind like 10 seconds because we were rewound.
For giving us this opportunity. First one.
because we had to go back and
First
check
wanna
9 or
say,
90.
I want to thank Your Honor for giving us this opportunity. It really means a lot. Caitlyn Armstrong. I'm not sure if my words can penetrate your heart, but I'm gonna try. I hate what you did to my beautiful daughter. It was very selfish and cowardly, that violent act on May 11th. It was cowardly because you never chose to face her woman to woman in a civil conversation. She would have listened. She was an amazing listener. She would have cared about your feelings. She was a caring, empathetic person. If you allowed yourself to actually know her, you never, ever would have wanted to hurt her. This never would have happened. You and Colin could have had a beautiful life together. You destroyed that. You ruined your life, your family's lives, our lives, and crushed the hearts of many more. When you shot Mariah in the heart, you shot me in my heart. You shot Eric and Matt in their hearts. You shot Mariah's cousins and aunts and uncles, and all the people who loved her, pierced their hearts. You will have to live with your choices and its consequences, just like all of us do on this planet. Because you are a human being, created in the image of God. I pray for your healing. The only way that can begin is to admit your guilt, own your actions, and seek forgiveness, not just from us, but most importantly from your Creator. Jesus is your very best friend. He is the one who can cover this sin because he is the only righteous one who suffered on our behalf, sacrificing his body on a cross for our sake. Only you can choose to cry out to him and be redeemed. He can melt your heart of stone with his unconditional love, mercy, and grace. It's up to you. There's no winner in this story. Your actions have caused all sides to suffer. There's a ripple effect of sorrow upon sorrow upon sorrow. Mariah is free of this sorrow, though. She is more alive today than any of us here. Mariah is in the presence of God's pure light and love, and nothing can ever hurt her again. You killed her earthly body, but her spirit is so very much alive, and you can never change that. I am confident in my hope. That's what I named my new puppy. I'm so confident in that hope of spending eternity with her and our loving Creator who made this vast and beautiful universe.
The defense will please rise once again. Ms. Armstrong, having sentenced you in accordance with the verdict of the jury, You are now remanded to the custody of the Travis County Sheriff's Office for beginning of the execution of sentence. You all are dismissed. Yes. I'm not through speaking with the jury, so you might want to wait back. Wait for it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do want to thank you on behalf of all the parties involved for your diligence and deliberations and hanging in there with us for these weeks. Your service, I do recognize what a sacrifice it has been. Even though we've tried to make it somewhat bearable, I do appreciate everything that you've done to be here with us. I know we were all thinking we'd be having turkey together next week, but we managed somehow to get through it all and finish on today. So on behalf of all the parties, I thank you. And I'm telling you this now because oftentimes after the verdict is in, you all, the first thing you want to do is get out of this building. And I certainly understand that. There may be some of you that would like to speak with the attorneys if they would like to come and speak with you. I have told Deputy Warner to let me know if there are any of you that would like to have a conversation with them if they have any desire to speak with you as well. It is up to you who you talk about this with from this point forward. You don't have to talk to anybody if you don't want to. If you want to, that is your decision to speak as well. But again, on behalf of everyone, I say thank you. On behalf of the citizens of Travis County, I truly do thank you for making our criminal justice system work so smoothly and helping us get through a very difficult
Why are you sitting in the corner?
subject. So we do have all of your
What are you doing?
permits and documentation that you need for your employers, loved ones, whoever wants to look at where you work.
No, you move when I try to take a picture of you.
Definitely want to provide that with you. I'm going to excuse you officially now. Those of you that would like to speak with any of the attorneys, just let Deputy Warner know. She'll come back and let you know when it's time for them to come back and have words with you, if you choose to. Again, thank you. You are officially excused.
See if they're going to take her out again. She said 90. The second time she said it, she enunciated it more. Oops. Yeah, we can listen to it again in just a second before we go back to our other stuff. Our plans next week. I have to be at the hospital Monday.
This call officially is in recess. Thank you.
I have to be at the hospital Monday morning for a PET scan. And I don't know what time I'm going to be done with that. So I don't know about Monday. And everything else we're going to have to kind of play it by ear. It depends on how.
In cause number D1DC 22301-129, verdict of the jury for the offense of murder. We, the jury, having found the defendant, Caitlyn Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for a period of 90 years. and a $10,000 fine signed at 1:58 p.m. by the presiding juror. You may be seated.
Did you hear it better that time?
For the offense of murder, we, the jury, having found the defendant, Caitlyn Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder, assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for a period of 90 years. And
do you hear it better slowed down? The second time she said it, she enunciated it more, but the first time was hard to hear. Here.
a $10,000 fine of 90 years. Institutional Division for a period of 90 years. And a $10,000 fine signed at 1:58 p.m. by the presiding juror.
Y'all are hearing 9?
You
I
may
hear
be
90.
seated.
I hear 90.
Assess her punishment at confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for a period of 90 years.
See, I hear 90. And it is 90, but I hear 90. But then when she says it the second time, she enunciates it more.
And a $10,000 fine signed at 1. I will, before we go any further.
Well, and the second time you can hear it better. I hear 90 on both, though. She doesn't enunciate it as much on the first one, but I still hear it.
For the clerk to pass this to the deputy, as to its punishment verdict.
No, Your Honor.
I will get the clerk to pass this to the deputy. Does either side desire to have the jury polled as to the of criminal justice institutional division for a period of 90 years and a $10,000 fine?
Right,
you may be seated. To its punishment verdict.
No, Your Honor.
I will get the clerk to pass this to the deputy for fingerprinting. Before we go any further, we can do that as well.
I'm curious, the ones of you who hear 9, do you have headphones in?
Again, Ms. Armstrong, I would need to have you rise again so I can do the official sentencing. In accordance with the verdict that the jury has rendered, this court hereby sentences you to 90 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the $10,000 fine as imposed by the jury. You may be seated.
Did you hear 90 that time? I hear 90 both times, but I do hear that she doesn't enunciate it as much the first time. She enunciates.
90 verdict that the jury has rendered, this court hereby sentences you to 90 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the $10,000 fine as imposed by the jury.
90.
You may be seated.
Missing. And when he interviews the defendant, there's a portion of that very beginning of that video where the defendant comes in and tries to say that the officer, Sergeant Roberts, said that he was the last person to see her alive.
The sergeant, he talked on the phone. My name's Ted Roberts. I'm a sergeant. I was the last person to
was huge.
It's been gone for 2 days.
The last person to see her alive.
The defendant is saying that because he knows he's already murdered her. No one else is talking about alive after 2 days. Use your common sense. We don't think so. We don't think someone's dead after 2 days.
They've been deliberating now for 1 hour and 50
If
minutes.
you could, I just need to know what went on Monday morning. What happened Monday morning with you? She's texting. Okay. And want to know if I would come get her because one of her friends supposedly was supposed to come and get her. And both of them are out of gas. So did she tell you the friend's name? Okay. Yeah, she let them remember names anyway. Half the people don't let them remember names, so I give them. Like it's my girl will mean that I call her for, you know. And then the lady that works in the back in the kitchen, I call her Cameron. Those are the two that she was really afraid of. Those two. Okay. So I got there, and I said, I'll be there in a minute. She was going to come inside. I don't want Megan to know that you're with me. I said, okay. And I pulled up, she goes to the truck. We came out, right out to this, can't remember the guy's name now. Those are the one that tried to do something with her. And dropped her off there. Then I left. And then, like too long after that is when she called me. I think she was at my house knocking. You can't get in my apartment building, but she had a key to get in. But I think she was knocking. I didn't look, I didn't care. I just wanted to lay down and take a nap. That's when she texted me. Want to know if I'm not letting her move back in because this guy raped her. Now there's true raped her when?
You need a Ricola.
The night before Monday? Okay. And I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if she was just saying that she did. We get her right away. I don't know.
Defendant says when he drops her off at my Rogers, goes back to his apartment, and then he receives a text from my wife. A text from my Eileen somewhere else.
Oh.
He's at his apartment.
Jesus.
We'll come back to that. Sergeant Roberts followed up and realized that this isn't an interview or something, not like this, not trying to corroborate his story, and videos aren't corroborating the story. Detective Dyer, he was part of this interview. Detective Dyer, I don't recall him asking a single question, but he was there. But Detective Dyer came and testified. Detective Dyer went and picked up the defendant and brought him to the station to do the interview on February 15th, the clip that you just saw. And after the interview was over, Detective Dyer takes the defendant back
They got a verdict.
to Cottonwood, back to his place, where he lives, his apartment.
Gosh,
And
we're like making it through
one
everything
thing
today.
that Detective Dyer notices that caused attention is that the defendant, when he gets out, he walks directly over to the dumpster and just looks into it and then walks away.
Who said 1 to 2 hours?
When you start looking at some of the other evidence that you've seen in this trial, where you saw the video of the defendant coming back from Trainer, going straight to his apartment on February 13th, rises around 1 o'clock, gets out of his truck, starts taking stuff over to the dumpster, putting stuff in the dumpster. This is 2 days later. The defendant's checking to see if that stuff is still in the dumpster. Detective Ron Brannigan. We had a lot of testimony from Ron Brannigan. He was ended up being the lead detective in this case. What Ron really did is he gave us the timeline. He tracked the defendant's truck, and we learned about the movements of the defendant with Eileen on February 13th. And pretty much through video through intersection cameras, through private businesses, track the movements for the day, which also tell a different story than what the defendant had told law enforcement 3 different times. What we do know and what you have as evidence is that after leaving Sugar's at 8:32 a.m. with Eileen, and we have an exhibit where Eileen's in the truck and you can see her.
I don't know what
At
media said
8:32 a.m.
99 years, but
Law enforcement tracked the defendant's truck movements, and we know at approximately 9:28 a.m., instead of the defendant's vehicle
bye, Michael,
going
thank you.
up to Mike Brockman's house, what we know is that after deadly courts, that this vehicle is heading towards Omaha. And this is at 9:28. So the vehicle's going westbound. And there's a gap there. There's about a 58-minute gap where we don't know. We don't know exactly. We don't have any surveillance. So we don't know exactly where he's at in the vehicle. But we know Eileen's with him when he's going that direction. And we also know that from Dudley Court's videos, you see her walking through in the entrance up to her mom's apartment, down the hallway, back down the hallway again, and out of the building, and was alive and was walking just fine. You saw that with your own eyes in the video. And she was carrying a black safe. What we also know, and what you saw as evidence, is you saw the defendant's vehicle come back into Council Bluffs at 10:26 a.m.
I didn't pack my vertical.
And we have some images where it appears it's Eileen in the passenger side, but those images were hard to get a lot of detail from, but you could tell someone's in there. And what we also know is that at 10:30 a.m., the defendant goes through Burger King drive-thru. And you have a video of that. And you see the video. And we have a couple photos that are in evidence as well, and you can see that as well. And through the entire video, it's not a long clip, but it's long enough to see the defendant exchanging money with the individual working for Burger King. But when you focus on Eileen, she doesn't move. Not at all. And the only thing you can see moving in that video is 2 things. Defendant moving his arm out to exchange with the teller at the window, but you can see his chest and his body pounding through his chest. You can see it in the video. He has already assaulted her.
All right, we're going to skip ahead so we can watch it live. We can go back and finish these. You want your $1.99 back? Yeah, I've had to be here for the last couple of weeks because they're doing my floors, and I thought I could go home today, but I just found out it's going to be like another week. So I'm here with no eyebrows. No eyebrows, but we've been getting verdicts and stuff. We've been getting verdicts. Verdict reached. Almost. Okay, so those of you who said 1 to 2 hours, just under 2 hours. Just under. Let me put this on here because Lord knows I could put it on the screen 100 times and in chat and pin it and everything else, and somebody will still be like, what are we doing? What are we watching? What's happening? What's going on? What trial is this? What's this about? Can you explain this again? What are we doing? What trial is this? What's this about? What are we doing? Doesn't matter how many times. It could be, I could personally text each and every one of you in the mornings and tell you what we're doing. And there would still be people that show up. What are you doing? What trial is this? What's this about? When was this? Are we live? What's this about? What trial is this? Every time. Every time. Without fail. Then go get a Sharpie. I'm not Sharpie in my eyebrows. Could you imagine? Because then what little bit of eyebrows I do have, when I go to have to scrub that Sharpie off, it'll take them all off. Take them all off. But thank you. Then they would all be gone. All be gone. Where are the pelicans? They are out there. Oh. There's a boat going by out there. That guy, okay, so the guy that lives right across the lagoon, I don't know if he lives there. Maybe he's just staying there. Maybe I don't know. But he's been there. I've seen him a few times this week. And he's got a boat over there. He is, I mean, look, if we saw him on here, he'd be a trial daddy. He could be a boat daddy. He's out there on his boat right now. And be like, come pick me up. Let's go fishing. Oh, anyway, pelicans, sorry. Yeah, they're out there on the deck, on the dock, staring at the boat daddy. Who are you? What are we watching? What trial is this? Is this live? Is this sped up? What's happening? What trial is this? Starting to be very afraid of Friday Brandi. What trial is this? Where's your gnomes? Yeah, that one I've been asked a ton the last couple weeks too. Where's your gnomes? Did you move? My name's in gray now. What happened? Why am I in gray? Are you live? How long are we going today? Who's on the stand? What trial is this? What's this about? Why is she talking so fast? That's another one. Yep. What are we watching? Isn't it funny though? It's every day, all day. Who's Brammer? What did he do? So funny. What trial is this? Cracks me up. Oh, let's get a screenshot of him now. With his little smirk. I don't think there's any... What you throwing things for? I don't think there's any possible way that he is going to be not guilty.
All right, please.
Here we go.
Ms. McDowell, our court attendant, has informed me that the jury has reached a verdict, and I, unless I hear any reason not to, I'm going to have the jury back and have them present their verdict to me. Go ahead and bring the jury back.
Come on, Eileen. Did you eat? I do get that one a lot. That one's a sweet one. And can I take my medicine? I get that one. Can you move the text? Can you move your box? Can you make your box bigger? Can you make your box smaller? Can you make them bigger? Can you fix the audio? Their audio is terrible. The audio is terrible. The audio is terrible. The audio is terrible. See, what's funny is like, keep in mind, like, as y'all kind of come in and out, y'all will see this stuff. I sit here for like 8 to 10 hours a day and see it all day long. No, it's fine though. It's not just here. It's going to be like that on every channel, because people are popping in and out all day long. And where's Lucy? Yeah, people ask, where's Lucy?
All right, please.
She said, all rise, and the camera rose. What trial is this fun? Thank you, Peter Ware.
Please be seated, folks. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
All right.
If Ms. McDowell, a court attendant, if I could have you have the foreperson hand you the verdict and then hand it to me. Thank you.
This is the verdict. Thank you, Auntie Katie.
I'll have Mr. Brammer and his counsel stand, please. State of Iowa versus Ivan Samuel Brammer, case number FECR 171749, reading of the jury's verdict. Count one, for and verdict number one, we the jury find the defendant Ivan Samuel Brammer guilty of murder in the second degree. As to count two,
Y'all called it.
we, the jury, find the defendant, Ivan Samuel Brammer, guilty of abuse of a corpse. Count three, we, the jury, find the defendant, Ivan Samuel Brammer, guilty of theft and further find the value of the property taken by the defendant to be more than $1,500, but not more than $10,000. Each form of verdict properly signed by the foreperson. Please be seated.
Y'all called it.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to do what we refer to as polling of the jury, which simply means I'm going to start with our foreman and ask a simple question, and all I need is a one-word response. And I'm going to then move to the foreperson's right and then to the back row and move along, all right? Mr. Foreman, is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 2, is this your verdict? Juror number 3, is this your verdict? Juror number 4, is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 5, is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict? Juror number 7, is this your verdict? Juror number 8, is this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Juror number 9, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 10, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 11, is this your verdict? And Juror 12, is this your verdict? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be released by me, I promise, momentarily, but I'm going to have you go with Ms. McDowell and Ms. Smith to your jury room, and I'll be with you in a few minutes. The jury is released.
All right, please.
Justice for Ilene. This was one where y'all's, the poll that we did, it was what, like 90-something% said guilty? I feel bad for their kids.
Please be seated, folks. Pursuant to Iowa Code 811-1 and Iowa Code 702-11, bond as previously set is revoked. Mr. Brammer, you'll be held until sentencing without bond. The court orders a pre-sentence investigation report to be prepared by the Department of Corrections, 4th Judicial District, Department of Probation, and I will schedule sentencing by separate order. I anticipate sentencing will be scheduled 6 to 8 weeks from today's date. That will allow sufficient time for the preparation of the pre-sentence investigation, because there'll need to be some interviews done by Corrections Probation and for that preparation. Plus, I need to look into my schedule and find when's an appropriate time. But I'll try to have that order scheduling sentencing within the next week, so counsel will be able to schedule it appropriately. That concludes what the court has. Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. I'll enter my order concerning both calendar entry concerning the verdict as well as scheduling sentencing. We're in recess.
That's it. All right. We can finish up the closings real quick, and then we're calling it a day.
Sam Brammer's communicated with Megan as well on Exhibit 16B. Detective Dyer went and picked up the defendant and brought him to the station.
All right, where were we? We were at Burger King, right?
And through the entire video, it's not a long clip, but it's long enough to see the defendant exchanging money with the individual working for Burger King. But when you focus on Ilene, she doesn't move. Not at all. And the only thing you can see moving in that video is two things. The defendant moving his arm out to exchange with the teller at the window, but you can see his chest and his body pounding through his chest. You can see it in the video.
Thank you, Peter Ware. Thank you.
He has already assaulted her. He doesn't know what to do with her. And then, of course, we've got the defendant eastbound heading out to Trainer, 14 miles away from Council Bluffs. And we know he's out there because we have video of it. Have him going out and have him coming back. Never in any of the stories of to law enforcement going to Trainer. Not once. In fact, when he's confronted about it, didn't have an explanation for it. His story was conforming as law enforcement confronted the defendant about some of the other surveillance footages and knowing his location, his story kind of changes to conform with it. Like, for instance, I wasn't in Omaha. Well, we have you in Omaha. Okay, well, yeah, maybe I was in Omaha. 4 aces getting cigarettes. Story conforms. When asked about Trainer, there was nothing. And then, of course, he comes back to Cottonwood Apartments around 1 p.m. and he pulls into his normal parking spot, and we have a pretty lengthy video of the defendant dumping items into the dumpster and then just in his truck for several minutes.
Speed it up a little.
He's carrying it back. It's got an item in it. And it's safe. He's walking over to the dumpster, and he dumps it in the dumpster, and then he walks back with what? A bag. Got rid of it. Bring back to his truck. Officer Wright. He testified that he was the one that pursued the defendant on February 21st, when the defendant was with law enforcement. You saw the video of it. You saw the defendant. Eventually, the defendant was arrested on February 24th, but importantly, the truck. You got to see a video of the truck. And you got to see a vehicle that appeared to be running just fine. Didn't see any smoke coming out of it. In fact, the vehicle was running well enough that law enforcement didn't keep up with it.
Oh, hi. Say hi to our friend.
Come back to that. Sergeant James Doty. Sergeant James Doty testified that reported to be $1,200 in items by safe. He also interviewed the defendant, and the defendant admitted that there was between $600 and $700 in the safe. Sergeant Doty also followed up on the bank deposit. And 2 days after her disappearance, a $1,200 cash deposit went into his bank. You saw the video. You saw the evidence of it. There's a deposit slip for it. $215, $1,200. Defendant told law enforcement that he sold some tools on Facebook Marketplace. You already heard from Justin. He didn't sell any tools for his father on Facebook. He didn't sell any tools for his father and give him any money. Going back to the truck, Sergeant Doty also verified that the truck was, in fact, crushed. Lakeside Recycling. Interestingly enough, when the defendant was arrested on February 24th, law enforcement did a little walk around his truck just to see if there was anything damaged in the truck. The officer testified they didn't go get DNA, they didn't try to find people everything. They were just looking to see if there was some kind of altercation in the truck. Appeared to be normal, they didn't do anything else with it. Defendant gets arrested, goes to jail, bonds out the next day, and what does he do? He goes and crushes his truck. A truck that appeared to be running fine in the video that you saw, and he crushed it for $750. Remember how I said use common sense? $750 he crushes his truck.
Okay, sorry, hold on. Look, I see how the microphone is like right here, sitting on the desk? Lucy is looking at it and she goes, bam, and like took her little bitty baby paw and just popped that microphone so it was going brrr. So I don't know if y'all heard that or not, but if you did, that's because Chat Dog was acting up.
And wants to make sure that the drug is crushed.
You go bad, you're so bad.
Sergeant Jody also, as he
Thank you,
arrived
Chris.
on the scene, when law enforcement came to the scene, the body was found on February 26th. Sergeant Jody was also the one that was able to verify that those are the clothes that this body appeared to be the same clothes as Ilene when she went missing on February 13th, 2023. So he was able to connect the missing persons case to the deceased body that was laying in a ditch 2 weeks later out at 152nd and Old Woman Bridge. Deputy Zach Norman, he was first on the scene, and he secured the scene. He's the one that called Sergeant Doty, and he testified as to his observations of the body, and his observation was there was some kind of signature mark on her neck. CSI Hadley Kava, she came out and took pictures of the deceased body. She also took pictures of the area, and this was in fact an area where a lot of people do dump their trash. It's a remote location. You heard testimony from Special Agent Nathan Howell. This is the FBI individual that presented the CASP report. And there was a lot of information on that, a lot of technical information. But what we can distill from it is that both phones were together on February 13th. They were traveling together as well. And we would expect to see that in the morning, because we know from the evidence that the defendant is traveling. We know the defendant picks up Ilene, and they're traveling together. And we know his direction at this point, so we expect to see the phones back then. But what we also learn is that the phones are together and traveling together when they're not supposed to be together. Remember the evidence. The defendant says he dropped her off at Mike Brockman's. He goes to his apartment. At some point, she texts him. Why are the phones together the entire time? Because he has her phone, and they're traveling together. And this evidence shows that. Interestingly enough, both phones go off network at the same time when they go to Trainer. So her phone is with his phone when they go to Trainer, which is 14 miles away from Council Bluffs. And they're both, coincidentally, not able to communicate with the cell tower. Special Agent Howe said, well, all I do is deal with phone records. All I can say is that maybe they're roaming. Maybe it's airplane mode. Or maybe the phones are shut off manually. Detective Clark came in. He has different information. He doesn't have phone records, but he has the phone dump, the phone itself, the details from the phone. Because we got the phone information. And he did an extraction on that phone. And what we learned from his testimony is that when they're in Trainer, his phone is manually shut off and manually turned back on at the exact same times that the CAS report showed them going off the network in the CAS report. So now we know the answer for the defendant's phone. We don't have Ilene's phone. We don't have Ilene's phone. We're able to get her records from the provider, but we don't have a phone. But we have the defendant's phone. So we know at least the defendant's phone was manually shut off during that period that he went into Trainer and then came back through Trainer. Dr. Kelly Cruz. What did we learn? Good techniques. Good procedure. Good documentation. Good supplemental testing. It was a good autopsy. Dr. Cruz says the body just doesn't tell me enough. It doesn't tell me enough to support the conclusion of cause or manner of death. But she also testified that she's maybe only had 5 to 10 asphyxiation cases. Dr. Boden, on the other hand, he agrees with the mechanisms. They both agree on the mechanism. They both agree on the physical findings. But he believes the body tells a different story. He's done over 20,000 autopsies, and he's also done hundreds of asphyxiation cases. You have two opinions. There's actually three opinions, and it's the most important one. It's yours. Those two doctors, experts, don't have all the facts. You do. Count one. We, the jury, find the defendant Ivan Samuel Brammer guilty of murder in the second degree, asking you to find him guilty. Count two, asking you to find Ivan Samuel Brammer guilty of abuse of course. And count three, asking you to find the defendant guilty of theft, more than $1,500, but not more than $10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Ms. Mother?
Do we want to take a brief break?
That's a good idea. Let's take a brief break. You know that evidence in open mind.
We're getting
Please
there.
be seated, folks. We're back on the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now the opportunity for the defense to provide you their final argument. Mr. Munger?
Thank you, Court.
Counsel?
Here we go with the audio again.
So thank you very much. Now, I told you on Monday that the state was going to try to paint you or write you a story. And I asked you to pay attention to the main elements of the story, the 5 W's as I call them. Who, what, where, why, and then how.
The car
first
chase
thing that I
was
wanted
up.
to start talking about was the jury instructions before I get into that. And each time we come back to my main slide, I have a snippet of the reasonable doubt instruction that you have, which is instruction number 16. That after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence in the case, or lack of evidence produced by the state, if you are not firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find the defendant not guilty. Now, Mr. Forney talks about some of the jury instructions, but I wanted to kind of highlight them from my end. So murder in the second degree, you've already read through these. Based upon the state's case, I do not believe that 1, this happened on February 13th. That 2, Ms. Gowan died as a result of being assaulted by the defendant. And 3, that the defendant acted with malice aforethought. And if the state failed to prove any one of these elements, just one, if they fail to prove it, then you must find Sam Brammer not guilty of murder in the second degree. Mr. Ford?
All right. Hold on. Because while we're listening to this, since we already know how it ends anyway, and this guy makes no sense, this has been a very busy week. I want to know what weirdness stood out to you the most. For me, part of it was Rick. But tell me, put it in chat. What's the part that stood out to you the most?
We also touched upon malice, instruction number 23, and you all have that, and you'll have that with you back in the jury room. I wanted to highlight for you all that it is an act done out of hatred or with an evil purpose. And this has to occur while committing the alleged crime of murder in the second degree. This has to be an act done with so much hatred and such an evil intent that you must find Sam Brammer guilty of murder in the second degree. And ladies and gentlemen, they just don't have that. The second counts, instruction number 37, abuse of corpse. Again, the defendant says, or the state says, on or about February 13th, the defendant either hid or buried you in corpse, or failed to disclose the known location of the corpse, and that he did so to the intent to conceal a crime. I submit to you, again, the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant has satisfied either one of these elements. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit more throughout my closing. Count number 3, instruction number 38, is theft in the second degree, is what he's initially charged with, but you have also the lesser included of that. That the defendant took the property of another, and that he intended to permanently deprive him of that property. And again, I will submit to you throughout this closing that the state has not met their burden of proof to prove each element of this case, or each element of this count beyond a reasonable doubt.
Hi, Peter Ware.
I have the snippet, which is the last paragraph of the reasonable doubt instruction on my home screen, but this is the full one, and again, you all have it. But I want you to remember what we talked about during jury selection. That a reasonable doubt is not all doubts, but it has to be of such a nature that you are firmly convinced that the state has proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt and the defendant is guilty of these counts. Remember we talked about the Tylenol example, how if you'd be a little bit hesitant, you would not give that Tylenol to your family. So when you are considering all the elements under all these charges, you must be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you are not firmly convinced and you hesitate, then you have a reasonable doubt. And I want you to consider that this morning and well into the afternoon when you're deliberating. Mr. Forney showed you the verdict forms. The verdict forms I would like to highlight for you all are number 8, number 10, and number 12, which is finding Mr. Brammer not guilty on count 1, count 2, and count 3, respectively. So let's start with the first W. Who have we heard from this week? I have listed some of the key witnesses. We have Mike Brockman, Detective Brannigan, Sergeant Boldra, Sergeant Doty, Special Agent Hout, Dr. Cruz, and Dr. Boden. I'd like to start with Mike Brockman. You all were allowed to take notes throughout this trial, and you are allowed to refer to them back in the jury room. I was also taking notes, so I'd like to highlight some of the things that Mr. Brockman talked about. When he is working, he nearly always traveled alone to pick up those parts as a part of his job. If he didn't bring back parts, it was rare, but it wasn't unheard of for his job to not bring back parts if he went into Council Bluffs to go back in Omaha and did not get whatever part he was getting. We have timestamps that you have received into evidence, but we don't have any specific clock out times. We just have the hour that he started working and the hour that he ended working. We don't know what he did that day, and Marcia Delavoye can't tell you exactly what he was doing back on the 13th, 14th, or 15th of February. She just can't tell you that, and neither can the state. The state made a lot of argument regarding that the police talked to Mike Brockman, that he had his story checked out. The police didn't do a lot of the same things that they did with Sam Brammer. They didn't send his phone for cast analysis. They sent Sam Brammer's phone, they sent Ilene Gowan's phone, but they did not send Mike Brockman's phone. And I think that kind of gets to the heart of the investigation in this case. The police zeroed in on Sam Brammer nearly from the beginning. And they didn't do a lot of the things that they should have done in order to prove up their case, to show you beyond a reasonable doubt that the person they're accusing of a crime actually committed that crime. We also have some video of Mr. Brockman dropping off Ms. Gowan's belongings outside Sugar's the evening of February 13th. He told her he could stay 2 days. She didn't show up at his house, so he just went and took her stuff and left it outside. Ms. Gowan's presumably only earthly possessions. She wasn't there, he didn't care. He wouldn't let them outside the back of the bar. But he hid it behind a cooler, ladies and gentlemen, so that was okay. They were safe behind that cooler. There's testimony, not only from Mike, but from Carol, that the house is always locked during the day. If Carol was out doing chores like she testified, then the house was locked. So there would have been no way for Ilene Gowan to actually go to that residence and pick up her belongings if the house was locked. That thought didn't cross Mike's mind, that thought didn't cross Carol's mind.
Thank you.
So when she wasn't there, 2 days is up, I'm just gonna go ahead and just drop her stuff off at the back of a bar. We heard a lot of testimony from Detective Brannigan, and I'm gonna get into that here in a little bit. We heard testimony from Sergeant Boldra. Sergeant Boldra was the officer that was wearing the body cam during the welfare check of Sam Brammer on February 19th. Ladies and gentlemen, Sergeant Boldra voiced concern over Sam Brammer, but if you remember towards the end of the video, they really just wanted to talk to Sam Brammer again. They talked to him on the 15th, they talked to him on the 17th, they had him again on the 19th, and he was told, you are going to be committed whether you like it or not. Now you can go freely with us and we'll give you a ride, or you're coming with us, but he was going to be committed that night. And if you notice at the end of the video, Sergeant Boldra was making sure that Sergeant Roberts was aware that, hey, we have Brammer again, if you want to go talk to him at the hospital. You also noticed in the video that while Sergeant Boldra was locking up Mr. Brammer's truck before he took him to the hospital, that he had his flashlight, he was looking around inside, looking for a phone that Mr. Brammer was requesting. He testified, he didn't see any blood. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Remember what Dr. Cruz said during her testimony. That the laceration on Ilene Gowan's scalp, the one that reached the outer table of her skull, didn't fracture her skull, but it left a little bit of a dent on her skull. While it was on her head, it would have produced a lot of blood. I asked her, are we talking about a liter of blood, like the amount that a person would donate if they're donating blood to like the Red Cross? She didn't give us an exact amount, but she said a lot of blood. And Sergeant Boldra had the opportunity to be inside that vehicle on the 19th. He didn't know one thing that was suspicious or wrong, including any blood. Detective Fletcher also had the opportunity to look inside the defendant's truck a couple days later. He didn't notice anything, such as blood or anything else in that truck. He didn't notice anything suspicious. The thing is, in this case, they never asked Sam if they could actually go in his truck to look around. He cooperated. He gave 4, 5, 6 interviews. He gave them his phone to do an extraction. He repeatedly said in interviews, check my phone. I don't remember where I was, but you can check my phone and you'll know where I was. Law enforcement did not look inside that vehicle. And whether it was by consent or by some other method, if they wanted to, they surely could have. Sergeant Jim Doty. I made sure to take some notes, and again, these are just my notes. You're to rely on your own recollection as to what was testified during trial. Sergeant Doty spoke with Sam Brammer around May 3rd of 2023. This was 2.5 months after Ilene had went missing and 2 months after her body was discovered. Detective Doty specifically testified that he had information that the safe contained $1,200. You have in your jury instructions that statements from officers during an interview with the defendant are not to be considered evidence. The only thing that we know about that safe is Detective Doty or Sergeant Doty stating, "I have information." He didn't tell us who, he didn't tell us when, he didn't tell us where, he didn't tell us any of those things. The last time the state showed you testimony or evidence that someone actually saw what was in the safe was from Nicole Skipper, Christmas 2022, a couple of months before this. Again, Sergeant Doty talked to Sam Brammer on the phone 2.5 months after Ilene Gowan went missing. And the fact that
Monday, when I'm not here, when I'm at the hospital, y'all can ask me all the questions you want.
Mr. Brammer stated, my son sold some tools for me on Facebook Marketplace. We don't know what time frame he was talking about. We don't know if it was in March. We don't know if it was in April. We don't know if it was in May. You're allowed to determine the credibility of a witness. Justin Brammer and Nicole Skipper, the daughter and son of each of the individuals respectively, are in a relationship together. So you are allowed to weigh credibility when determining these things, ladies and gentlemen. Special Agent Hope. He had a pretty well-rehearsed testimony. He's obviously given that testimony before. He'd like to enlighten you all that they've helped exonerate 6 people, in the United States in the 13 years that the program's been around. So he told you that he can only interpret the data that he received. And the data that he received was from the historical cell site information provided by the service provider, in this case, Eagle. That's all I can do, and he didn't try to testify about anything else. And just as the state said a little bit ago, the cell phones were traveling together in accordance with the video evidence that way. There's no doubt about that. You shouldn't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with that. Mr. Brammer drops Ilene off in the area of Mike Rockman's residence around 11 a.m. on February 13th. Just because Ilene's cell phone may have been left behind in the truck, an old 1999 Ford pickup, does not mean that her or her deceased body was traveling in that truck. That is only the cell phone, and that is the only evidence that you have. Now the state is probably going to bring it up, that if it was only her cell phone traveling with the truck, then how did she text Sam at 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock that day? Again, this is an old truck. We don't know if it was locked. We don't know if you could just open the door. You don't know if Ilene didn't flag down a ride on Railroad Highway. You notice in the New Horizons auto video, there's about 5 or 6 cars that pass in that 2 or 3 minutes that you're watching. It's not an unbusy road. So the fact that the state's going to tell you, there's no way she could have got a ride. She didn't have her cell phone. She couldn't have contacted anyone. It's definitely not outside the realm of possibility that she could flag down a ride. Got into Sam's truck and got her phone. The state has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And you know that there are more than one possibility that could be involved with that cell phone. Dr. Kelly Cruz, I will talk about a little bit more, but you heard what she had to say. She is an unbiased witness from Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office. She is obviously a younger doctor, but she is still a doctor. She is still board certified, the same board certification that Dr. Boden has. Dr. Boden was glowing in his review of her autopsy. Dr. Boden said,
I thought it was Boden.
That he has rarely seen reports as good as hers. That he had no issues with Dr. Cruz's technique. That she went above and beyond. He said that she had excellent autopsy and procedure. He loved everything that she did, right up until points where it really mattered. And that was his conclusion. And the reason that he gave his conclusion or said that second opinions or second reviews are better than the original autopsy is because that second reviewer or person who takes a second look at it has more information than the original performer. You heard Dr. Boden testify. He had police reports, same police reports Dr. Cruz had. He spoke to a member of Ms. Gowan's family, and he had her autopsy. Dr. Boden didn't have anything more than Dr. Cruz had, and I submit to you, he had less than she had. So that brings us to Dr. Boden. Obviously a renowned and well-known pathologist. Very good at testifying. He called this reporting handsome, which I think all of us got a good laugh about. But all that aside, he was not here to take this case pro bono or for free. He was paid $8,500 a day, which he testified was a reasonable amount of money for someone like him. He was paid $17,000 to render this opinion. And do you think that Dr. Boden would have been brought in if he had the same opinion or agreed with Dr. Cruz's opinion? Going along with Dr. Cruz's opinion, Defense Exhibit 100, which is in evidence, is the quality assurance report form that was signed off on by Dr. Jonathan Thompson, the deputy medical examiner for the state of Iowa. He's been doing this, I believe she testified for 15 years. He reviewed everything that she did. You can look at the form yourself. Didn't find one thing wrong, didn't disagree with it. So when we're talking about second opinions and having someone else come in and review it, it wasn't just Dr. Cruz. She had her quality assurance report signed off. It's not just her conclusion that Dr. Boden is calling the question. He's calling her question the report as well. But we'll get into a little bit more about the pathologist later. Going along with some of the witnesses, and I think this is probably the best time to highlight some of the state's argument during their first portion. And that's something I'd also like to bring up, is this is the last time I'm going to be able to talk to you guys. After I sit down, Mr. Wilbur is going to have the opportunity to stand up and give you some more arguments. I don't get another chance after Mr. Wilbur to come up and argue against the points that he makes. So when Mr. Wilbur is up here speaking to you all, I would really appreciate it if you could maybe think about how would the defense attorney respond to that? How would Mr. Munger respond to the point that Mr. Wilbur is making? Because I won't have the opportunity to get up here and tell you the points that I disagree with Mr. Wilbur. So I just wanted to point that out before getting into that. But responding to the state's arguments about some of the other witnesses, there were some inconsistencies. So we have Justin Brammer said that Nicole reported Ilene missing on 2:13 at 9 p.m. If you recall, Sergeant Roberts said he didn't get a report until 15. We had Megan Preston and the text messages that were received in the evidence. She didn't respond to the text message questioning the identity of the person during that text message. If you look at it, it says something to the effect of very grown up, very responsible. But now that doesn't sound like Ilene. Not in the moment, not when she was actually communicating, but later. There's been a lot of talk of this diamond stud earring as well. It is uncontroverted. There's no question that Mr. Brammer was arrested on February 24th for eluding, and he had a $500 cash bond on each count for a total of $1,000. He was bonded out for $1,000. So what do you do when you owe someone some money? Not just someone, your granddaughter who bonded you out. You try to pay her back the best way you can. He was broken up with Ilene. He told you, or Emily told you it was the final time they were not getting back together. So he had little items of value. And he tried to make it right with his granddaughter, pay her back. Crushed his 1999 Ford pickup truck, which if you've ever been to an auto recycler, you don't get a haggle about the price of metal. The state's trying to tell you that this was just done in an opportunity to get rid of evidence that they had the opportunity to look at multiple times. Sam was trying to pay back his granddaughter. And he was trying to come up with that $1,000 any way he could. The state has also made comments during their arguments about insinuating why would Sam drop off Ilene at her alleged rapist's house. You saw the video again, actually 2 more times. Sam said, I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. According to Nicole Skipper, it was a very unhealthy relationship. He doesn't know if she's telling the truth. He doesn't know what's going on. So the fact that the state is trying to argue to you that it makes no sense that Mr. Brammer would drop off Ilene at a rapist's house who had just raped her the night before, he didn't know. He does not know whether that's true or not, and he states that perfectly clear on video. The state talked about Detective Dyer seeing Mr. Brammer rummaging around in that dumpster after he dropped him off after that interview. I don't recall Detective Dyer testifying to anything of the sort, but I want you to look back at your notes and see exactly what he testified to. Again, those are your notes and your recollection. Speaking of the video that they brought up of Sam Brammer at his apartments, at the Cottonwood Apartments.
Real quick. I guess there was a shooting at a New Hampshire hospital in Concord.
The state makes a lot of argument that he's now taking the safe out of his truck in a black bag and tossing it in a dumpster. You know what you don't see in that video? You don't see Sam running to and from the dumpster looking like he's extremely frazzled, like he just did something extremely worrisome. He's moseying back and forth. There are kids walking by. Elementary school just got out. There are cars going in and out of the parking lot. Don't you think that if he was destroying evidence, as the state said, that he might be trying to vigorously clean his truck instead of just moseying to the back, dropping something off, going back in, not in any real hurry, doesn't have cleaning supplies, doesn't have anything else. So these are just some examples of the state's argument that they're just arguing to you. They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's something that you need, again, to consider. And I don't want to keep writing this forth, but you need to consider and hold the state to their burden of proof. That they must prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt. Talking about the eluding in the state's argument, that we don't see any smoke coming from that truck. There's no way that engine was blown. They also stopped the pursuit. We don't know what happened 4 blocks later. We don't know what happened 2 blocks later. We don't know. And again, they're trying to make this out that Sam was running from the cops with a guilty conscience. He'd already been interviewed 3 or 4 times. He was stopped at a Walmart by the detectives. And they said, we want to talk to you. And he obviously didn't want to talk to them to a 4th or 5th time. So then they called the marked patrol car to light him up. I'm not saying that eluding is great or that he should have run from a marked patrol car. But he just didn't want to talk to the cops that day. Going to the what's in this case. The investigation was led by Detective Brandi. He sat up here and testified for quite a long time. Now, again, in the jury instructions, you're allowed to consider the evidence direct or circumstantial, but you're also allowed to consider lack of evidence. And I just want to highlight a few things that I believe the state's lacking in their investigation. No camera footage from Omaha. We tried, it was deleted, we couldn't get it. They tried, and they couldn't get it. If they would have tried when this was a missing persons case, back when they knew 14 days earlier, they could have got it. This is something that they could have got. The fact that they're saying, oh, it was deleted, it's not our fault. No, they could have gotten it weeks earlier, and they chose not to investigate that avenue. No follow-up with witnesses who saw Eileen on February 14th. Again, Sergeant Boldrup sat up there and testified. He said he took a report from Caleb Moore, and that report was that Caleb Moore saw Eileen at a food pantry on 34th and Broadway on February 14th. We heard no testimony from Detective Brannigan that he followed up on that lead. We heard nothing else. Dr. Cruz sat up here and told you when she spoke to law enforcement, there are multiple reports that Eileen was seen on February 14th. Just like with Caleb Moore, we heard nothing about these reports about who had seen her, where they had seen her. We know when they said they saw her, which was February 14th, the day after the state was alleging this event occurred. We have no DNA evidence. You remember the autopsy photos? There were the bags on Eileen Gowan's hands. Both pathologists told you those bags were to preserve evidence. Dr. Cruz told you, I did fingernail clippings, and I gave them to the proper law enforcement agency. You didn't hear anything else about any type of DNA testing that was or was not done. You heard both Dr. Cruz and Dr. Boden state that strangulation, and not the neck compression that Dr. Boden is talking about, but strangulation is...
Now it says the situation in New Hampshire hospital has been contained. The scene remains active. The suspect is deceased.
a violent act, and it takes time. Dr. Cruz said it takes about 10 minutes. So when someone is strangling another person, that person is most likely going to be fighting, clawing, trying anything to stop themselves from being strangled. And you would think that during any of that fighting, that she would have the DNA or some type of evidence on her hands of the person they actually attacking her. The state's going to try to tell you you can't claw someone when you're unconscious, but why would they take the fingernails and not run any tests just to make sure? Again, another lead that law enforcement did not follow up on this case. I've already touched upon the blood, no blood being found in Brammer's vehicle. Also, there's no blood on Exhibit 9, the coat that Eileen was discovered in. The state apparently has some theory that she was lying back and gravity caused the blood to go back of her head and not end up anywhere on her jacket or in the vehicle or anywhere else. If they're going to try to argue that this laceration occurred outside of the vehicle, she was in that vehicle. And according to them, she was unconscious and unmoving in that Burger King parking lot, in that Burger King drive-thru. There would have been blood on that seat in the Burger King drive-thru if this blow had knocked her unconscious. We also have the flock system that Detective Brannigan spoke about. Detective Brannigan and Sergeant Roberts stated, we couldn't follow up on anything else because we were just relying solely on Sam Brammer's statements. We couldn't do anything else. You heard Detective Brannigan testify. I can put in a vehicle description. I can say, hey, it has aftermarket brush guards. It's got 0 taillights, as he said multiple times. And that system can find that vehicle better than any camera in the county. He said, oh, sometimes we get, hundreds, maybe thousands of hits. But they know the suspect's vehicle. They know exactly what to put in that system to try to track this down at an earlier point in time. And they didn't do that. Burger King. It appears to be the state's theory. They're going to come up here and tell you we have the alternative theories. If you don't believe one theory, but you believe another, you guys can all agree upon it. But the state is trying to tell you that Ilene Gowan was unconscious, unmoving in the vehicle at the Burger King drive-thru. That Sam Brammer was breathing, heaving, and just looking like he was about to pass out from exertion. You saw that video. You can see that video again. Look at the video. You can see Ilene's leg and maybe her arm. And the fact that her arm may be up on an armrest is an unnatural position. The fact that she's not moving is unnatural. She could have been asleep. But would it not have been nice to have heard from the Burger King employee who was in that video? He was kind of bopping around. He was having a good time at work. He wasn't screaming, oh my goodness, there's a dead lady in my drive-thru. Oh my goodness, there's a lady who just got the crap beat out of her in my drive-thru. She's bleeding from her head. She's got bruises all over her face. She's got a tooth knocked out. No, we didn't hear any of that. I already talked about the fact there's no historical cell phone analysis of Mike Brockman. And again, defensive wounds. There are going to be defensive wounds on a person that is strangling someone to death. A person, the state's going to try to tell you that she's passed out. They have no proof that she's passed out or unconscious. There are going to be marks on someone, probably their arms, when they are trying to choke someone, because that person's not just going to roll over. And you heard Detective Brannigan state February 17th, I didn't see any marks. I didn't see anything that was a defensive wound on Mr. Brammer. So those are just some of the things I wanted to highlight that were missing in the investigation. But it's not an exhaustive list, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not Mr. Brammer's burden to prove to you that he did not commit this crime. It's the state's burden to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that he did. So, where did this alleged murder occur? We got Sugars, she's lied at Sugars. We got Dudley Court, she's lied at Dudley Court. Levi Carter Park, you all recall Special Agent Houck stating that they spent the 2 cell phones spent some time together at that park. And he specifically stated that was on the Nebraska side of Carter Lake. It wasn't on the Iowa side of Carter Lake. It was on the Nebraska side of Carter Lake. And that was directly before those 2 cell phones traveled to Burger King. They didn't take a circuitous route. You saw they went south and they went east. And it's of note that the arcs on Special Agent Houck's reports does include some of Broadway where that Burger King is located. I believe he was testifying that it was at Brammer's residence, but those arcs, if you look at it, do include some of Broadway. We have the Brockman residence, and we have Trainer and Old Mormon Bridge Road. I don't know if you all recall, Detective Brannigan stated in that interview on 2/17, and let me pull my notes so I can tell you what I have down. Detective Brannigan said, you forget things, I believe you, that people do forget things. I understand if I were to ask my co-counsel, Mr. Reed, hey, what did you have for lunch on Tuesday? I would be willing to bet that he did not remember what he had for lunch on Tuesday. It's not something that is misleading. When brought to his attention, Mr. Brammer gave them more information. He repeatedly stated, oh no, there's no way that I went to Omaha. But he's saying, check my cell phone. He just didn't believe that he actually went to Omaha on Monday. He thought he might have went on Sunday. He did not believe that he went on Monday. But obviously, he did go on Monday. So when the state is trying to argue that he never talks about this trip to Trainer, how it's so relevant that he never talks about this trip to Trainer. Ivan, 62 years old, Sam, 62 years old, he obviously drives around a lot. You saw the historical analysis. He just drives around a lot. And the fact that he went out to Trainer and there's nothing of it should be of no value to you all. But again, you're the triers of facts, and you are to determine what weight to give evidence. Old Mormon Bridge Road. Old Mormon Bridge Road. You again remember Special Agent Houck's historical cell phone analysis. Not one single time was Sam Brammer's or Ilene Gowan's cell phone anywhere near what they deemed the crime scene on that report. Not one single time. The state's going to say, oh, then he must have left his cell phone behind. That's the only explanation. They had cell phone data from before the 13th until after Ms. Gowan's body was discovered. If at any time Sam Brammer would have made the trip up either to dump Eileen's body, or you know how they say that people go back to the scene of the crime a lot, to go back, see if anyone had maybe seen her body? The state would have told you that his phone was up there. It wasn't. They cannot place Sam Brammer at the scene of the crime. They say, oh, he turned his cell phone off for 58 minutes on the 13th. Well, I want you to remember, it was on for 21 hours after that. It didn't go anywhere. Again, I talked a lot about the 14th, but I believe the state is just trying to make the argument that there was possibly maybe some testimony. I know Hattie Kava talked about the changing weather conditions and the fact that Eileen was discovered with snow on one of her legs or ice on one of her legs, that it had to have been on the 13th because it snowed late in the evening on the 13th, 14th, 15th. We don't have any testimony that tells you exactly when it rained, when it snowed. This is all just people's recollections. They took down reports. We don't know exactly. I think there's a little bit of testimony, but it was an unseasonably warm and cold February in 2023. Temperature is changing a lot. If there's a shadow covering the lower half of Ms. Gowan's body, I'm sure that there'll probably be some snow or ice left there, but we don't know. And they haven't, not only haven't they told us, they haven't proved to you that that was the case. The state is trying to argue that Sam Brammer killed Eileen Gowan because he was jealous, that he no longer had control over her, and she had to go. We heard testimony that, yeah, they had some verbal arguments. There was no testimony that there was ever any physical assaultive behavior. People argue, no one's perfect, but we don't have any history of assaultive behavior. Sam Brammer was the one who asked Eileen to move out of his and Emily's apartment. It wasn't the other way around. If this was Eileen kicking Sam out of her apartment, I would argue, yeah, sure, he was mad as heck that he was made homeless. But it's not the other way around, ladies and gentlemen. He asked her to leave. He said he was done with Eileen. So the fact that the state is now trying to argue there's a jealous motivation behind all this, it just does not add up. It does not add up that after they break up, the state's trying to argue he pawned the sentimental diamond stud earring. They were broken up. You heard Sergeant Roberts say at one point to Mr. Brammer on one of the interviews, things are getting more dire by the day. People who go missing, they're not heard from a little bit. It's not outside the realm of possibility that they're gone. And that can affect someone, whether they were done with the relationship or not. That can affect someone. Finally, I want to talk about how. And again, this relates to Dr. Cruz and Dr. Boden's testimony, respectively. I'll start with Dr. Cruz. You have a report. You can go through her report as much as you want. You can rely on your notes. The main highlight is obviously manner of death. There are 5 manners. Or, I'm sorry, yes, there are 5. I apologize. Manner of death, how she was killed. She doesn't know. Cause of death. Homicide, suicide, natural, accident, unknown. Those are the 5 options she has. She could have chose homicide, if she believed there's enough evidence. She could have chose that someone killed Eileen Gowan. She did. Dr. Thompson agreed with her as well. So when we talk about strangulation, we heard Dr. Boden and the state talk about rear chokehold, least chokehold, and then all of a sudden, oh, we're not talking about chokeholds anymore. We're talking about a coat being grabbed somehow, and by grabbing that coat and putting it around someone, you're going to occlude, meaning completely shut off the blood flow from the carotid artery and the jugular vein on both sides of the neck at the same time without affecting the windpipe. By closing a coat around someone's neck. I don't know if you all have kids and you put on the puffy winter coats. Think about what type of force that would take to choke someone with a collar of a coat. There's going to be more evidence.
Oh, gosh. Thank you, Chris. Michelle, Stephanie Willis, Little Kick, Susan CP. It moved. I don't know. Did I miss one? Welcome to the family. Chris, thank you so much.
That a violent crime is occurring. You heard Dr. Cruz what she would expect to see in a case like this. Hemorrhaging of the soft tissue, bleeding of the soft tissue is what hemorrhaging is. She would expect to see broken cartilage, fractured larynx, fractured hyoid bone in the neck. She would expect to see petechia, which is the breaking of the blood vessels in the eyes, not only in the whites of the eyes, but in the other part of your eye. She would expect to see bleeding of the face. She listed off 15 to 20 things that she would expect to see, and She saw 0. Dr. Cruz told you she does not prefer to put undetermined as a cause of death on a certificate. It doesn't give closure. It doesn't do a lot of things that most people would prefer when you have a medical examiner examine the body. But she chose it, and she stuck by her opinion. She said that she read Dr. Boden's report. She disagreed with it. You, as the state said, are allowed to bring in common sense and experience in this case. And not only are you allowed to do that, but the state has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this is what occurred. So taking your common sense and your everyday experience, wouldn't it make more sense for there to be evidence of injury when there's an actual strangulation, rather than some mysterious puffy coat preventing any type of injury, but cutting off 2 arteries, one artery on each side, 1 vein on each side at the same time, without touching her windpipe, without breaking her larynx, without breaking her hyoid bone? You are allowed to bring in your common sense. And 2 medical examiners, one medical examiner from the state of Iowa said she doesn't know. She does not have enough information to determine. Now signed off on by your boss. So like I said, I will not have the opportunity to come back up here and speak to you after this is over. I really appreciate you taking time out of your busy lives. But this is a serious matter, and it deserves real consideration. And when you go back in that jury room, and you start your deliberations, you have to be firmly convinced that Sam Brammer committed these crimes. Firmly convinced. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And I submit to you that you should fill out on each count that he is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to move forward and see if we can complete all the argument. But if anyone needs a comfort break, I'm happy to take a short 10-15-minute break. But I think we're all ready to move forward. Statement.
So apparently, I'm a little bit scared to know what this says, but Tayo Toys clipped. Sit down and shut up then. Oh, great. Well, we can go back and whine about how I don't understand. We just can't get an impartial jury. Well, you know what? Sit down and shut up then. What we're doing again for these 2 morons, because they have something to say.
I mean, it's everything I do is worth talking about, but...
Oh, shocker. Everything I do is worth talking about. I need to... Can you DoorDash wine?
Is tie straight?
Is your tie straight?
Okay. Ready? Anybody want to complain? Okay.
Me?
So.
Go back and whine about how I don't understand. We just can't get an impartial jury. Well, you know what? Sit down and shut up then. What we're doing again for these 2 morons, because they have something to say.
I mean, it's everything I do is worth talking about, but...
Oh, shocker. Everything I do is worth talking about. I need to... Can you DoorDash wine?
Is tie straight?
Is your tie straight?
Okay. Ready? Anybody want to complain? Okay.
Me?
So.
Go back. Oops. Oops.
Pretty long, who, what, when, where, why, how. Since this is rebuttal, it's my chance to rebut their argument. I'm just directing you. That's not a contradiction to my school locker. That's the jury instructions that I think you need to take a look at. 21, 37, and 38. That's murder in the 2nd degree, abuse of corpse, theft in the 2nd degree. These are the jury instructions. There's no 8th grade essay, who, what, when, where, why, how. We spoke about this in jury selection. We have a checklist that we have to prove. It has the elements of the crimes. That's what we have to do. Now, obviously, it does involve somebody, right? Who? The defendant, Ivan Samuel Brammer, right? What? The 3 charges. When? On or about February 13th. Where? Here in Iowa, at least some portion of it. That's the territorial jurisdiction instruction that you got. I'm not sure if I've got that listed. I feel like it's like 19. And I'm right, 19, right? If an offense is committed wholly or in part in Iowa, then we have jurisdiction. So that's the where, right? Why? We don't always get to know the why. We can certainly guess, right? But that's not something we have to prove. And we're not even guessing rules here, right? How? Assaulted her, compressed her neck, hit her body, knew where she was, misdirected the police, took her stuff. I mean, that's where we're at. So that's we don't have any essays that we have to fill out, anything along those lines. Follow the checklist, follow the law. Another instruction I want you to take a look at is malice.
when Mr. Munger was talking about it, he forgot sort of kind of an important couple of words there. He said, you have to show actual hatred, evil. And then he moved on to talk about what evidence do you have of actual hatred or evil. Sort of missed the third portion of that instruction that says evil for an unlawful purpose. There's no suggestions here, there's no evidence here that Mr. Brammer hated Iowa Gowan.
This is the rebuttal. This is the last part.
Well, there's a lot of evidence that there's a lot of care there, but we're certainly not, it's not the state's theory that there's hatred. The question is, was there an unlawful purpose with regard to what he did? 33 blunt force impact sites. And if you believe Dr. Boden's testimony that she died from neck compression, it would have taken a minute to do that. That shows you malice aforethought. That shows you the unlawful purpose. There's no lawful purpose to twisting up someone's jacket while you're assaulting and beating the hell out of them. Right? There's no lawful purpose for that. So malice is clear. If you don't believe that we've proven cause of death, that's a whole separate discussion. But the malice is there. Mike Brock, possibly the worst defense scapegoat ever. Completely.
You may, briefly.
No approaching. We're trying to get through this.
Worst defense scapegoat ever. This is a gentleman that actually has a landlady that stays at his house, that has barking dogs. He has a boss that keeps timesheet codes. This isn't, it'd have been a better call to say random homeless person than to say person that works 50 hours a week and has a timesheet that shows that. They in fact tried to make the argument that he could have been gone for up to an hour. She said that would be very unusual, right? His trips were 30 to 40 minutes. Supposedly the theory is that it's reasonable for you to believe that Mike Brockman, somebody that allowed this lady, he's a good Samaritan, that allows not even a friend, really an acquaintance that he's seen a few times at the bar. He allows her to crash at his place for a weekend. Defendant, of course, wants you to believe that she's moved in with him one day after they've broken up. Right now, we've got somebody else involved. Right? This is just a gentleman that is just trying to be a good Samaritan and give her a place to stay. But you can see, it sort of sounds like Sam Elliott, what's for dinner? Right? He's just super cowboy, low voice.
One of y'all said he sounded like Sam Elliott too. Which one of y'all was it?
Straight shooter. That was the deal. She got to stay with me for 2 days. 2 days was up. She had to get her stuff. She didn't show up. I left her a message. Brought her stuff back. That's pretty much exactly the way it was. Pick somebody that doesn't have almost airtight alibi during this entire period of time. If you 12 people believe that it is reasonable that Mike Brockman is responsible for this on the 13th of February, I will submit to you that you're going to have a very early day. You're going to go back, you're going to let the foreperson, and you're going to let him, you're going to find him not guilty on all 3 counts in about 5 minutes. If you think that is reasonable, that you have a pretty simple job for the rest of the day. Do I feel like I got a little righteous indignation? Yeah, a bit. Right? Who should the police be looking at? Seen on video, picking her up at 8:30. Gives a false story about what happened. Seen on video, she's walking down the hallway, perfectly fine, with a black safe that they know has $1,200 in it. Coincidentally, a couple days later, he pops $1,200 cash into his bank account. Safe never shows up again, right? She ends up dead in the same clothes as when, who else of the 8 billion people on the earth should they be looking at? Obviously, we have to make sure we've eliminated everyone, but it's not a shock. That's the direction. He's given false statements. He's misdirected the police. He's been responsible for destruction of evidence. State's theory. I will admit, the lack of blood on the coat is a little weird. Not gonna pretend like that's not. But somebody bumped her on the head really hard, lacerating her scalp and taking a divot out of the top level of her skull. That absolutely happened. So whether it was the defendant or the mystery man, you're in the same boat, you're still stuck in the same boat. There would still be no blood on that coat. That is an issue that helps him. It does make it an interesting mystery for everyone to solve. So does the state have a theory? Certainly. If invited, state's theory is that there was some sort of assault, that her coat was twisted up, that she's down. It's pretty easy. You got somebody down, you're twisting up their coat, and you're beating the hell out of them with something. 33 times. And during that, was there an intent to compress that neck and kill? Maybe this is just an assault gone really bad. You got an instruction that says murder in the 2nd degree does not require specific intent to kill. This isn't a murder in the 1st degree. This isn't premeditated, meant to kill case. Right? Perhaps it's just a really, really brutal assault that ended up with a tragic end to her life. But that's still murder in the 2nd degree.
Oh, this guy does look like John Malkovich.
Obviously, I've got the 15 in parentheses, that's for my note. That's for you to pay attention to instruction 15, which is the one that talks about expert witnesses. And you're supposed to pay attention to training, their experience, and then decide, what you believe. The reality is, on the vast, vast majority of cases, Dr. Boden and Dr. Cruz are of one mind. Nobody's disputing how much the heart weighs or how much fatty tissue is in the liver. Nobody's having any disputes about any of this stuff. The contusions are where they are. They show what they show. Right? The difference is in the interpretation of those findings. Dr. Cruz is a well-trained, professional, fantastic forensic pathologist. But she's been doing this for 5 years. And she said she'd seen 5 to 10 asphyxiation homicides in her career. Dr. Cruz's relationship with death is still developing. Dr. Boden has had a pretty close relationship with death for over 50 years. He's completed 20,000 autopsies, including handling hundreds of asphyxiation homicide cases. You can see his resume, his CV, Exhibit 14C. Please read that. Please read the first page. The types of cases he's been called into. And this is not talking like, hey, back when I'm not even born, he's out doing things, which he was, right? This is him being brought in by Congress to do the assassination select committee to the, for the deaths of President Kennedy and Martin Luther King. This is him being brought in the 2000s to Poland to help them investigate the death of their president. This is him being brought in with Kobe Bryant's death here, fairly recently. This is him being brought in the very high-profile George Floyd case that America had to deal with about 3 years ago. I mean, he has been in the center. He is one of the world's most renowned forensic pathologists. And a family's quest for justice, they were not going to accept that one person could, with one opinion, say that their mom, that their sister, that their daughter got no chance to have her case heard in court. And so they went out and they found one of the world's best. And Mr. Munger is 100% correct. If Dr. Boden would have come back with an opinion, sorry folks, but I agree with Dr. Cruz, we might all still be sitting here today, but we wouldn't have a count law, right? We wouldn't be dealing with a murder of the second degree. Because if you've got no cause of death, that's sort of a tough case. Dr. Boden has the experience. He has seen these cases, and she didn't just die for no apparent reason. I mean, I'm not sure the defense is, we don't know, she just coincidentally died right after this brutal assault, just happened to die. He is giving you the mechanism, and there's physical evidence to support it. We've got the abrasion on the neck that looks just like a zipper, and even Dr. Cruz says looks just like a zipper. That's why she's getting into the neck, looking at all those internal structures. Because, right, but she's thinking strangulation, just like the defense wants to try that case. They're like, this isn't a very good strangulation case. I'd like to defend that case, right? So that's why they keep talking about manual strangulation. But this is not a strangulation case. Dr. Cruz said it wasn't a strangulation case. Dr. Boden says it's not a strangulation case. Matt Wilbur, Potawatomi County Attorney, is telling you this is not a strangulation case. You know what else we have crap evidence for? A gunshot death. We also have almost no evidence of a stabbing death, right? We have none of those. Why? Because that's not this case. She died because she got brutally assaulted, and the vessels in her neck got occluded enough that it took her life. The Exhibit 100, I just want to talk about the one exhibit that the defense put in. It's the quality assurance document. Well, I mean, you should take a look at that. Because it's not like, I mean, it is literally like, was the subject adequately documented? Yes, it was. Were there enough pictures taken? Yes, there were. Was there adequate descriptions in the report? Yes, there were. She agrees, that he agrees, that it says, was the opinion consistent with the findings? I mean, it literally, as you go through all of that, I would bet had that document been reviewed line by line with Dr. Boden, he would have agreed with pretty much every line that was on it. She did do a fantastic job. She had accurate documentation, she had great photography, she had great technique. It's a question of, if you don't have the information in your brain that you can access, then you can't give that opinion. And if she's had 5 to 10 asphyxiation homicides in her 5-year career so far, I mean, she talked to you about all the different methods of asphyxiation, the most common being strangulation, right? So if you're thinking strangulation, then that's what she's looking for. You got strangulation, you've got smothering, you've got drowning, you've got all these, she said there's chemical asphyxiation in there, there's all these sorts of asphyxiations. How many neck compression deaths has she handled in her career? Well, I mean, I submit to you less than 5 to 10 that are the total. As Mr. Forney said in his opening argument, right? Honestly, it's your opinion that counts. We have presented you with the evidence. You weigh it, you make the decision. This is not a place where one person or one doctor gets to say what happens with a case. We live in a system where 12 of you do. This isn't Matt Wilbur saying, do this, you get to make that decision. There are some unanswered questions in this case. Absolutely would like to have different things. Would like to have had somebody be able to examine Eileen's right eye. That would have been nice. Would have been nice to have the truck formally searched. I mean, are there mechanisms to do that? He said by consent or otherwise. The otherwise, that's what we call in our line of work a search warrant. Sure, but they require all something else. It's called probable cause. You have to know if a crime has been committed. And are they getting suspicious by later in February? You are right. They are getting suspicious. But the body isn't found until the 26th, and he is crushing the truck on the 25th. Yeah, DOT evidence, the video. They said they only kept it so long and then it gets overwritten. Again, that's a problem. I wish we had that extra video. Why does the state not? Because somebody is playing misdirection, right? Somebody's playing the breach the shell game, getting the police to run around chasing their tail, trying to run down all of his various false statements. And so they get to look in here, and it takes days before they figure out that he's actually even gone into Omaha. Sergeant Doty, when Mr. Munger said that the statements of officers aren't evidence, that's when they're interviewing the defendant. So I just want to make that clear. That was a little bit of a tricky statement. When Sergeant Doty is testifying on the stand, and he said, we received evidence that there was $1,200 in that safe. And there's no objections, that's his testimony. What he says on the stand is evidence. When you're watching a video interview of the defendant, that's a different thing, right? Words that the defendant says are evidence, not questions and statements of law enforcement during that interview. During his interview with Sergeant Doty, This defendant said he knew that there was $600 to $700 in that safe. The other evidence that the law enforcement had received was that there were $1,200. He doesn't know how much is in there. He just knows there's at least $600 to $700. What a coincidence that the information that law enforcement received, that there was $1,200, just happened to match up exactly with the amount that he's depositing 2 days after she's gone missing. While he's not working. Hasn't shown up for work. Right? Megan Preston testified, that she never saw him again after that physically. Remember, because she watches him hanging out in the back in the parking lot at some point in the vehicle. But she sends him a message like, hey, if you're just sitting out there, why don't you come on in? Never shows up. She hadn't seen him since the 13th. She had not seen him again until she saw him in court this week. Never showed up for work. But he's flush with cash. Remember, this is before the crushing of the truck. The perfectly functional. Nobody's suggesting that you should go haggle with the recycling dude for $775 versus $750. The point is, we have a legit running F-150 with some extra aftermarket stuff that's clearly worth more than $750, and he's crushing it for $750. Why do you do that? If you're in such a position that you don't have hardly any money in your life, why are you going to purposely get rid of a truck for way less than the market value? And the reason is, and he sticks around and he watches to make sure it's correct. Why don't you just walk in? If it's such a crap truck. Why don't you just walk in and say, hey, give me my $750 and walk out? And he stuck around and waited to make sure he saw that truck actually get crushed. Because the value of that truck to him at that point was its value as potential evidence. And he wanted to make sure that that went bye-bye. Cross-examination. You have instruction 41, one of the last instructions that you have. And it talks about why you should not be looking at things like Google and YouTube and all that other stuff, right? Because it says that that is stuff that comes in outside the trial process. And part of that says that they don't want you to do that, and don't do that, right? Because you can be influenced by inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading information that has not been tested by the trial process, including the oath to tell the truth, and by cross-examination. Cross-examination is the method that we use in the American justice system to test for truth. It is not. It's supposed to give you the best evidence you can. Even Dr. Boden, he's getting in the hot seat with Mr. Reedy, right? And he's like, I'm sure you probably don't like my aggressive cross. I expect it. That's the system, right? That's your job. You're supposed to be very aggressive with me because that's how you, the jury, get to know the truth, right? What it's not supposed to be is a gotcha tool, right? Like this. You don't even know what the standard is for reasonable degree of medical certainty in Iowa, do you, doctor? Because that's a trick question because there is none. Because you heard Dr. Cruz. I'm certainly arguing.
Excuse me. The objection is overruled. The jury is again instructed to rely on your own recollection as to what was stated. And at this point, Counsel,
Thank you,
Mr. Wilbur,
Stephanie. Thank you.
I'm doing well. To what Dr. Cruz said. That he asked her, what is the standard for reasonable degree of medical certainty? And you know what her quote was? It's person dependent. It really is based on my training and experience. There is no number, right? So that's a gotcha. Yeah, that's a question that had no possible answer for him to answer correctly. He's like, I don't know what the standard is. Like, well, there's a good reason you wouldn't die, because there's none. It's person dependent. He told you what his standard was. He wants to be 95 to 99% sure on his opinion. Right? You never got that number out of Dr. Cruz. She just said, it's whatever I feel comfortable with. But her specific exact quote was, it is person dependent. That's what I'm talking about with gotcha cross. Right? That didn't help you as a jury try to decide actually relevant information about helping you test for the truth. The other big sort of gotcha cross is missing in this case. Right? We're hearing about this theory of like, why didn't they run down these 3 tips? Right? What happened to these other 3 people? Why did they not ask Ted Roberts that, who was in charge of the missing person? Right? They ask Ty Boldra about what happened. He's like, I don't know, I just get the tip and it gets passed up the chain. They asked Dr. Cruz, had you heard about this? Whatever happened with this? I don't know. But nobody knows. The person that knew that was actually the person running the missing persons investigation. They didn't want to ask him that question because he had answers for it. Right? You've heard about this, there was no DNA testing done. You don't know that. What you know is that there's no DNA tests that are in evidence in this case. Because nobody asked the question of Detective Brannigan what was done. Right? It was wait and then play gotcha. That's not helpful to you. This is a big case, folks. You need to be, I understand there's a job to do. There's a client that
you may.
We're almost
But
done.
when they make an argument, they are subject to the same credibility determinations as anything that the state says. They don't have to put on any evidence. They don't have to ask a question. They don't have to do that for any particular witness. But when they stand up here and ask a question of why you don't have that evidence, when they have chosen to go a different route, it's for you to learn the truth in this case. Okay. Paying Emily back. Speaking of which, however, what evidence came into this case that there was some concern about paying Emily back? None. I mean, maybe there was. I mean, maybe she said, I'm bailing Grandpa out of jail and I expect I'm going to get paid back. But again, you have to deal with evidence that actually came in this case. Nobody testified. Emily never said anything about that she expected that she's getting paid back, or I was pressing Grandpa, I'm like, I really could use that $500 or $1,000 or however much it was. Right? You have no evidence of that. Dyer in the dumpster. Specifically brought up my folder on this because he said, you check your notes, and I hope you do check your notes. When Detective Dyer testified, was specifically asked, right? Said, I dropped him off, he went to the dumpster on the southeast corner of the apartment complex, looked in, and he looked in, then walked away. Not rummaged around, I'd suggest none of you have notes that he rummaged around, because that testimony didn't happen, right? But he absolutely showed up on the 15th, and Dyer testified to that.
this time was different. Okay, that's what the suggestion for the state is why this tumultuous up and down relationship, this rocky road, this on and off again situation, this time was different. As Emily said, as Emily told us, the defendant told her, this time is final. That's why this whole situation, why he spun up about it. Pattern of life is something that we look at when you're trying to find the when. When do we know someone is really no longer on the earth? Well, I mean, obviously when you find her dead body on the 26th, pretty good. But her pattern of life ended on the 13th. The last time anyone spoke to her, heard her voice, on the phone or in person, was on the 13th. You have no evidence that anyone on this entire planet ever heard her speak again after mid to late morning on the 13th. We have a text message that was sent. I would submit to you, while it's riding shotgun with the defendant, right? Submit to you it's more reasonable he's the one that's sending that text message. But certainly nobody heard her voice. Her daughter, you got a lot of family members here, right? Her daughter talked to her mom every day. Nothing. The CASA agent said there were over 200 contacts early on between these two. After this date, after the 13th, 2. And again, those are texts going out. There's no conversations. 2. Because he has no need to communicate with her because he knows she's dead. What we call pattern of life, pattern of absence of life. You don't have a single bank transaction, human interaction, nothing. Because her life has ceased to exist. This is just too coincidental also to be a coincidence. I'll put this up on the big screen. This is Exhibit 8A. Right, this is the autopsy. And I say this is too coincidental to be a coincidence because isn't it coincidental that we have a zipper mark right next to, what's that thing right there? Well, it looks like a zipper. Right? That's what we're dealing with right there. Right? A zipper right next to the injury on her body that sure looks like, and you'll get this, you'll get a chance to go back. Obviously, you've seen a lot more zoomed in ones. But this one's got the coat and the zipper right next to each other. What a coincidence. I mean, it's not like a really weird comparison to hold up that jacket, take a look at it, take a look at what's on her neck and say, looks pretty coincidental. Just sort of one of the final things about the phones, because Mr. Munger is correct. We don't have any evidence that, other than her dead body in the same clothes that she was found when she was with him, we don't have any evidence of him traveling to that location, because phones don't transmit when they're off. And we've already learned that he knows how to do that. Right? Hours at a time, those are off. This is not a location that is miles and miles away. This is Crescent, Iowa. This is just halfway between the interstate and Crescent. This is a 10, 15-minute drive. Phone off, zip up, dump a body, come back, phone on, back in my apartment. It's all the time it takes. Half hour.
They have a live puppy cam.
I don't think the defense is that he did it somewhere else. But that still seems to be the cast stuff showed that he was over in Nebraska. I just bring up to give to you, take a look at instruction 19, which is territorial jurisdiction, that if a body is found, the murder of a murder victim is found in Iowa, then the death is presumed to have occurred in Iowa. That avoids the state line tap dance, right? Okay. It's a presumption. No, you're not required to believe that that's what happened, but that is what we call a legal presumption. So the fact that she was found here, that's enough. Again, this is not a strangulation case. Dr. Cruz was looking for that, and she did a good job looking for it, and she did a good job of eliminating that. Dr. Boden does not disagree. This is not the strangulation case.
Thank you.
I'm just getting very close to being done here. I want to sort of give an apology of sorts. I apologize for the tech problems that we had on day one. It's a struggle when you've got county computers and state court systems, and you're trying to get them all to talk to each other. You can't really control what a witness says on the stand, but you ought to be able to control your computer. And I apologize for that, because I don't like to see that happen. I apologize because I'm sure this is really boring. I mean, honestly, right, you expect. I mean, closing arguments are, can be exciting. And listening, I think, to to witnesses like Dr. Cruz and Dr. Boden that are obviously very articulate and do a good job explaining complex information. But this is not like TV. You got to sit through days of pretty drudgery work. And I apologize that you had to do that. Sorry, lose my voice. I don't apologize for putting in the evidence that we did, because we're going to give you the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's our job. This is a case where the defendant took 3 things. He took her life, he took her property, and then by dumping her in a ditch with some trash, he took her dignity. This is the time for justice. Mr. Brammer is presumed innocent and not guilty until the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This trial is over, the evidence is in. I would submit to you that we have overcome his presumption of innocence. Ilene was a mom, she was a grandma, a daughter, a sister. And she tragically lost her life. I'm asking you for a verdict of form verdict number 1. Holding on accountable. Form verdict number 9. Holding on accountable.
Fort Worth, Boden County. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, you've met.
We made it. We made it. We made it. We made it. It is beautiful outside right now. The sun's going down. The only bad thing about being on the lagoon, I don't have my incredible sunsets here that I do at home. But it is really pretty out there right now. Let me see. For the gold. Wasn't the puppy cam cute? Puppy cam was so cute. Just a random little puppy cam with their fat little booties trying to walk up there. So cute. So cute. Thank you for the super chat. Look at them. Look how cute. So cute. I'm from California. Show me a lagoon, please. Y'all want to see the lagoon real quick before we go? I'll walk out there. We can say goodbye out there. It's dry now. Lucy needs to go out anyway. Here. Let me look at that fat little puppy. All right, hold on. Lucy, you need to go potty? Okay. Can I turn my Bluetooth setting? Bluetooth. Oh, maybe. Okay. Well, whatever. All right. Why lose? Why? I don't know how to make it not echo. Okay, now is it echoed? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm trying. So this is the lagoon. You can see echo. I don't know how to not make this go. See? Lucy. Don't you fall in that water. And the beach is right on the other side of those. My house is right over there. If I can ever get home to it. That's it. All right. We've gotten a lot done this week. I appreciate y'all. We covered a lot of stuff. All right. I love y'all so much, and I will see y'all. If I get back from Monday, I'll jump on. And if there's we had so much fun with the car chase. If we get another one of those, I'll jump on. Y'all let me know. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Bye, y'all.